Oh, good morning, everybody. Oh, it's so cold today, isn't it? Yes, what a difference a day, mate. Yesterday for qualifying for TCRUK, we had blue skies and sunshine. I even caught the sun yesterday. No chance of that today. But here we are, one of our favourite places to be, and the TCR first race of the weekend about to get underway. And this is throwing a bit of a spanner in the works, isn't it?
Not ideal, is it? Not ideal. Glorious weather yesterday for qualifying. That throws such a curveball at the drivers, many of whom have not driven their cars extensively in the wet.
You mentioned the pole man. Let's just have a look.
Yeah.
Right, if we pop the camera on the car, Callum Newsham, that was something special yesterday from him.
Half a second quicker than anyone else, underneath the qualifying lap record, but the last time he drove the Elantra in the wet properly was when he crashed at Snetterton last year, so he's got no data to go off. It's the same for the whole grid, so who knows what's going to happen.
Maybe I won't bring that up with him though.
I've already mentioned it a few times, Kim. I think he's forgiven me.
Right, Andy, you're a busy man today. You've got to get in that commentary box. Thanks for coming out and braving the weather with us. Short but sweet. Go on, go get yourself nice and warm. Look, we've got Jensen O'Neill going. He's the championship leader. This is only the second meeting of the season, of course, but it was consistent before. In fact, picked up a win, of course. Jensen, can I just come in? Jensen O'Neill going, also known as Tiger Woods. If you tune in a little bit later, you might know what I mean. Jensen, look, Brands Hatch, it started so well. Didn't quite end how you wanted it to, but I imagine you've learned quite a bit from that.
Yeah, it's a great experience. Obviously, I figured out my strong points and my weak points now, and where not to overtake people and where to overtake people. But yeah, I think this weekend should be a good weekend.
So you're still so young as well, but I mean, look, completely different conditions to yesterday. Is there much that you can take from that into today, or is it, look, it's a bit of a blank canvas here?
Yeah, it's a difficult track in the wet, I can't lie. But you know, we've got a good team behind us and a strong car, so yeah, we should be good.
Top man, Jensen, thanks for talking to us, mate. Good luck, yeah? Good stuff indeed. Sorry, Ray, I'm going to ask you to turn around again as we make our way. I'm not getting through that gap. Let's go this way. Right, I'm just going to squeeze through. Thanks, Jensen. Let's keep going, make our way on. There's no actual, we're not doing a grid walk as such today because of the weather. They're just pushing the cars out. Callum Newsham is just in here, our man on pole position, put his helmet on, but I wonder if we could just grab a quick word with him. Callum, that was something quite special yesterday from you, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good lap, wasn't it?
Are you a little bit disappointed though that it's rained now?
Yeah, this is like the first time I've not wanted it to rain, because we had such a good pace advantage yesterday, and that's all gone today, so we'll see what happens.
Oh no, you crack on anyway, you're gearing up, ready to get going. Look at this behind, listen to this. Listen to that all day. Sorry mate, can't squeeze through, thank you very much. Here you go, Callum Newsham, your man on pole position, was absolutely flying. Don't put your hand anywhere near that. Right, let's keep on going down, shall we? It's Russell Joyce's car onto our right. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Russell. Again, he's just put his helmet on, like I said, no grid walk. All the cars just been pushed out of the garages. Russell, I know you're putting your helmet on, so I probably won't be able to hear anything, but how are we feeling ahead of this one? You're right. How are you feeling to this one? Are you happy it's wet out there?
To be honest with you, we had a bit of a difficult weekend with setup changing and maybe back to the festival round. So to be honest with you, it's quite pleased because it makes everyone start a little bit rushing.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just but we're starting from that to where anything can happen.
Excellent, look, go enjoy it, have a good time, stay safe, and we'll see you in the end. Yeah, top man, thank you very much. Russell Joyce there. I've got to be honest, I didn't really hear too much of what he said, but let's keep on going down here, the pit lane here at Croft circuit. Look at the flag billowing in the wind, complete contrast than yesterday, wasn't it? If you tuned in, thank you very much, and thanks for watching as well. We're live, of course, on the TCR YouTube channel. We're live on the Bark YouTube channel. Jack, have you got a minute? Very, very quickly. Wow, what a difference a day makes, eh?
Yeah, it's wet, isn't it?
Is it? I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, no, it's wet. I think the rain always brings a level of excitement, doesn't it? Of course. So, no, done nothing for my anxiety levels, but for sure it will be a great spectacle.
Where does Croft rank for you? You've been coming here for a while now.
Oh, Croft, right at the top for me. I mean, this is where I started, my career working for TCR. It's somewhere I love coming back to. The guys and girls here are all great. It's fantastic, and I'm looking forward to getting down there into Turn 1 and seeing what happens.
Excellent. Jack, thank you very much. I know you're a busy man. Let's keep going. There's your job. Hey guys, we're all right. We're good. What a job, and they are certainly in for a very, very wet day indeed. Let's keep making our way down, shall we? We've got Lewis Kent coming up here on the right. He's just about to get in the car. Maybe we can have a very quick word with him. And I wonder if I could just pop over. Here we go. He's going through some chats, but sorry, Lewis, very quickly. I know you've got more important things to do than talk to me, but are you glad it's wet?
Yeah, to be honest, we had a very, very, very wet race here 2 years ago in the Civics, and I think within the first 2 laps I went 6th to 1st. So this track, me in the wet, we bond quite well. But yeah, it's only the same as a dry, but slower, isn't it? So it's a race. A race is a race. We'll have to see how it goes in about half hour. So
well, hopefully I'll be talking to you in Park Ferme a little bit later.
Fingers crossed.
Top man, I think you need to get in the car. But thank you very much. Anyway, really do appreciate it. Yes, let's keep going down. There's Mr. Palmer. How are we doing? You all right? You good?
You're roaring with them things you said up there yesterday.
Let's move down, shall we? We've got Max Hart just getting strapped into the car. I wonder if we can just very quickly chuck this underneath and say hello to Max Hart down here. Max, how are we feeling ahead of this one? Are you a little bit disappointed at Brands? How are we feeling today?
Yeah, definitely disappointed at Brands, but good to get a podium, that's for sure. Really excited the rain has arrived.
Yeah.
We all know how quick the Hyundai is, so this will
we know how quick you are as well, though, don't we?
Say,
we know how quick you are in this, though.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but I think the rain is going to really help to even things up. Starting P6, it's not where we want to be, or probably where we should be, realistically. So I'm looking forward to the rain, have a bit of fun and try work my way up to that podium.
Top man, I hope we're chatting after the race in the top 3. Good luck out there. Of course, Max Hart in Honda. We've got Alison Kellett there in the car as well, stepping up from Fiestas. So that'll be, I wonder if we can just before he heads out, I wonder if that's all right. Hopefully nobody minds. Sorry, Alistair, I'm going to get you a little bit wet here, but hey, it's good to see you behind the wheel of one of these.
Yeah, opportunity come up. Big thanks to Barry John for letting me drive his pride and joy. But yeah, big learning curve. But
not quite a Fiesta, is it?
no, it's just a big Fiesta. It's much the same, to be fair.
Is it?
Slicks and big brakes and stuff. Yeah, it's fine. Big problem now, I haven't turned the wheel in the wet, so I've no idea what I was going to do. So look at that, play it safe and see what happens.
Excellent, enjoy it, and thanks for talking to us, Alistair. Really do appreciate it. Let me shut that now. Stay with us, actually. I wonder if we might be able to get onto the circuit and watch the cars come on. I wonder if that's possible. Thank you very much, guys, appreciate it. Let's make our way down. Look, it's just us. Look at this. Look how wet this is, though. I don't know if we can just pop the camera down here. There are literally puddles here. I thought it wasn't too bad, but it is actually very, very, very wet and windy as well. I can't believe literally yesterday we were getting sunburnt indeed. Round 4 for the TCR UK Championship coming up very soon. Hello guys, are we all right? Are we good? Let's move, just keep walking down now. I think it was last year I actually did a challenge against a mini car here where I raced against it on foot over a short distance to see, because I always thought I could come up with a challenge and beat a race car on foot over a very short distance. I'm just going to pop the camera through here actually so we can just watch the cars as they're starting to fire up. They are about to make their way out, so let's watch them as they head out onto the circuit here. In fact, here they go. Lewis Kent is pulling out now, so stay with us and we'll watch them go. This is going to be very loud and a very good sight indeed. There goes Lewis Kent. He's going to start this one from P3. There's Alistair Kellett. We just heard from him as well, stepping up from Fiestas where he was racing. Now we've got Max Hall going through. We'll grab a quick word with Max Hall once he makes his way onto the grid. We've just seen Rod McGovern go out as well. If you remember at Brands Hatch, Jack Constable won race 1. Rod McGovern was second in that one. Jensen O'Neill going, our championship leader, got his first podium. And then in race 2, Jensen O'Neill going 1. That race for his first ever TCR UK race win. Max Hart was second in that one. Callum Newsham was in third. Then in the third race at Brands Hatch, it was a very familiar looking podium. Callum Newsham, Brad Hutchinson and Carl Boardley. The cars now just making their way out as you can see. So Callum Newsham starts from pole, looking to make it back-to-back wins. There's only 2 races here at Croft. The track action isn't allowed to start until after 12 o'clock. So we've only got 2 races Right, let's go. Ray, if you come with me, because I think the cars have all headed out now. We can see them as they're streaming along over there, and we're going to get a great look at them as they make their way out. I really do want to speak to Max Hall. He's going to line up in P4, so we'll grab a quick word with him as soon as he comes up as well. And let us know in that comment section, who do you think's going to win? What are you most excited for about today as well? The live chat is open on the Bark YouTube channel, over at the TCR YouTube channel as well. We're also live on the Caterham YouTube channel a little bit later as well. We've got junior saloons in action as well, Scottish minis, plenty of Caterhams to TCR. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. So much coming up for you throughout the rest of the season as well in 2026. Lots of people making their way on to the track now. There's Mr. Butler there from Goodyear. I'd have a word with him, but he could be very unpredictable about what he might say. A little bit later at the end of the day as well, once the final race is finished, your checkered flag has fallen. We've spoken to the drivers. We've got a very special feature coming up for you. I did manage to get some of the drivers to play golf right here. I don't want to give too much away, but we had some of the TCR drivers, junior saloon drivers, Caterham drivers taking part in a golf and car challenge. So make sure you tune in for that one. That's coming up at the end of the day. Just have a quick chat with some of the SVG boys here, if we can, as they're just looking to market. Sorry, I know you're busy. It's just, how wet is it out there? Are you getting confirmation?
You just said it's definitely wet.
That's it. It's definitely wet. I think we can see. I think we can go. So let's put the camera on the cars, look, as they're making their way down. Look, that's Lewis Kent coming up first of all, as you can see. He's going to go from P3. Really want to speak to Max Hall. He's just coming down now. He's in the yellow Honda Civic Type R, as we can see. So we'll grab a quick chat. I saw Max this morning. He looked very confident as well. Always does, doesn't he? Because has raced in the British Touring Car Championship too. So let's go over and have a quick chat. We won't have long on the grid, but it's a nice view for us to be able to see. I wonder if I can just very quickly go in for a chat. They're just going to push the car back into position. Wheel good. I think they might just raise the car up, so just before I do that, there we go. Now we'll quickly jump. There we go. Absolutely love that. Almost been caught out a few times with this. Max, well, this is delightful this morning, isn't it?
Mate, just what I want.
Is it? You like this?
Yeah, mate, perfect weather for me, I reckon.
What about Croft? Do you like this circuit?
Yeah, I've been here a few times in the past and it's always went pretty good for me, so I'm excited to see what I can do.
What's the expectation from here? Can you go all the way?
Just podium, we'll keep it low, podium.
Top man, I'll let you get ready anyway. Best of luck, yeah? Top man indeed. There we go. There we go, make sure that's shut. Let's go a bit further down, shall we? We didn't quite catch up. We've got Carl Boardley up there as well. He had a podium last time out, P3 at Brands Hatch in race 3. There's Max Hart, Jensen O'Neill going. There's Carl Boardley. We've already spoken to Alistair Kellett down there, and Mark Smith as well, the number 77. We literally won't have much time at all. Let's just have a quick look at the cars. In fact, we spoke to loads of drivers in this little moment, haven't we? Indeed. The starting of this as well. Once they get ready to go and the cars pop, it gets loud. It's a real treat here at Croft. Unfortunately, the rain has sort of kept spectators away a little bit, but we are almost time to go racing for our first race of the day, our first race of the weekend for TCR UK. It is the 4th race of the season here, meeting 2 for TCR UK at Croft. I'm delighted to hand over to your commentator Andy McEwen. We just heard from him, and Henry Burdett. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, welcome everyone to a soggy Croft circuit here in the northeast. It's far from the first time that we've had wet conditions here at Croft, I have to say. Over the years, we've had some fascinating wet races here since the championship first visited this circuit in its debut season in 2018. And once again, the weather gods have thrown a bit of a spanner in the works. Glorious weather all weekend long until race day. And these laps now, Henry Burdett, the 2 green flag laps the drivers are about to have before the race starts, absolutely vital, because as I keep making the point, most of these drivers have very limited wet running in these particular cars.
Yes, Andy. The outlap, the drivers have just done. Lewis Kent, no flies on Lewis. He has confirmed it is wet.
Yep.
What you can see here, however, is probably drier than what it is out the back due to the lack of trees. You can see in the background there the trees that overhang part of the run out of Tower Bend down towards the fearsome Jim Clark S's Croft complex, and if it's fearsome in the dry, then it is downright scary in the wet. Callum Newsham said the first time ever he was not doing a rain dance. Half a second quicker in qualifying, but he's the only driver with a clear view in front of him, providing, of course, he gets off the line cleanly.
And he's about the only driver who has raced his car in the wet before. Remember,
Yes.
he debuted the Elantra at Snetterton at the back end of last year, a wet event where he was bang on the pace. So Callum Newsham then on pole position. Brad Hutchison, though, also pretty handy in the wet. He starts alongside him. Then Lewis Kent, great to see the Lincoln Co up near the pointy end. Remember, that car was involved in a nasty start line accident, ironically, with Max Hall, with whom he shares that second row at Brands Hatch last time out. Then Harry Blur, the next of the Hondas, ahead of Max Hart, a disappointing 6th place on the grid for the TCR Europe front runner. Max will definitely be looking to move forward from there, as will Carl Bordley. All of the Hondas seemingly struggling a little bit in qualifying yesterday. Bordley starts 7th alongside the championship leader, Mr. Consistency at Brands Hatch, Jensen O'Neill going, who starts in 8th. Then debutant Alistair Kellett, who is a multiple former champion in Ford Fiesta racing. He starts alongside Rob McGovern, who got his first podium in TCR competition last time at Brands Hatch. Then on the 6th and last row of the grid, we've got Mark Smith and Russell Joyce. Good to have those two out here. Mark Smith in his all grey, almost sponsorless Cooper. Russell Joyce's car, the polar opposite, but Russell's business is in providing wraps for cars and designing the wraps for cars, and Russell Joyce, his resplendent Audi, will line up on the 6th row of the grid. So, 2 green flag laps, a 20-minute race to follow. The key here, I think, Henry, is track position. That's always helpful in the wet conditions, especially on a circuit such as Croft. But who has landed on the best wet setup? There's been a lot of guesswork involved in this, I think, up and down the pit lane. Some teams will have got it right, some inevitably won't, and that could be the deciding factor.
And of course, those that have been here before in the wet won't have been here before in the wet in the car they are currently driving. Experience will take a lot. Will mean a lot, rather. That's why I'm liking the Carl Bordley Nick Hart SVG Motorsport combination. I think is going to be one to watch. In fact, all the Hondas, 5 Hondas, and they qualified 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
Yes.
In the dry, they're not happy. In the wet, you'd like to think that those Hondas, Civic Type Rs, they will have a sweet spot that's easier to find. But this is what Lewis Kent was meaning, that out the back of the circuit, away from the infield section, the track is a lot wetter than it is, and the run down the tower where you just do not want to be getting a metre off your braking line there, because how many times have we seen cars get to about the point where Max Hart is now, they turn and just the front wheels the front wheels turn, the car doesn't, and you just go skating off into the fields.
Yes, it's a very bumpy circuit, Croft, so the water tends to sort of gather in the dips and the bumps.
Yes.
And, can lead to aquaplaning out at the back of the circuit as well. Often there's a fair amount of standing water. To be fair though, the circuit was resurfaced a number of years ago with that very much in mind. They improved the drainage, they smoothed out the worst of the bumps and the hollows, and it is certainly a lot better now than it used to be, but treacherous indeed. Brad Hutchison comes through sunny out. That is where his qualifying session derailed slightly yesterday.
Yes.
He ran wide over the exit curve. There's a big ditch just on the outside of that curve, and he punctured the tyre, arrived down at the complex and had to pull the handbrake to avoid going headfirst into the wall. Did a really good job to save the car, but was then not able to go any quicker later in the session. He is one to watch here, I think. Brad, he's always good in the wet. Won his first race on the road, at least, in the wet at Donington Park a number of years ago, and he was fairly confident he had more time available before that puncture in qualifying yesterday.
And of course, the Hutchinson team are still getting used to Ella. which is the name of Brad's car. He names his car every single year. That Cooper Leon, the Capture Motorsport with MPH Racing, Ella. Hopefully we won't need an umbrella. Well, we do need an umbrella, Ella. Oh dear. What would the likes of Max Hart be thinking again? Such an experienced driver. This is a world away from TCR, the World TCR Europe, around places like Valencia and Barcelona. This is old school racing at an old school venue where the risk is high, but if you do take the risk and you get away with it, the rewards, well, could be a trip to the TCR UK podium. And Andy, you were telling me an interesting statistic about Link & Co. and what Lewis Kent's chances might be.
Yes, that car, of course, has had a lot of success over in Europe and indeed internationally, but only ever won one race in the United Kingdom, that being at Brands Hatch a couple of years ago. It was a dry race, but yeah, this car is known for going well in the wet, and he's certainly much closer to the pointy end of the grid than he was at Brands Hatch. He is going to be gunning for a win here, no doubt. Yes,
and as you were jogging back to the commentary box, Ian was chatting to Lewis Kent, who reminded everybody that 2 years ago, when he was back in the Honda Civic Cup, they had a wet race here. I was here myself, standing in for your good self, and Lewis Kent went from 6th to 1st inside 2 laps in the wet. So one to watch. Could we about to see a little bit of TCR UK history for Link & Co., which would be a rich reward for SVG Motorsport, Andy and the guys who are also running Carl Boardley this weekend.
Yeah, Lewis Kent also one of only 2 drivers to have won multiple races at Croft here over the years. We've had 12 TCR UK races here at Croft, 8 different winners, with Lewis Kent having got himself a couple of race victories here in the northeast. One of 3 multiple winners actually. Adam Shepherd also has 2. Callum Newsham has 3 race wins here at Croft, and he is going to be for sure hoping to add to that tally here. He starts from the best position as Callum Newsham from pole. He'll have clear track, he hopes, into the first corner, but remember, launching off the line, that was such a big talking point at Brands Hatch last time out.
Yes.
We had the issues with the start procedure in race 1, but even beyond that, some drivers, again, new cars, learning the launch control procedure, doing it in the wet for the first time. It's just another variable to throw into the mix, isn't it?
Yes, just one comment, Alistair Kellett. I have never seen a more nervous Irishman. He's driving Barry John McHenry's car. Now, there is a space that should be occupied by second placed. Where is our P2 man?
Where is Brad Hutchison?
Yes.
I thought that Lewis Kent was behind Callum Newsham on that previous shot, but Brad Hutchison has vanished. Has he pulled over at the side of the road, or is he in the pit lane? We'll try and get to the bottom of that. So Brad Hutchison, we were picking up his chances in the wet. He's not going to be taking the start from the front row. So Callum Newsham has row 1 to himself. Lewis Kent and Max Hall lining up behind. The revs start to rise, and round 4 of TCR UK gets underway, and Max Hall has stalled again for the second event in a row. This time, thank goodness, he's avoided by everybody else, and Max Hall's start procedure once again lets him down slightly. Who's got the lead into Clairvaux? It should be Callum Newsham. Yes, it is, with Lewis Kent behind, and Max Hart up to 3rd position already. Rob McGovern tips 2 wheels into the gravel trap and then swipes across the nose of Harry Blewer's Honda through Hawthorne. A clean start, miraculously, but the leaders are heading down the back straight. Callum Newsham had the advantage when last we saw them. Who's going to arrive at Tower first? It will be Lewis Kent. Well, he hasn't had to go from 6th to 1st this time, as he did 2 years ago in Civics, but from essentially 2nd on the grid, Lewis Kent leads at Tower.
Excellent start. He obviously got a much better run. I think he may have even have gone round the outside of Newsham, coming out of the chicane as everybody safely tiptoes their way through Tower. Now this is where the drivers have to hold their breath. Jim Clark, Esses and Barcroft, one of the scariest points of the entire circuit. In the dry, in the wet, it is full commitment.
Well, look at this. Callum Newsham fully committed to finding a way back past the Lincoln Co, because look who's arriving on his tail. Max Hart and Carl Boardley. In the wet conditions, experience is counting much more than raw speed that we saw in qualifying yesterday, and it looks as though we're in for an absolute humdinger here. Kent has got the lead but can't get away, and it's that Honda in 3rd place that seems to have the pace.
Yes, it does. We were talking about how the Honda teams are struggling to find the setup in the dry. Looks like they found it in the wet. Harry Bloor tries the move on Ron McGovern. Ron McGovern sees him and thinks, okay, this is lap 1 of a wet day at Croft. After you, Harry.
Yes, survival is paramount here. Lewis Kent defending the lead into Clairvaux corner. What a race we've got on our hands. What a different race it could have been. Had Newsham held on to the lead initially, he's got a tighter line through Hawthorne, but Lewis Kent is going to sit on the inside line, prevent the Elantra from coming through. I think there's a lot more defensive driving to come, though, in Lewis Kent's near future, isn't there?
Absolutely. He's very good out of the chicane, however, once again. But Newsham has somebody on the grass coming out of the chicane, and as we'll try and see that driver through that looked like Harry Bloor. But it looks as though Lewis Kent is going to have to be defensive for the next 17 and a half minutes, because he did go past Newsham quite easily, but it now looks as though Newsham is up to speed and putting Lewis Kent under pressure, and Max Hart is going to be hoping that Lewis Kent holds off Callum Newsham, because if Callum Newsham makes the move, he could disappear. He's looking very, very aggressive.
He nearly got into the back of Lewis Kent through Barcroft, then fastest part of the racetrack, inches between not only the top 2 but the top 3 indeed as they head out of Sunny. Newsham dipping 2 wheels into the grass. Is that Max Hart's opportunity? There's no way through on the inside into the complex, but in the wet the grip is on the outside line. He should have a better exit from the corner, but he can't get alongside into the middle part of the complex, so stays in 3rd for now. Is there an opportunistic move to be made into the hairpin? Not yet, there isn't, but Lewis Kent is a bit of a cork in the bottle here, isn't he? Newsham with a much better exit from the last turn will try now to pull alongside the Lincoln Co down the straight, end of lap number 2. It's absolutely neck and neck for the race lead. The Elantra keeps on coming round the outside line, and Newsham's done it. Superior traction off the final corner, and Callum Newsham is back to the lead.
And he gets the back end ever so slightly out going into turn number 1. Clairvaux manages to hold on to it. Now this is Max Hart's moment. He has to make he has to pass Lewis Kent early and do it quickly now, or else I think Callum Newsham is going to disappear. And off the track goes Max Hart. This is now going to open the door for Carl Boardley in 4th position. This could be Newsom's chance to disappear up the road.
It's always so difficult to be the leader in these conditions, though. You're the one who's discovering the grip levels, and the drivers behind can sort of adjust to what you're doing. Newsham's doing a good job through the high-speed stuff, isn't he, though? Getting away now from Kent, whilst Hart just about hangs on to 3rd position after that grassy moment through the chicane. The issue for the Hondas seemingly this weekend has been lack of rear stability, and through a fast corner like the chicane, like the Jim Clark S's, in these conditions especially, you need to have full confidence in what the rear of the car is going to do.
Now, it's not actually raining very heavily, if at all. It's been spitting, but you just look at the cloud. Look how low the cloud cover is. That means that there's no wind. The water is not dissipating off the circuit. The weather is sort of hanging around, which is going to keep the visibility at a premium. It's going to keep grip levels at a premium. Lewis Kent, okay, he's not as quick as Callum Newsham. The gap has grown to half a second as you're looking at Rod McGovern holding off Harry Bloor for 6th and 7th position. Alistair Kellett doing a great job in Barry John McHenry's Audi just behind these two. Now McGovern, excellent in race 1 at Brands Hatch. Their persistent misfire in race 2 and race 3. Is that car now cured? It looks like it.
Going well, isn't he? In 6th position, there was Kellett not far behind as the leaders head down the back straight once again. Max Hall, by the way, he's retired to the pit lane, so got the car going after that slow start, but sadly taking no further part in the race. That's a great shame for the youngster who qualified really well. Best of the Honda Civics in qualifying yesterday was Max Hall, but a non-finisher it would seem in race number 2. So Callum Newsham establishes himself out in front then, with Lewis Kent 2nd, 3rd Max Hart, Boardley 4th, Jenson O'Neill going championship leader in 5th position. Wasn't a dream start to the race for Callum Newsham, but now he's starting to settle in, and it looks as though the Elantra is well, just as comfortable in the wet as it was in the dry yesterday.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds up on Lewis Kent, having passed Kent just over a full lap ago. There's Jenson O'Neill going, being, I will say this for the very first time in his TCR UK career, being very circumspect and having a pretty boring, sedate race there in P5. That's the type of race that Jenson needs. He needs a race where he's just been left to learn. And Newsham down the main straight, hard on the brakes. You can see the car, dig in the front end. Oh, he just clips that curb, gets a nice slide on, avoids the gravel trap on the outside of Clervaux. Now there is Lewis Kent through the chicane, and it looks as though Max Hart is slightly closing back up. I'm looking at the lap time. Yes, 1:31.9 last time around for Max Hart. So third place driver Max Hart is fastest of all so far.
Well, fastest lap of the race, and interestingly 3/10 quicker than the leader. So Max Hart, now starting to come into his own. If he can clear Lewis Kent, he's still got time to go after the race leader with 13 minutes of this 20-minute opening race of the day still remaining. They're definitely dropping broadly, aren't they, in fourth position, and Jenson O'Neill struggling with the extra weight in that car this weekend, keeping a lonely fifth position. His car the second heaviest on the grid with 40 kilos of compensation weight added because he's the championship leader arriving here at Croft. The only car heavier than Jenson's, though, is the Hyundai Elantra that leads the way, because Callum Newsham also picked up compensation weight, 30 kilos, and there was a balance of performance adjustment to try and peg back the Elantra a little bit. Not quite enough of an adjustment if you ask anyone other than Callum Newsham.
Well, in the dry, half a second quicker than everybody else. In the wet, now, the ballast, they can move that ballast around in the car to help handling, to help traction, and in the wet, of course, sometimes, and as an ex-driver in karting, an ex-driver that was always struggling to hit the weight limit, sometimes being a little bit heavier in the wet, being able to move the weight around, that's not necessarily a bad thing, as we look at Harry Bloor. Oh no!
Russell Joyce
Oh
off.
dear, that is a big one.
That is at the complex, I think, just behind our commentary position. So that car's been into the barriers heavily. It's commonplace to see drivers get it wrong in the wet or the dry, to be honest. Thumbs up from the marshal, that's good news. So that means Russell, still in the car, has signalled to the marshal that he's okay, but that resplendent Audi we were talking about on the green flag lap is now a bit second-hand.
It looks very good, but in terms of its colour scheme, bodywork, one careful previous owner. It'll buff out, it's okay, it'll buff out. Is it me, Andy, or is it getting a little bit more gloomy? We keep looking out the commentary box window, and the spectators, the hardened spectators that are here on the banking, there's a mixture of those with umbrellas and those without, but it does seem to be the cloud cover just so low, it's very misty and gloomy. Typical bank holiday weekend here at the Stockton-on-Tees. There is the safety car board to retrieve Russell Joyce's car, and you can see now, even though it's a long way off circuit, that is prime real estate for an understeering errant TCR car to find its way into the same space, which would of course be very, very bad. No news on Brad Hutchinson, sadly, and of course Max Hall, so we're down to 9 runners.
Yes, which means, remember, we've got a reverse grid for race 2, top 10 finishers in theory reversed, but in the event, as is happening, that we have fewer than 10 finishers, we just reverse all of the finishers, and then the non-finishers will line up at the back of the field. I'm also spotting, and it's a transponder issue.
I was about to say,
had me worried slightly. Replay here of what happened to Russell Joyce, and he's just understeered off the road, so easy to do. Heads for the barriers and crunch. Wow, quite a big frontal hit. Be surprised if we get that car back out again for race number 2. The trouble in the wet, Henry, is that the grippy side of the road is not the racing line, the traditional racing line, it's the outside of the track. So drivers get as close to the outside edge of the road as possible. Overstep that mark even fractionally though, and that is what can happen.
And that is Brad Hutchinson, who is obviously doing a systems check. Essential, half his day has been ruined already. He's going to come out. Now, of course, have been, Max Hall is now retired, so he's 12th. You got that yes was sort of, are we on the same sort of track of thinking here, that if Brad Hutchinson could just complete one more lap than Russell Joyce, that would put him P10.
It would indeed. So Russell Joyce completed 4 laps of the race. So Brad Hutchinson just needs to complete 5 and he'll be classified 10th, which would be race 2 pole position. So it's definitely worth him being out there, not only for a systems check, as you quite rightly said, but also to try and salvage something from his weekend. Yeah,
exactly, because 2 races, Brad was saying, okay, Brands Hatch's best ever start to a season. Let's not undo the good work here at Croft. The clock is still ticking. You can see that 8 minutes and 38 seconds plus change left to go. Our Porsche safety vehicle is still lights ablaze, so there'll be at least one more lap. Now this is good news and bad news for Brad Hutchinson. Good news is he will complete his second lap at the end of this one. The bad news is that under safety car, obviously, time ticks away. The race for Brad is on to complete more laps than Russell Joyce.
Yes,
Is there time left available?
It's going to be touch and go, as you say, because we're going more slowly behind the safety car, but I think he should be able to do it, barring any other dramas, of course. My slight concern is that Audi is still very much in the same position it landed when it went off, and there's no sign of a recovery vehicle yet, so this could take a while.
Yes. I hope that the recovery vehicle hasn't broke down. Otherwise, we'll need a breakdown truck for the a breakdown truck for the broken down breakdown truck.
I've seen it happen before. I've seen it happen, but I'm sure the Croft marshals and recovery crews, very experienced. All of the years I've been coming to Croft, it's the same people in the recovery vehicles. It's the same marshals who you see. Actually, the red flag comes out, and we are not yet at 2/3 race distance or 3/4 race distance. I forget now. I'm sure Phil Kinch will be sending me a message regarding when the result becomes official, but we might yet get a restart to this one, and that changes everything.
Yes, and of course Phil Kinch has already reminded me that it's Hutchison, not Hutchinson.
It's a TCR UK rite of passage to get Brad's second name wrong,
well,
I have to say.
I feel even more part of the team now that I've messed that up.
Yes.
Sorry to Hutchison and the family, and of course, as usual, the Hutchison family were in fine fettle in the garages this morning. There was loud music blaring. There were one or two members of the Hutchison entourage, his sister and her friend, who were busy dancing around. I think they may have just come here from the club. I don't know, but certainly the Hutchison family and the sponsors who are always here as well. They create a great atmosphere, part of the TCR tapestry and furniture. I think there is a large green and yellow John Deere tractor and a recovery truck going out behind us. In fact, there are several recovery vehicles going out behind us. I wonder if they all were just sitting in the paddock and then have now been dispatched to their rightful places.
What the problem is, I suspect, it's not just moving the car, but what we can't quite see from this camera angle is that tyre wall will have taken a big hit. It could have even buckled the Armco barrier behind it. That is almost a bigger safety concern, actually, than the car being in a dangerous position. So they've got to move the car. They've also got to make sure that the barrier is functioning and safe. Should another car go off there, then they obviously need the barrier to be doing its job. Right, Phil Kinch, right on cue, is reminding me of some of the red flag regulations. Any race stopped after the leader's completed more than 2 laps but less than 75% of its duration will be considered as the first part of the race. Yeah, so it's 75% distance we were aiming for. I'm not great at maths, Henry, but I don't think we were quite there, so there's a good chance of a restart.
I am also not great at maths, but I also agree with your proclamation, Andy. Cars will be coming back to pit lane. Be interested to find out, during this delay, from this camera angle, because of course the Audi is just to the left of that particular camera shot. The tractor that went out with the tyre sort of grabbers at the front, I think that's possibly to try and repair any damage the tyre barriers. Andy McEwen has now gone out to try and ascertain the level of damage to the tyre barriers. I think also, even if the tyre barriers aren't damaged, you're just mindful that the last thing you need is a recovery vehicle, trying to recover a stranded vehicle on a wet track with in clean, plain sight of the cars. No barriers protecting them. So let's have a little look at the recovery vehicle, and they're very carefully stepping out of said vehicle. Now we'll check over. I'm assuming that now is Russell's not still in the car, is he?
Unsure. That is possible. It's hard again to see from this angle. I've just stuck my head out of the back of the commentary box. The barrier itself doesn't actually look too bad, so I suspect it's just that the way the car's been damaged might be complicating the recovery, and they will of course absolutely want to make sure that Russell is A-OK. We've got a car in the pit lane there.
It looks like a Honda roof. If that is a Honda roof.
Or is that...
That's not a
60... No, we haven't got a 64, which is the number I've just been given. It looked a bit like Mark Smith's grey Cupra, maybe. We've got all of our top 5 there, definitely.
It's not a Honda roof.
No, Mark Smith is there as
Barry
well.
John it's Alistair Kellett in the Barry John McHenry Audi.
52 was the number.
52. Okay.
So yeah, it is indeed Alistair Kellett then who's brought the Audi in. Now, should we get a restart, that changes things quite significantly, because Brad Hutchison, any car that's still running at the side of the red flag, gets re-gridded. Regardless of how many laps they've completed, they're all starting from scratch. That first part of the race never happens. So if we get a restart, if we get a restart, Brad Hutchison, it's my understanding, will start from the back of the grid, yes, but back on the lead lap. So he's got a golden opportunity, actually, to pick up a few more points from this race than he looked as though he was going to. If we don't get a restart, remember, we do have some time constraints today, and it's only a half day, really, anyway, with the 12 o'clock start curfew, then... fewer points would be awarded. I think it's half points. It might be 3/4 points. Again, I'll await my message from Phil Kinch. But it will be fewer points than it should be. It's normally 40 points for a race win. We'll wait and see what race control decides to do. It all depends how long it's going to take for this car to be recovered, but they've not sent the cars back into the pit lane. The timing screen has just refreshed itself. All of these are normally good signs. Oh, actually, as I say that, the timing screen now goes back to the original page with the time ticking down. So we await confirmation from race control. I think that's all we really can do.
Well, they're just making sure that that Audi was wobbling back and forth on the chains a little bit too much, and the orange and pink army here this weekend at Croft doing a sterling job as always. It's all well and good being quick to recover the cars, but the idea is that you don't do any more damage to the cars than the driver has already done by throwing it off. So the drivers do get a little bit upset when their already crashed car comes back to the garage with even more damage on it due to the recovery vehicle.
Yes, exactly. Again, I've seen that happen before, but here at Croft, the marshals know what they are doing. Right, we can head down into the pit lane, I believe. Ian is mingling with the drivers and might have some news for us soon on a possible restart. Ian, what have you got?
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pit. We've just made our way. Alistair Kellett in the pits, as you can see. I wonder if very quickly we can just find out. Alistair, good to see you again. Right, you coming to pit? Is everything okay, or is this just precautionary? Or
no, I have no clutch. Clutch is gone, so I'm going to have to. I think it's a safety car restart, so we're just going to pump start it and just tag on the back.
Okay.
It's okay when it's running. We can't. I couldn't stop on the grid because it just stalled. So that's why.
How wet is it out there?
It's not too bad. It's kind of greasy in places. Yeah. It's very slippy, and first time I've driven the car in the wet, so I'm just very cautious. So no, I'm happy enough where I was. It's just that I didn't notice the clutch till the safety car come out, and I went to clutch and it wouldn't stop, so I had to come in then.
I better let you go. I think it's time to go out, so thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Here is Max Hall behind us as well. I've noticed he had big issues, didn't he, at Brands Hatch getting off the line. Looked like the same here at Croft as well. Let's hope he's looks like he's going to get back out and resume this race once we do get back underway. I just wonder if he's just checking. I wonder if it's possible. No, he's going to go straight down to the end. So I'm going to be able to grab a word with Max Hall as he makes his way out. Alistair Kellett is going to be pushed down to get himself going again. Like I said, he's got an issue with the clutch, but at least Kellett and Max Hall are going to restart this race. I don't think we're too far away either. If we just pop the camera down where the marshals are, what a job they've done already today in these terrible conditions, aren't they? But they have just closed the gate, so that would suggest we are not too far away from getting back underway here for the final few minutes of this race. So yes, hopefully it's going to be a fraught and frantic affair for the final few minutes here for round 4 of TCR UK. Let's go back over to Andy and Henry in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you, Ian. So the track is now largely clear. The Russell Joyce car has just been pulled up behind our commentary position. I'm no mechanic, but it doesn't look great. It's far from in factory spec, that Audi, anymore. The team will have a lot of work to do to get it back out again for race 2 if possible. Now attention turns to the barrier damage, if any, and once that's been assessed and dealt with, hopefully we will be able to get a restart. Oddly, the time keeps ticking down on the live timing screen, even though we're under red flag, which is, I'm hoping, just a glitch.
Yes.
Rather than race control running down the times. Just getting some information. Yes, so I was just getting some information through my ear then from the director about the restart. What I didn't hear was how long the restart was going to be, but there is going to be one. So that's the main thing. We are going to get a restart. We don't know how long it is, excellent, but they are going to get a restart behind the safety car, and so that is good news. Race Control intends to get this race back underway.
And of course, what you're thinking, why Brad Hutchison going back out? Why Maximus Hall now going back out? Well, it's a new race, obviously, but also this is one of the anomalies of having a smaller grid than usual and the top 10 reverse race, because, you know, only 2 races. The battle for 10th place is actually just as important as the battle for the outright podium in race number 1. That's why Max Hall, that's why Brad Hutchison are both going back out, because turn a negative into a positive. We've already had one issue. Let's try and capitalise on the situation and call an audible, I think, is the American term.
Getting information from Nicky Lyons, by the way, thank you, Nicky, for this, that the restart will be 7 minutes. A 7-minute restart anticipated. That's excellent news, and it will restart behind the safety car. To your point you were just making about Max Hall, yes, I was under the impression that his car was in the pit lane at the time of the red flag. On the timing screen, it actually says he'd just begun an outlap, so he just left the pit lane and was back in the race at the time of the stoppage. So that has saved his bacon, because it is my understanding he'll now be able to take the restart, perhaps from the pit lane, but at least we'll be back out there on track.
I think that he had the problem at the start, maybe, like Alice O'Callett had cooked the clutch.
Drive shaft, I've heard, by the way. Sorry, I was given an update earlier. He and Hutchison, we think, both drive shafts.
Drive shaft, but so they replaced the drive shaft, or they're just out there with that? That's very, very interesting indeed. So if the person for Max Hall's team on that Hall's Racing number 93 car spotted the safety car, saw Russell Joyce's Audi, and then went, actually, do you know what? Just get out there and see what happens. That person, if that was the case, could have just had a very significant positive impact on Max Hall's future weekend. Because if he hadn't have just started that outlap, then he wouldn't be allowed to race. But I think it was a case of, I reckon they might call it, ooh, that could be red. Let's go. Just get him out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Brad Hutchison, worth getting out there and just trying to complete some laps, isn't it? Because I think he and Hutchison are both on the same lap, or were, before things got reset by the red flag. So, yeah, well worth them getting out there. Right, green flag flies, 7.5 minutes actually on the clock, and the safety car will get things back underway. We'll see then, actually, now, are they going to, because the timing screen hasn't actually reinstated the lap down cars onto the lead lap, so perhaps a slight oddity in the regulations there. They've just paused the race with the red flag and are now continuing it under safety car, so we might not actually have Hutchison Hall on the lead lap, but what we might have is those two battling to be in 10th position by the end of the race. They are, I believe, on the same lap as each other.
Well, that'll be good news indeed. This could be Lewis Kent's second opportunity to jump Callum Newsham, and of course, if he does, then he doesn't have quite as long to hold him off of the course. That's all. Big ifs and buts.
Yes, let's see what happens upon the restart. So cars weave their way down the back straight. Hutchison is, of course, on the back of the queue, whereas Max Hall is still in the pit lane, as is Alistair Kellett. We don't anticipate maybe Kellett restarting, but it would appear that Max Hall's car is fixed and should be able to get back out there, and whether or not he is then going to be classified on the same lap as Brad Hutchison, we shall wait and see. If they hold him there until the race goes green, then no, he will fall a lap behind, so we'll have to wait and see what decision is made. So Callum Newsham with a safety car restart essentially now to handle as the race leader. Always a tricky one here at Croft. It's such a tight final corner. There's not a lot of merit in going early. You usually see drivers wait until they're right on the apex of the hairpin, then floor it and try and get down into Clervaux corner first. Lewis Kent, does he focus on attack or does he focus on just making sure he keeps Max Hart behind him?
If you're a racing driver, you've got to look ahead. You've got to look ahead. And of course, the problem is, in the wet conditions, if you get to the apex of the hairpin and put your foot down to go, then you'll probably end up in an infield grass. So you've got to wait a little bit longer. If Callum Newsham waits until he is fully out of the corner before he presses the loud pedal, and Lewis Kent is close enough behind, then Lewis Kent will also be all the way out of the corner. Could be very, very interesting indeed. Will we see Max Hall and Alistair Kellett join for the pit lane as the cars go round, or is their race over? And there's Brad Hutchison. At the moment, Brad potentially on course for P10. Here we go.
Yes, he is going to have a lap over Max Hall as well, if Max even gets out there. So Hutchison just needs to try and complete enough laps to jump ahead of Russell Joyce, and he should be classified in 10th position. So safety car peels in, and Callum Newsham gets us back underway here at Croft. Round 4 of TCR UK bursts back into life, and it's not a good restart for Lewis Kent. Max Hart is all over the Lincoln Co. as they head down towards Clervaux corner. Lewis, though, is late on the brakes, very late on the brakes into the first turn, and manages to distance himself from the Honda driver. They're all cleanly through the first corner. That's good news. The tyres, of course, will have lost any temperature that they had built over the first portion of the race, and the drivers have just got to try and bed themselves back in. Through the chicane, onto the back straight, and that is Jenson O'Neill going, the championship leader, through the grass.
Yep, saves it, and he's under pressure now from behind. Rod McGovern, and was that Rod McGovern trying to go past? I believe it was. Looks now, Alistair Kellett has rejoined the circuit a long way down in 9th position. Russell Joyce still being classified as 10th. Oh, Carl Bordley was sideways coming out of the Jim Clark S's.
Yeah, and Bordley was right on the tail of Max Hart as well. So Hart struggling a little bit in the early going, it would seem. Lewis Kent, if anything, is coming back at Callum Newsham here at the head of the field. We did have a change behind. McGovern did get ahead of Jenson O'Neill going. There is the confirmation of that. Harry Blur wasn't able to go through, and in fact Jenson's now trying to come back at McGovern. Look, weaves from the outside to the inside, back to the middle. Blur goes to the outside. Fantastic scrap this for a position inside the top 5, and Jenson O'Neill going is going to be absolutely furious that 5th is all he's fighting for here. He's just got to try and stay out of trouble though. Rack up the points exactly as he did at Brands Hatch and let the results come to him. He'll want to get back ahead of McGovern though, won't he?
He's got a run coming out of the final corner, but he's on the outside line. Now, can he do what Callum Newsham did on Lewis Kent earlier and get back to the lead around the outside before you get to turn number 1? We'll find out whether Jenson O'Neill Goving has done that. The answer is not quite. McGovern proving a tough nut to crack.
Yes, he is, isn't he? And Harry Blore, of course, is making life even more interesting for the car in front of the group. Yes, that is Alistair Kellett off. Ooh. So he's got the clutch fixed, maybe. It's got back out on circuit. I don't think he's made the barriers, but Alistair Kellett has had a rotation at the chicane. That's a scary place to lose control.
Yes, and it's a scary place to lose control in a car that you've been lent for the weekend. Alistair Kellett saying very nervous about... and we've got a 3-car battle for the race lead, Andy, because I'm not sure if Newsham has made a mistake or if Hart and Kent have suddenly got their act together.
Well, Newsham was 8/10 clear of Kent at the start of the lap, but in the first sector alone he lost a fair chunk of that. The middle sector is okay, but both Kent and Hart have got much closer now to the race leader, with still just a shade under 2 minutes to go. Ignore the clock in the top left corner of the screen. I think that's wrong. On the timing screen it says 1 minute and 3/4 left, so we are potentially about to start either the last or the penultimate lap of the race. We'll try and make a note of when the cars cross the line. It's going to be really close. Yes, final lap potentially beginning as Harry Blawlock gets to the inside of Jenson O'Neill going. This for 6th position.
And the door handling. Jenson O'Neill going has the inside line down the start finish straight. Can Harry Bloor hang it out high, wide and handsome on the run down to turn number 1? I don't think he's going to now. Can Jenson O'Neill go and get it stopped on the apex? Uses a bit of curb to help rotate the car. Perfect.
Yeah, nicely defended that by Jenson, but again, he's going to be very frustrated with the way that this is going. So, out onto the back straight they will go. Callum Newsham, by the way, just did a personal best in the first sector, so he's just starting to put Kent at arm's length again because Lewis is busy defending from Max Hartlock, so it's really the fight for second now rather than the battle for the victory as we head towards the Jim Clark S's for, we believe, the final time. Again, the clock in the top left corner of your screen we think is incorrect on our timing screen. We're into the last 40 seconds of the race and Max Hart is into the last chance saloon now if he wants to climb onto the second step of the podium.
Yes, and Callum Newsham, his previously slow first sector was owing to the fact that he was the first person to come across the yellow flags. He
yes,
backed out a little bit more, quite correctly. Lewis Kent and Max Hart able to judge their slowing distances a little bit better, and Newsham has he's withstood the pressure so far.
Yes, just needs to make it round the final corner. We believe a checkered flag awaits this time. It's going to be nip and tuck as to whether it's a last lap board or a checkered flag. Actually, they've got well, they crossed the line bang on the race distance. They've given them another lap, so there's one more time around the Croft circuit to go. They literally crossed the line within half a second or so of the 20 minutes being up, or the 7.5 minutes of the restart being up, and one more lap remains.
Yeah, as you can see the checkered flag, it was still filled up on the start line gantry. There's that yellow light waving to Alistair Kellett's car, which has just been sort of left out of the way. But a fantastic drive under pressure from Callum Newsham. Lewis Kent, well, it wasn't quite 6th a second, but it does show that he knows his way around Croft in the wet.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked racy in the early part of the race, led briefly, didn't he, in the Lincoln Co, and already looks more competitive than he ever did at Brands Hatch in what was admittedly a hastily rebuilt car. For Callum Newsham, though, he's less than half a lap away now from claiming another race victory, what would be his 4th win at Croft. He is already the winningest driver in TCRUK at the North East-based circuit, and Callum Newsham is now on course, it would seem, to add to that tally, and this is a really significant result for the championship because there is our championship leader Jenson O'Neill going still only 6th, but desperately trying to find a way back ahead of Rod McGovern and pick up a few more valuable championship points. Through the complex they will go for the final time. Callum Newsham, though, is heading for the final corner. In fact, he's out of the final corner. He's headed for the checkered flag, and Callum Newsham claims a 13th career race victory in TCRUK and had to really battle for that one. Lewis Kent comes home in 2nd, his best result of the season so far, and Max Hart is back on the podium. We'll be satisfied with that, I think, from 6th on the grid. Then it's Carl Bordley 4th, and 5th position will go to Rod McGovern. Jenson O'Neill going 6th, and Harry Blore comes home in 7th position. Callum Newsham, though, the winner, and a fantastic performance under real pressure. He never had, really until the last lap, more than about a 1 second advantage over Lewis Kent. He even set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, did Newsham, a 1:30.570, and that, of course, is worth a bonus point in the championship. So a really significant win that for Newsham, who was knocked down to 2nd early on, but bounced back brilliantly and was able to control the race from there. So Callum Newsham then, as I said, picks up a 13th career victory. That means he's only one away now from the joint record held by Lewis Kent and last year's champion Adam Shepherd, and we still have a race to come today for Callum Newsham. Could he leave Croft as a part of a 3-way tie for the most wins in championship history, I wonder? Have to say that for Callum, definitely more wins will be on the way later in the season at the very least. Newsham wins, Lewis Kent comes home in 2nd position, with Max Hart coming home in 3rd. Then it is Carl Bordley in 4th. He did briefly have the fastest lap there until that late effort from Newsham. Rod McGovern, a solid 5th place there, kept Jenson O'Neill going in the ballast-laden Honda at bay, with Harry Blore coming home 7th, Mark Smith 8th. Alistair Kellett wasn't running at the time of the flag. Brad Hutchison in 10th was, so there's a chance that Brad will be moved ahead of Kellett in the final results. We'll have to update you on that as and when we get a published result. If he does, it means Kellett may well end up on pole position for race number 2 later on today. Remember, top 10 grid reversal for race 2. Maximus Hall, a non-finisher with suspected drive shaft issues, and Russell Joyce, well, there's nothing suspected about what took him out of the race. We all saw it. That significant whack into the barriers at the complex means that Russell Joyce was out of the race, and whether he takes part in race 2 awaits to be seen. So drivers then will head down into the pit lane, and we'll hear shortly from our race winner Callum Newsham, who's going to be very pleased with that. He doesn't often show emotion, Callum Newsham. He's always a very chilled, relaxed guy, but that will mean something to him, I'm sure. A 2nd win of the year, 2nd win in a row, of course. He won the 3rd race at Brands Hatch last time out. He's the 1st repeat winner in 2026, and that has done his championship aspirations the world of good. Let's head down then, shall we, into the Parc Ferme area and hear from our race winner Callum Newsham.
Yes, welcome down everybody to the pit lane here at Croft, and Callum Newsham wins round 4 of the 2026 TCRUK Championship. He makes his way up to the number 1 spot in difficult conditions indeed. There he is, the lights ablaze, and he pulls up right in front of us. We'll let him get out of the car and we'll have a quick chat with him. Lewis Kent coming home in 2nd place, and Max Hart from 6th on the grid into P3. I'm sure he'll be a lot happier with that particular performance. Let's go round, let's let him get his helmet off. I'm sure he'll want to fist pump the air here, and we'll have a quick chat. Look at that, he goes over to congratulate his team, rightly so as well. We'll let him get his helmet off, have a quick chat with him. I'm sure he's a very happy man. Callum, I'll let you take your helmet off first if you like, and then we'll have a quick chat, shall we? And look at his wipers, they're going absolutely crazy. It just goes to show when I was very intrigued to find out how slippy it was. Certainly coming through the final hairpin in the right time to get the power down, but Callum Newsham under pressure from Lewis Kent as well at times in that race. He held it all together. It's actually back-to-back wins as well for Callum Newsham, who won race 3 at Brands Hatch. He wins race 1 here at Croft. Callum Newsham, 2 race wins this season, back-to-back as well. You're just finding your form now, huh?
Yeah, well, that was not easy.
It looked so treacherous. Let's talk about the final hairpin. Just how slippy is it round there? It's a bit quite nerve-wracking trying to get on the power as early as possible without causing an issue.
Yeah, I mean, every lap I was spinning up the fronts out of there. So that was where I was struggling in the last sector. But yeah, no, that was proper scary. That was some scary stuff out the back there.
Well, congratulations, well done. Win number 2 of the season, good stuff indeed. Let's go down, and we've got Lewis Kent and Max Hart. And look, Max Hart is smiling. I like seeing a very happy Max Hart indeed. Let's grab both boys whilst they're here as well. Chaps, can I grab you both actually? We could, yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Max, we'll start with you, P3. You're smiling. I'm happy about that. Are you happy?
Like I would of course like to go past Lewis, that's for sure. But no, look, starting 6th, getting up to 3rd, it's a good result. Lots learned as well in the wet and about this track in the wet, so we'll take those forward into race 2. And I just would have liked to have a bit more fun with Lewis, but I just couldn't quite get close to him.
There's always there later this afternoon, isn't it? Congratulations, Max. And Lewis, can I just grab you for a quick chat as well? P2, great stuff. You actually had Callum at one point as well.
Yeah, I know. I had an absolute demon start, and I was like, oh, okay, we've got the pace. He looks like his tyres were a bit on the edge at the start. So yeah, managed to get it, but then the drive of that thing out of the hairpin, something else. So yeah, I'm just struggling with wheel spin. I go in first, short shift to 2nd, still spins. So it is what it is. But yeah, great battle, great race. So it's nice to have Max behind me. I think
If you'd have said 4 or 5 years ago, oh, you two finished, you didn't take each other out, we'd have been like, sorry. So yeah, it's nice, and yeah, it's great to give something back to the boys, especially after Brands. So yeah, happy with it. See what the next race brings.
Top man, I'll let you go get prepped up and do all the bits above. Sorry, guys, let me get out of the way. I'm getting in everybody's way for the photos there, as you can imagine. Right, so there we go, good stuff. I think we can actually have a quick look at some of the highlights from that race. It was an absolute cracker, and we did have the red flag interruption. But at the end of the day, Callum Newsham, he makes it 2 wins this season. He wins the first race of the day here at Croft Circuit for TCR UK. Lewis Kent just getting his photo next to the P2 board. It was a cracker. Let's take a look at some of those highlights.
Yes, thankfully, and the TCR UK drivers certainly making light of the wet conditions there. Max Hall didn't have a happy race. Drive shaft issues meaning he got very slowly off the line. A repeat of the first race at Brands Hatch, where he was hit by Lewis Kent off the line, unfortunately. Battling in the early stages. Rod McGovern showing fairly strongly in these damp and slippery conditions. Lewis Kent in the Lincoln Co. led briefly, with Callum Newsham sliding around in his wake. Max Hart giving chase in that third place. Lewis Kent under pressure from Callum Newsham. It didn't take long for the Hyundai Elantra to move back ahead. You can see visibility certainly was an issue all the way through that first race. The rain not heavy here at Croft, but it's a pretty intense drizzle that's making visibility an issue. Lewis Kent's the early race leader in the Lincoln Co, making up for that disappointing outing at Brands Hatch at the season opener on Easter weekend. He held off Newsham and Hart at the sharp end of the field. Such spectacular looking cars, these TCR UK touring cars. Eventually Callum Newsham was able to pull ahead down the pit straights. From then on, the Hyundai was never headed, despite the best efforts of former champion Lewis Kent. Max Hart did a spot of rallycrossing, indeed nearly ended up on the old rallycross course on the infield here at the Croft circuits. But then the red flag would come out with Russell Joyce in the Audi at the back of the field, getting wide onto the grass at the complex, and wallop straight in he went. On the restarts, Callum Newsham picked up exactly where he'd left off. Jensen O'Neill Goings took his turn to run wide in the Honda Civic coming out of the chicane. There were plenty of battles all the way down the order after that. Rod McGovern continuing his good showing, the Irishman. Certainly a very entertaining race indeed, despite the conditions. Harry Bloor getting involved as well in the number 11 Honda Civic, really coming on strong this season. Brad Hutchison closing up from the back as well. Well, we move on then to our second race of the day here at the Croft Circuit. It's the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship, and Sam Parker from Caterham caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier on.
So, in 270, race is about to start, and it's a bit different to yesterday's weather. So, anyway, I'm here with Alistair Kinnear. How are you going to find it in the rain today, then? We haven't driven Croft in the wet, have we?
Hi, Sam. No. I have absolutely no idea. We spent, well, for the last 4 days, glorious sunshine, super dry, just getting to know the track and the conditions well, and now it's all changed. So yes. Who knows? Who knows?
It's just going to be get round. Obviously, you've got your green flag laps, but you can see what the conditions are like.
Well, yes. I'm hoping that's going to be valuable. I've never driven the 270 in the wet before, so.
No, I don't think many have. No. So hopefully, you're all sort of navigating. It's just going to be figuring out where that grip is, so it's going to be quite hard, isn't it?
Yes, I gather we get 2 green flag laps today, I heard.
Yes, so. Your out lap, which is behind the safety car, is a tyre warming green flag lap, and then you'll line up on the grid, and then you'll get another full one.
Yeah, cool. That's going to be very helpful, just to get a feel for where the grip is and how slippery it is out there.
Yeah. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy it, because it will be fun.
Thank you. Yes, that's the main thing.
Exactly. Right, well, good luck. Let you get ready, because they've got about 9 minutes, I think, before they are going out. Let's have a quick chat with Gary Cross over here and see how he's getting on. He's just getting buckled up, so I'll just quickly dive in while you're getting strapped in. Hello. Hi, Gary. How are you getting on this year?
It's been a difficult start to the year so far. I made a lot of progress last year, and then I've not really been able to repeat that so far this year. Cadwell was tricky, and quali and the race yesterday were tricky, but we're trying.
How about driving in the wet? Because a lot of them haven't really driven the 270 in the wet.
We've been very lucky over the years to not have to race in the wet very often, but don't have that much experience, and I can't say it's my favourite thing, but we'll give it a go.
Just go out there and enjoy it.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I wish you all the best, Gary.
Thanks,
enjoy. There we go. I'll hand over to David.
Thanks very much to Sam Parker down in the assembly area. Green flag lap about to get underway for our first Caterham race of the day. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. Thanks to Andy and Henry for taking us through the TCR action. We'll hear from them again later on. So this grid based on the result of race 1 from yesterday, and it is Brian Thornton, the Irishman in number 33 on pole, took his 3rd win out of 4 races this season in 270R yesterday, starts alongside Oliver White in the 24. Second row, 88 Luciano Caruso, first ever podium for him yesterday alongside Aaron Oliver in the 10. Row 3, number 18 Paul Oglesby, and 37 Henry Speaks. Row 4, 21 Jasmine Shaw, she's alongside Sebastian Thole, the South African in number 28. Completing the top 10, number 12 Alistair Morton and 20 Steve Lorriman. Row 6 of the grid, 99 Andrew Davison starts alongside 72 of Christian Bond. 48 Ryan Thole, father of Sebastian, starts on row 7 alongside 74 Charles Chapman. Row 8 number 19 Chris Morling alongside 38 Jimmy Way. 9th row Gary Cross in the 23 and 27 the man behind the Fan Drive app, that's Sean Murphy. Completing the top 20, James Platt in the 58, Andrew Mackay in 65. The final rows of the grid, row 11, 66 Tim Newman and 47 Alistair Kinnear. And watch out for the final row coming through the field if they are both there. Just checking, yes, they are both there. 86 Craig Evans and 42 Scott Helm. They crashed out of yesterday's race up at Barcroft at the far end of the circuit, bringing out an early finish to yesterday's race in the dry conditions. And they'll be coming through the field from the back with this grid based on the results of yesterday. So getting ready for our first of a busy programme of 3 championships from Caterham Motorsports here today. Is that our pole sitter spinning off? It is! Oh goodness me, Brian Thornton is heading for the rallycross course. He's on the rallycross course. Now, that's interesting because if he doesn't make up the positions to the front within the 2 green flag laps, then he'll have to start further down the field. Hopefully he has. Yes, he has made his way back to the front. There he is, the blue and orange car. So about to get underway then. Thanks for all your comments so far. I'll bring you some of those a little later on. So a big thank you to the staff at Hangar 50, the new cafe here at Croft that opened a couple of years ago, for their excellent catering service here. Just spent my lunch break in there while Andy and Henry were taking us through the TCR race. As the Caterham start to make their way up to the grid then. And it will be Brian Thornton, the blue and orange car on pole. This is the 3rd rung on the ladder for Caterham Motorsport. You've got the Academy, then Road Sport, and then 270R. The cars switch from road to track suspension, removal of the windscreen and lights as well to make them look much more like a racing car. Many of these drivers in their 3rd season of racing, although some of them skipped Road Sport and have gone straight from the Academy into 270R. Ollie White, who was on pole for yesterday's race after qualifying, the dark green and Dayglow yellow car on the right, number 24. We've got 88 Luciano Caruso, he's in the Rothmans lookalike blue and white car. Aaron Oliver in black on number 10. And the bright green car is Paul Oglesby. He had a win at Cadwell Park last month. Brian Thornton won the first 2 races there. Oglesby won race 3. So the 5-second board is held aloft then. The red lights about to come on. The Fan Drive Caterham 7 270R Championship. Race 2 of the weekend gets underway. Not the best of starts from our pole sitter Brian Thornton. A decent getaway from Ollie White from the outside of the front row. Looks like he's going to get the lead as they head down towards Clairvaux for the first time. The rest in the spray behind. Thornton, I think, has held 2nd place, the blue and orange machine. Yes, he has. Paul Oglesby trying to get up the inside of Aaron Oliver to have a look for third place. The rest of them stream through behind. Watch for Craig Evans, the white and black number 86 machine, coming through from the tail end of the grid. Almost 4 wide through Hawthorne Bend there. You didn't see that very often. Down the back straights. Well, it's not very straight. There is a slight left-hander in the middle of it, and you can see overtakes made there. These cars, of course, don't have headlights, so this is going to be very difficult in these wet conditions. There's Paul Oglesby in 4th place. Caruso didn't get the best of getaways. He's down to 5th. It's a good job they have rain lights, else you wouldn't be able to see them at all. There's Steve Lorriman, the Union flag livery car number 20. His race was spoiled when he ran wide at Clervaux a few laps from home yesterday. It looks like Thornton may have lost that 2nd place. I think Aaron Oliver has come through, but it is the number 24 of Ollie White, the man from Surrey, who leads the way. Made a great start from the outside the front row, looking for his first 270R victory. Heads through sunny in and sunny out. Those names are a bit of a misnomer today, sadly. As the pack streams through behind. There's number 74 of Charles Chapman, a little further back, the light blue with the yellow wheels. And there's Caruso up the inside of the complex, attacking. It's 3 wide there because Brian Thornton's gone wide as well. Now, what's going to come out of that as they come through the hairpin, as we watch Andrew Davison holding off Jasmine Shaw? She got a bit of a slow start as well. There's the trio who'd gone 3 wide, and Brian Thornton's been bundled out wide on the hairpin there. Oglesby and Caruso have come through. That's for 3rd and 4th. White leads from Aaron Oliver in 2nd place, the number 10, by 1.6 seconds at the end of lap 1. Paul Oglesby in 3rd place, and Caruso goes off. Way too quick into Clervaux for the conditions, but he kept it going. He's only lost a couple of places there. Brian Thornton goes through. In fact, he's only lost 1 place. Sebastian Thulle up behind them, that is in the 28 car. Now, where is Craig Evans up to from the back of the field? Let's have a look further back. He's made up 3 places from the back, and Scott Helms made up 5. They're both in the top 20. You can see on the timing tower there, 19th and 20th places. Still Ollie White who leads from Oliver, Oglesby. Caruso is 2 places back than he was. Here comes Henry Speaks into the mix as well, sideways there coming out of Tower Bend. And of course there's no barrier on the outside of Tower, so if you overshoot there and go straight on, you're in the field next door. So sort of 20-minute race, we're 3 minutes into it. As Brian Thornton stays ahead of Sebastian Thulle, the young South African. His father Ryan, celebrating his birthday this weekend, is further down this field in 13th place. Swinging their way through behind there, Steve Lorriman ahead of Alistair Morton, Andrew Davison. There's Ryan Thulle, and somebody's off. Is that the leader? Is that our leader that's gone off at the complex? Yes, it has. Ollie White's gone straight on. He's done what Russell Joyce did in the TCR race, but he's avoided the barriers, thankfully. But he's lost about 5 places. So Ollie White, he's hit the standing water on the outside, just like Russell Joyce did, and has gone straight on over the grass. So that's going to shake up the order. It's given Aaron Oliver the lead in car number 10, the man from Bourne End. He leads from Paul Oglesby now. He's just, and the leader is just on the fastest lap of the race as well, 147.6. Let's have a look again as they came into the complex. Yeah, exactly the same as Russell Joyce did, exactly the same bit of track. It's very wet on that outside line. There's no grip there. And Ollie White, lucky he didn't plunge into the tyre wall. He's down to 6th position now, Ollie White. There's the Gulf livery car. It's Jimmy Way, number 38. Up the back straight they go now. Oglesby in 2nd place. Brian Thornton was struck lucky there. He's back up into 3rd place. Thulle is 4th, Sebastian Thulle. 5th is Luciano Caruso in the Rothmans lookalike car, using the livery made so famous by Porsche in the 80s and by Williams F1 in the 90s as well. Aaron Oliver continues to lead in the wet and drizzly conditions here at Croft, the home of motorsport in northeast England. Sebastian Thulle wants his first podium. He's closing up on Brian Thornton. Has a look there on the inside at Sunny Outs, but he won't make it through there. Overtake's quite rare on that pair of right-handers. The opening meeting of the year in glorious sunshine in April at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. Brian Thornton won the first 2 races but failed to finish race 3, and he's gone wide there in the complex, but he holds that 3rd place. The other winner on opening weekend was Paul Oglesby, the number 18. He led the points coming into this round. Thornton wide again, he's pushing too hard here, and Thole this time has got through into P3. There go the two leaders, and Paul Oglesby in the green car is just in the fastest lap, 147.172. Up on the outside, Brian Thornton breezes around Sebastian Thole. Will he get the car stopped into Clervaux? Only just. Almost onto the gravel there. The ever-entertaining Irishman. You can see him soaring at the steering wheel there. But they're losing time all the time to these two. Nearly 4 seconds down now on Paul Oglesby in that second place. Here come your leaders. Aaron Oliver continues to set the pace. Paul Oglesby looking for his second win of the season. Caruso having a look up the inside now. Thornton side by side with Seb Thole. They're almost 3 wide into Tower Bend. That rarely works. And tucked in behind them is Ollie White, recovering from his off while leading earlier on. Henry Speaks behind them in 37. Then a gap back to Steve Lorryman in the 20. He's 8th. Alistair Morton 9th. And Jasmine Shaw, recovering from a slightly slow start, rounds out the top 10. Still a long way to go in this first Caterham race of the day here at Croft. Race 2 of the weekend for the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship. Ollie White closing up on Caruso for P5. He might have a look here into the complex if he's close enough. There go the two leaders. Swing through the left-right of this S-bend at the complex. Brian Thornton runs wide. He always does there, trying to set the car up for this very tight hairpin at the end of the lap. Across the stripe go the leaders, and Oglesby is quicker again, 146.476. The lap time starting to get quicker. Does that mean that the things are drying out slightly out there? Brian Thornton up the inside, retakes Luciano Caruso. He's up into 4th place now. He runs wide into Hawthorne. Caruso fights back on the inside in the 88. Don't go onto those painted lines at the end of the circuit in wet weather like this. They'll spin you out. Down the back straight they go towards Tower Bend. Very quick right-hander. Thole still there in 3rd in this contact, and Ollie White goes off. He's heading for the barriers. Well, misses the barrier. They've gone into the field. Brian Thornton was the man he got caught up with there. Look how far Ollie White's gone off. He was heading for Darlington Town Centre there. That was scary for Ollie White. He's okay. He shakes his head. Now, can he get out of the Farmers Field next door to Croft here and get going again? The marshals are on their way to help him. That was a scary incident there. Now, Ollie White is out of the race, and that will put him to the back of the grid for race 3 as well. Try and get a replay if we can and see what happened there. Meanwhile, Paul Oglesby is challenging for the lead at the complex. It's all happening here at the halfway point of this Caterham 270R race, sponsored by Fan Drive. Aaron Oliver holds on to his lead as they go into the hairpin. That was a frightening incident there coming into Tower Bend. Ollie White was lucky he didn't hit the tyre wall, because that would have been a hard impact. Behind the leaders now, it's Thole in 3rd place. Caruso is 4th. Brian Thornton was delayed, of course, in that instance as well. So it's Henry Speaks up into P5, the number 37. See if Thornton comes through. He hasn't come across the line yet. Here's a replay. Let's see what's happened. Thornton moved across. I don't think he knew Ollie White was there. White hits the back of him, goes flying off onto the grass at tremendous speed, almost hit the tyre wall, and then goes disappearing off into the field. Look at him bouncing over the edge of the field there. That'll be why he's out of the race. That'll have damaged the underside of the car. Brian Thornton has got going again. He's down to 12th place. That was a frightening incident for Ollie White, and I'm pleased to see he's okay. Meantime, Paul Oglesby, has he taken the lead? Yes, he has. He was faster again on the last lap from Aaron Oliver. And it is now the green machine that leads the way. Looking for his second win of the season, Paul Oglesby. Moving up from the Academy and Road Sports. Aaron Oliver in 2nd place. They're 5.7 seconds clear of the rest of the field now. It's I think it's Seb Thole in third place. No, Caruso's back ahead into third. It's all change again. And there's Henry Speaks. Works for Aston Martin in his day job, working on their hypercar projects. He's in 5th place. He's clear of Steve Lorriman, I think is now in 6th. The Union Flag liveried car. There he is with Jasmine Shaw on his tail. Here's a battle further back. This is Andrew Davison in 9th place. Number 19 behind him, Chris Morling. He's being chased by the 86. That's Craig Evans, who's on his way up from the back of the grid. Craig Evans, of course, went off in yesterday's race, tangled with Scott Helm coming through Barcroft just before the Sunny Inn right-hander. That's standing water on the inside of the hairpin, but it's not slowing Craig Evans down. Through goes the Milton Keynes-based driver. Ahead of Chris Morling. We'll see where that gets him up to. I think he's up, P14 is his position now. Andrew Davison lost a few spots on that last lap. Paul Oglesby leads the way, the man from Kimbolton in Cambridgeshire. Kimbolton Castle used to hold sprint and hill climb events in its grounds many years ago. There's a kart track in Kimbolton too. Certainly has a bit of motorsport heritage. Paul Oglesby continuing. Aaron Oliver in 2nd place. And a long gap back. Here's the 3rd place battle. Caruso and Thole fighting it out. It's Thole back ahead of Caruso in the Rothmans liveried car. Henry Speaks in behind them in the 37. And from this high angle, you really get a sensation of the speed there coming through the right-handed flick at Barcroft, heading down to Sunny Inn. And here's Sunny Out. Should be called Rainy today, shouldn't it? Behind Speaks, a couple of seconds back, is Steve Lorriman. Oh, there's a spinner. That's Jasmine Shaw, I think. It is. The 21 car spins off again. The standing water on the outside of the complex catches a driver out, and the unfortunate Jasmine Shaw, who recovered well into the top 10 from a poor start, spins off. Here's our 3rd place battle. You can just about see them through the drizzle and the gloom as they come down the pit straights up towards Clervaux. They're in there somewhere. Sebastian Thole has got his nose back ahead of Luciano Caruso. They're having a great battle, these two, with Henry Speaks looking on, and Steve Lorriman is towing up behind them as well in the number 20 now. Brian Thornton has recovered, I can tell you, into 9th position after his off earlier on at Tower. Jasmine Shaw came across the line in 16th after that spin. Caruso to the inside there to try and hold off Henry Speaks through Tower Bend. So I wonder these drivers can see where they're going. Look at the standing water on the outside as Thole runs wide into it there. But somehow they press on. Takes more than a bit of rain and standing water to stop the Caterhams. Must spare a thought for everybody else out in these conditions. The volunteer marshals, the Orange family we've mentioned already this weekend, all the other officials as well, and also our camera crews braving the rain this weekend. Henry Speaks giving chase in 5th place to Caruso and Thole ahead of him. Then into the hairpin. Speaks thought about a look there at Caruso for 4th place. Here's our leader, Paul Oglesby. 1.3 seconds ahead now of Aaron Oliver. It's looking good for Paul for win number 2 of the season. Bouncing off the curb there, Sebastian Thole got out of shape. Could soon be a 4-way battle for that 3rd place. Or is Caruso going to get away? Luciano Caruso, Michael Caruso, he was a V8 supercar racer in Australia. I do apologise there. Luciano Caruso in the 88s, based in London, battling with Seb Thole for that 3rd place. Thole goes out wide through Tower Bend, and somebody's off. That's Ryan Thole. Well, his birthday weekend not going as well as he'd hoped. I think that's at Clervaux. And he's in the tyre wall. Turns 50 this weekend. Not the presence he was looking for. Paul Oglesby, meanwhile, has done another fastest lap of the race. 1:44.631. That's the only lap in this race under 1:45 so far. Jasmine Shaw recovering from her spin. She's up to 15th. Got ahead of Chris Morling. 14th, I should say. With her making up another place past Chris Morling. Getting a notification on my timing screen that the safety car is going to be coming out. Yes, 4 minutes to go in this race, and the safety car is coming out, presumably to recover Ryan Thole's car. So Paul Oglesby slows the field down. The Porsche safety car driven by Daniel Blander picks up Paul Oglesby. There's Ryan Thole. He's gone straight on at Clervaux into the tyre wall. He's out of the car, he's okay. He's on the right there taking his crash helmet off. Right in front of the grandstand as well. Good to see plenty of spectators here under their umbrellas. So your order is Oglesby from Aaron Oliver. This is going to allow the third place fight to close up because Sebastian Thole, son of Ryan, was nearly 10 seconds down in third place, but now he's right on the tail of this group ahead of Luciano Caruso and Henry Speaks. Cars from the back of the grid. Craig Evans is up to 11th. Scott Helm is in 8th place. That's a great run through by the 42. Brian Thornton's still going. He's in 9th place. So under the safety car here at Croft Circuit with Ryan Thole in the gravel at Clervaux in our Fan Drive Caterham 7270R Championship Race 2 of the weekend. With only 90 seconds left just over on the clock, I reckon this will finish behind the safety car, in fact. Which, in that case, it would be a win for Paul Oglesby, win number 2 this season. Car of Ryan Thole gets stretchered off. As you can see, waiting in the assembly area, they're the junior saloon cars. They're out on track for their second race next. Second of the weekend. The last lap board is out, you can see there from the marshals, and we are going to finish under the safety car for the Caterham 7270Rs. It will be a win for Paul Oglesby. It's a double O at the front of the field because Oglesby and Oliver. Aaron Oliver gets his best result so far in second place, and Seb Thole will get his third place, his best finish so far, his first ever podium. With Caruso continuing his good weekend in fourth, then Henry Speaks, there's Lorriman, Alistair Morton, Scott Helm from the back of the grid up to 8th, and there's Craig Evans in 11th in the 86. Jasmine Shaw made it back up to 13th after her off at the complex. .47 there at the tail of the field. That's Alistair Kinnear. First appearance of the season for him. Missed the opening round at Cadwell. Clock has counted down to 0. The marshals down at Clervaux not quite able to remove Ryan Thulley's car in time there from the gravel to allow us a one-lap sprint for the line, which would have been spectacular, given how unpredictable Caterham racing is at the very best of times. Of course, 2 cars will move to the back of the grid for race 3 later on, due off at 4:05, including Oliver White, who will start right at the back. Went off while fighting for the lead at Tower. Certainly scared our cameraman up there a bit as well. The checkered flag is being displayed. So we finish behind the safety car, and it is a win. Win number 2 this season for Paul Oglesby in the number 18 car, ahead of Aaron Oliver and Seb Thulley, 2 first-time visitors to the podium, I believe there. Caruso 4th, ahead of Henry Speaks, then Lorriman 6th. The rest of them crawl home. Let's have a look at some highlights from that 270R race. Well, the first happened on the green flag lap, although Brian Thornton, the pole sitter, wouldn't agree. First to find the wet patch up there and went spinning off, was able to recover his pole position. It was Ollie White who got away best, though, and led Aaron Oliver in the early stages. Brian Thornton being bundled wide on the hairpin by Paul Oglesby and a couple of others. Luciano Caruso, another strong race for the 88, despite this little moment at Clervaux, running wide over the gravel. We lost him a couple of places though. And then Ollie White's just got onto the standing water on the outside of the complex and almost into the tyre wall up there. That lost him his lead. Another car going off at Tower. That's the number 58 car of James Platt. We didn't see that initially during the race, but he disappeared into the field. Brian Thornton almost doing the same trick as Caruso had done. But then Ollie White's race came to a dramatic end when he hit the back of Brian Thornton, who didn't realise he was there, moved across to the outside, coming into Tower, gave our cameraman a fright, and then went disappearing off into the farmland, bouncing over the edge of the field backwards and out of the race, while Brian Thornton dragged his car out of the gravel and went on to finish 9th. Another spin at the complex, same place as Ollie White went off earlier on. That was Jasmine Shaw in the 21. A good fight for third place developed between Sebastian Thulley and Luciano Caruso. They were well behind the battling duo out the front. Safety car came out though towards the end of the race with 4 minutes on the clock when Ryan Thulley Senior went into the gravel and the tyre wall at Clervaux, and the race would finish behind the safety car. Provisional result then, Paul Oglesby takes win number 2 of the season. Still the only man to have beaten Brian Thornton this year. Aaron Oliver a fine second, and Seb Tholey gets his first ever podium in third. Luciano Caruso fourth ahead of Henry Speaks. Steve Lorriman gets his best ever finish in sixth. Then Alistair Morton, Scott Helm from the back ahead of Brian Thornton, who recovered after his off to finish 9th. Jimmy Way completing the top 10. Craig Evans also from the back of the grid finished 11th ahead of Andrew Davison, Jasmine Shaw and Chris Morling. 22 cars went the distance. That one we lost obviously Ryan Tholey and Ollie White. Well, we'll shortly be down to Sam Parker, who's braving the rain in Parc Ferme, to hear from our race winner Paul Oglesby.
Well, that was an eventful race, wasn't it? Lots going on. Literally zero grit for these guys out there, as you could probably see. There's a lot of happy fans over there. Happy for Seb for his first podium in 270s. His first podium ever in the Caterham Championships. So he will be absolutely delighted. It's his dad's 50th birthday. So it's a nice present for him. Paul Oglesby, fantastic drive from him. And Aaron Oliver, first podium for him in 270s as well. So I'll wait for these guys to get out of the car and then we will speak to them. But yeah, Steve Lorriman, 6th place. That's his best finish overall ever. So he'll be absolutely over the moon as well. Paul Oglesby, well done. Were you grateful that the safety car came out, or were you because it was Aaron was closing in, wasn't he?
Yeah, I made one mistake into tower which closed the gap back up, but yeah, when the safety car was out, my brain was just going okay, just are the lights about to go out? Even when I saw the last lap board, I was thinking, does that mean that we're going to race to the line? Shall I go over the line in slow motion? But I just want to say one thing. So my best buddy got diagnosed with brain tumour a couple of weeks ago. We've all been through that for the last couple of weeks, so I just want to dedicate this to him.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Paul. It's it's tough, isn't it? But
to done.
Thank you. Well done. I'm sure he's very proud of you. Let's go around and speak to Aaron. Well done, your first podium in 270. Congratulations.
Yeah, I like a bit of the rain, so I was happy to see the forecast this morning. So it worked out well for me.
Yeah, really, really well. And then obviously it gives you a great starting place for later on. But it was a great race. If that safety car hadn't come out, I think you would have been fighting for the win.
Yeah, it was very tight. I think Paul was quicker in the first sector. I was quicker in the third sector. The second sector we were sort of matching. I was catching him back up again. So a shame about the safety car timing, but yeah, still second for tomorrow, late today. So good position.
I think it will stay wet, don't you?
I think so. I'm hoping. Do a little rain dance. So.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really pleased for you. Well done. Right, let's go and speak to Seb. Where is he? He hasn't got his helmet off yet. He's too busy hugging everybody. Let me. I'll wait for Seb to get his helmet off. Let's have a quick word with you, Steve.
Hello,
did you enjoy that?
Loved it. It was absolutely horrendous. It was the wettest I've ever driven in. It was sketchy as hell. But I got sick, Sammy. I got sick.
As you can see, he's delighted. But I want to come and speak to you, Seb. First podium! I'm so pleased for you. Well done.
I'm very, very happy. It was an intense race. Defending Luciano, oh my God, I was faster than him in some corners, he was faster than me in some, so it was just like a constant battle and swapping, but it was so much fun. I love driving in the wets.
Yeah, there's a few, it's like a real love or hate. There's some people that really hate it, some people absolutely love it, and Aaron was praying for this rain, he was really delighted. Some people just come alive in the rain, don't they?
Well, I think it really defines a field. Like, some people can be really strong in the wets, some can be strong in the dry, so it's quite nice to have a mixture of both, which I think is really cool. Yeah.
Well done on your dad's birthday as well.
I know. Cool present. But I feel really bad that he went into the gravel at turn 1. I think he's okay though, and the car's okay, so that's all that matters, right?
Exactly. The kids brought the car back. It's just over there, it's all fine.
Yeah, it's all good. Thanks, Sam, very much.
No worries. We enjoy the celebrations. We'll see you later on. Right, that's it for the 270-yard championship race, and we have Junior Saloons up next, and I think Ian caught up with them a little while ago.
Well, yesterday we saw Max Scharfegger win round 7 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. Now, round 8 is about to start in these wet and tricky conditions. Yesterday we saw Atta here, unfortunately have a bit of an off, so we're going to have a quick chat with him now. Atta, great to see you. First of all, are you okay after yesterday?
Yep.
What happened?
My foot got almost like stuck between the throttle and the brake. So no matter how much I braked, my heel was still on the throttle. So it was just a stupid mistake, a big consequence.
Well, look, it's one of those things. The important thing is you're okay. And look, it's wet today. It's pretty slippy out there. Are you quite looking forward to this challenge?
Yeah. Never the one to back down. Car's a bit battered, but yeah.
The team have done a great job, haven't they, getting it together?
Yeah, they have. Quite a lot of late night, but
yeah, excellent.
Car's still good to go.
Well, look, be safe out there, enjoy it, won't you? Thanks for talking to us, really do appreciate it. Let's just move around a little bit as well. We've got Leon Holly there. Ollie Smith, of course, he's won 5 of the 7 rounds so far, but Max Scharfegger has won back to back. Of course, he won race 3 at Cadwell Park, and of course he won yesterday as well. Ollie's not even in the car, so we're not going to be able to grab a word with him. Let's just quickly move over here, shall we? I wanted to speak to Mr. Swatton. Let's go have a very quick chat with Matthew up here, find out how he's doing. He can see me coming over to him. Matthew, how are we, my friend? Are you well? Are you good?
Yeah,
good to see you.
I'm a bit wet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that good though? That's going to create opportunity here, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say I'm quite good in the wet, so we can just see what we can do, and then whatever will be, will be.
Very quick question for you. All right, Junior Saloon Car. You know a lot of the drivers now. You get to know them quite well.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you least like to be stuck in a lift with out of all the Junior Saloon Car drivers?
Oh, that's such a tough question. Probably Max.
They're all going to see it.
Probably
They're
Max.
all going to see it. Okay.
Well,
who would you most like to be stuck in a lift?
Leon, definitely Leon.
The best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Yes, time to go racing for Junior Saloon Car Championship, round 8 of the 2026 season. Let's hand over to your commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thanks so much, Ian. Yes, the Junior Saloon Car Championship on their way to the grid for their second race of the weekend. This grid based on the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. So it is yesterday's winner, Max Scharfegger, who's on pole with Leon Holly, number 87, alongside him. Second row championship leader, Ollie Smith, 5 wins to his name so far. So that's alongside Lachlan Homer in the 94. Row 3, number 3, Jake Wardle, and 14, Martin Wrights. Fourth row, good effort by Zane Quecker up there on row 4 alongside Matthew Swatton, none the worse for his rollover at Cadwell last time out. Row 5, Tim Leonard, number 29, he was sliding about all over the place in the pack in yesterday's race, starts alongside Will Omar in number 41. On row 6, one of this year's newcomers, Charlie Allen, in number 17. I think we've got 2 members of the Allen family possibly sharing a car this weekend, because we saw George Allen, I think, in action yesterday, unless that's a correction on the graphics. I think it was. I'll have to have a look at the results sheet in a moment from yesterday. He starts alongside Ricky Pittman, number 95. Atta Huna, number 81. He crashed out of yesterday's race, as we just heard, but he's back on the grid, starting alongside Francis Lawson. He also went out in yesterday's race, went off at Clervaux. But he's on the grid, as is Ralphie Branscombe, number 96, the scholarship winner. Starts from the back. A few of your comments coming in. Tom Alga Racing and Lewis Islin or Eileen say good luck Matthew Swatton. The Kersley Motorsport car was talking to his father Alex yesterday, who prepares the car, and Matthew certainly hasn't had his confidence knocked by that rollover at Cadwell when he hit the tyre wall. FV Mary Joyce in church saying loving the new livery on Zane Quecker's car. Big thanks to O'Grady Electrical for their sponsorship of that car for Zane Quecker, looking for his best results of the season. Certainly got his best grid position of his debut season here. Elif Mentes says good luck Atta, have a safe and great race. Atta Huna, the number 81 car, his car patched up after yesterday's race. It's the Citroen Saxo safety car leads them round. Louis Austin says, good luck, Max Scharfegger. So the safety car pulls them up on the grid. Yes, confirmation. Thank you, John Smythe has just messaged in, says it wasn't George Allen yesterday, it was his younger brother Charlie. So apologies there for the confusion. Charlie is doing Croft, George raced at Cadwell. So yes, the Allen brothers are sharing a car this season. There's been a confusion over which of them was in the car yesterday. So my apologies there. It is Charlie in the car this weekend. He's in number 17. They're the sons of Ollie Allen, the long-time Ford racer in various modified Fiestas. A safety car in position. I think we may be going to start behind the safety car here. We'll wait and see whether it will just lead them round for the green flag laps. There's the 1 minute board. View of the conditions, I would not be surprised if we did start behind the safety car, but we shall just wait and see what happens. Yep, Max Scharfegger then, looking for his third win in a row, the grey and yellow car on pole position. It's one of the cars run by the CSC racing team. They also prepared Jake Wardle and Francis Lawson's machines. These identical Citroen Saxo VTRs. Wilf Butler Racing says good luck to all the JSCC drivers. Of course, Wilf, a graduate of the series this year, now in the Civic Cup, and already a race winner in that division as well. Track Day Motorsport, hello to you. We often see their cars out with the Track Action Racing Club, so this should be an interesting race, they say. Duncan Patricio says good luck to Ollie and Leon. Ollie Smith and Leon Holly, the Musketeer Motorsports machines. Jack Neal says good luck to Ralph Branscombe, starting at the back of the grid. There he is, the 96, the scholarship winner. Dart SPL says come on, Atta. That's Atta Huna, one of our newcomers this weekend. Hi to Sika Erki watching from Finland. El Pogre says, reminds me of an early 2000s McDonald's car park with all these Saxos. Yes, they were very popular among boy racers. And these are the boy racers of the circuits, the touring car and saloon car stars of the future. 14 to 17 years of age, these young racers. Annabelle Swatton cheering on Matthew in our comments. Keep your YouTube comments coming in. Big thanks to all of you for getting in touch. Don't forget to subscribe to British Automobile Racing Club on YouTube and follow all of our social media platforms. Come on, Lachlan Homer says Lewis Turkington Racing, a famous name, of course. Lando for Life says, I'm still so happy I saw these at Cadwell Park. Hi to Larry Richmond says, yes, it is very gloomy here today, sadly. Drivers will make the best of it, though. 15 minutes of racing coming up. Tom Justice, another man cheering on Matthew Swatton. His work cut out from the fourth row of the grid. Well, yes, the safety car has in fact pulled into pit lane, so he will do a standing start. So the grey and yellow car is Max Scharfegger alongside the blue, white and grey of Leon Holly. New sponsors for him this weekend. In blue, green and white, that's Ollie Smith, the championship leader on row 2. Alongside the white and black machine of Lachlan Homer. In black and green is Jake Wardle, who doubles up his junior saloon car career with junior rallycross in a Suzuki Swift. The all blue car on row 3 is Martin Wright. Here we go then, the revs are up and away they go. Down towards Clervaux for the first time. Who's going to get the whole shot into Clervaux? Looks like Max Scharfegger has got away well. Ollie Smith drawing past Leon Holly up into second place. The two Musketeer Motorsports teammates. Not the best of starts for Lachlan Homer. He's lost a couple of places. He's down to about 6th as they head through Clervaux. And that's Matthew Swatton around the outside. He's up into 5th place. A great start by the red, white and blue Kersley Motorsport machine. There's Charlie Allen, the number 17 on his first appearance here at Croft, behind Will Omar in the red number 41, but it is Max Scharfegger who leads the way, a blaze of headlights behind him as they head through the spray down the back straight and towards Tower Bend. Let's hope nobody runs wide here. Matthew Swatton absolutely flying out of the start there, up onto the tail of Martin Wright, who's got away well into fourth place. There's Zane Kwekker, the black, green and yellow car, the new livery on his machine this weekend. Ricky Pittman in the grey car, the Scottish base driver, making his debut this weekend. It's Max Scharfegger who leads. Out of the Jim Clark S's they come, named in honour of arguably Scotland's greatest ever racing driver, one of the all-time greats of Formula One. And Zane Kwekker, that's a brave move up the inside on Lachlan Homer there into Sunny Inn. You don't very often see overtakes made there. That's a good move by Zane Kwekker. He's learning very quickly in his first season of junior saloon car competition. Towards the complex, it's Max Scharfegger who leads. Ollie Smith sliding wide, he got onto the standing water there on the outside. We've already seen what that can do in TCR and in Caterham's. Martin Wright has made up another place. He's got ahead of Leon Holley. Jake Wardle's dropped back a little. He's under fire from Tim Leonard, the white and orange number 29 there. 3 wide into the hairpin. That's not going to work. Look at Zane Kwekker up the inside. He's being brave here. Matthew Swatton gets forced out wide onto the grass. Leon Holley gets his foot down and pulls back ahead of Kwekker. So does Lachlan Homer. They got the better exit from the hairpin. So all that has left Scharfegger in the lead. His transponder's working today, I'm pleased to say. It wasn't yesterday. Ollie Smith in second and Martin Wright up into P3 in the 14. Zane Kwekker straight back round the outside of Jake Wardle. He's taking some risks here. Look at Will Omar. Smacks the car over the curb there into Clervo. Leon Holley is fourth. Then it's Lachlan Homer in fifth. Zane Kwekker is sixth in the black and green car there, ahead of Jake Wardle. Then Omar, Leonard and Swatton rounding out the top 10. Great shame for Matthew Swatton. He made that flying start up to fifth, then he's forced wide out of the hairpin and drops back down to 10th. They've all made it round the first lap okay. Here comes Kwekker again, this time at Tower. He's got no fear, has he? Straight up the inside, he's got past, I think that's Lachlan Homer, or has he? Homer's still there alongside him. Up towards the Jim Clark S's in the spray. Who's going to come out ahead of these two? They go side by side through the chicane, and Kwekker has come out ahead. This is one very gutsy drive by Zane Kwekker here. Newcomers battling towards the back of the field. Oh, sideways there, that's Kwekker on the inside. How did he save that? And he's got past Leon Holley as well. How is he doing this, Zane Kwekker? He's absolutely flying up the order. Still your leader is... oh, somebody's off. It's Charlie Allen. I thought I saw somebody going off there in the background. Charlie Allen, I think that's coming out of Sunny Out, has hit the tyre wall, so that I think will be a safety car. So Max Scharfegger is your leader as they come round to complete the second lap ahead of Ollie Smith in second, and running wide there, Tim Leonard, I think that is on the grass, in the 29. He drops down the order. So what's the order at the end of lap 2? Well, Ollie Smith has just done the fastest lap. He's in second place. He's done a 1:54.5. Martin Wright still third. Kwekker in fourth place after that wild second lap. Leon Holley is in fifth position. Then it's Lachlan Homer. Will Omar is seventh, but he's showing us having a 10-second penalty about to be applied to him. I suspect that's for a false start. Behind him, Jake Wardle, then Matthew Swatton, and Tim Leonard rounds out the top 10 ahead of Ricky Pittman, our leading newcomer, the grey car. But is the safety car going to come out, I wonder, for that stranded car of Charlie Allen up at Sunny Out? You can hardly see them through the spray as they come through on the back straight. Yeah, 10-second penalty showing for Will Omar on the timing screen. We don't know why at the moment. I would suspect for an out of position start or for jumping the start. As the pack heads onto the far side of the circuit, the yellow flags will be out at Sunny Out. There is our leader, Max Scharfegger. Ollie Smith in second place. Martin Wright looking for his first podium in junior saloon cars. There's Will Omar on the tail of Lachlan Homer. 9.5 minutes of this race to go. Will Omar up the inside, and we've got a red flag. The red flag is coming out. Lachlan Homer nearly loses it through the complex there as the red flag comes out, so the race is being stopped. And there's another reason why I thought it was for Charlie Allen. No, Francis Lawson has gone off. Now, I think that's the exit of Tower. Yes, Francis Lawson, the man from Cheshire, has gone in there. That's the just at the start of the barrier on the exit of Tower towards the Jim Clark S's. He's gone in there. And the rest of the pack have been stopped on the start-finish straight. So the race is halted with 2 cars off. We lost Charlie Allen at Sunny Out. Well, there is Team Allen making their way out to the back of the circuit to see if Charlie's okay. Let's hope that Francis Lawson's okay as well. He hit the wall at Clervaux in yesterday's race, but managed to get the car back to the pits. But he's out of this one. Well, there we see Charlie Allen just talking to his team and family members. Yep, he's okay. Just making sure that Francis Lawson is okay as well. Let's wait to see what's going to happen here. The race will be restarted because we won't get up to half distance in this second race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars. There is Francis Lawson. He's out of the car. He's okay. He's getting into the medical car. They will be taken to the medical centre for a checkup, as will Charlie Allen, I would think. As they are only young drivers, these two, they will be, as a precaution, just taken to the medical centre to be checked over, as is protocol. So the race order at the time of the stoppage was Max Scharfegger leading, ahead of Ollie Smith. Martin Wright going well in third, the Cornish-based driver. And Zane Quecker, having charged through the field on the second lap, was up to fourth. Leon Holly in P5, then Lachlan Homer. Jake Wardle was down to 7th, ahead of Matthew Swatton, who recovered a couple of places. Tim Leonard, despite running wide onto the grass, was 9th. And completing the top 10 was Ricky Pittman, ahead of Will Omar. Still haven't been told why Will Omar's got that 10-second penalty. Yes, Charlie Allen being picked up by the doctor's car as well. Medical car supplied in association with SG Petch, car dealers from the northeast of England. Petch family, very active in rallying a few years ago. I remember Steve Petch was very successful in club level rallying. See your comments coming in. Plenty of support for Atta Huna, one of our newcomers this weekend, and for Zane Quecker as well. So Nicoletta Molnar is cheering on William Omar. Francis Leonard says, great weather for ducks, Tim. Yep. Remember the ducks in a row feature that we mentioned in the first couple of rounds of the year. So no news on the length of a restart as yet. Plenty more events coming up with the BARC over the early summer of 2026. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll be down at Thruxton. Let's have a look at what's coming up there. Let's have a look back at some highlights of our second race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars so far while the red flag is out. Max Scharfegger leading away from pole position. One of the stars back in the pack was certainly Zane Quecker. First making an overtake up the inside on Lachlan Homer at Sunny Inn, and then a 3-wide moment through the hairpin which saw Matthew Swatton, who'd made a quick start, sent out onto the grass. Leon Holly coming out ahead there. Homer got back ahead of Quecker, but not for long. Quecker back up the inside through the right-hander at Tower, before then charging after Leon Holly and rallycrossing his way up the inside. A power slide from the Citroen Saxo there. That was a save worthy of Ivan Muller. Unfortunately, Charlie Allen, further back in the field, crashed into the tyre wall at Sunny Outs in the number 17. Another little sort out into the hairpin with Will Omar trying to charge his way up the inside. That sent Tim Leonard out onto the grass, but then the red flag coming out with both Allen and Francis Lawson off the road, and we have brought the race to a halt while their cars are recovered and the barriers are checked over. The restart will be of 9 minutes in duration. Just been told by timekeepers TSL, so 9 minutes will be the duration of the restart. Thanks again for all your comments coming in. We've got plenty of views from Scandinavia today. Voltmander watching in Norway. Car Spotter from Sweden. As we mentioned, we have a couple of viewers from Finland as well. Keltec Racing Scotland say good luck Ricky Pittman in the number 95. Bronski cheering for Ricky as well. Hello to, here's a familiar name, Josh Salvadore. We've got all sorts of alumni from the junior saloon cars watching Josh now in the mini challenge, of course. Runner-up in the championship to Oliver Kerr last season. Let's have a look what we've got coming up for the rest of today. Well, we step up a gear for our next race with the Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship, the fastest Caterhams of them all, followed by the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. They were brilliant yesterday, the Road Sports, the highlight of the day for me. Then we're followed by the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup for their second race of their away day here at Croft. It was a rather crazy race for them yesterday, to say the least. Back over to Andy and Henry for coverage of the TCR UK Championship at 3:30. Then the programme repeats almost with the Fan Drive Caterham 7 270Rs, the Junior Saloon Cars, and finally the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship to round off this Speedfest North event here at Croft. Well, hello to Buckaroo watching from Canada, Flipper watching from Alabama, USA. There'll be another few minutes before we get underway. Those checking for possible damage to the barriers as well. We've been told by one of our clocks of the course. So thank you, Darren, for the message there. Annabelle Swatton says, same start as the first time, please, Matthew. Ben Jones says, watching from Australia, supporting Ricky Pittman on his debut. Quite a few viewers watching from America as well. One from Istanbul, Turkey too. Gissa watching from the Netherlands. Aaron watching from Scotland. Can't wait to go to Knockhill soon, he says. Murat watching in support of Atahuna. Thanks to Bootsy as well, watching from Tennessee. Josh Salvadori supporting Team MRM. That's Martin Wright and Lachlan Homer in their cars. And Dirt Devil RC Motorsports, one of our regular viewers from South Australia, says, it appears we're sharing the same weather today. Louis Austin supporting Lachlan Homer. As we see Charlie Allen's car telehandlered away. Hopefully they can repair that. The Allen family team for race 3, I should say, of the weekend later on, because we had one race of these cars yesterday. It's Celtic Racing Scotland are here today in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, supporting Liam Kelso, one of our newcomers to that series. We'll see them out in a few races' time. There's plenty of support for Atahuna on his debut. Lots of your comments, and for Ricky Pittman as well. Good to see our newcomers being supported here. As we mentioned, our next event on BARC TV is Convoy Thruxton, coming up in 2 weekends' time, the 16th and 17th. British Truck Racing Championship for their second event of the year, 5 races from the trucks. Also have the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. If they are half as good as they were at Brands Hatch at the season opener, they are going to be something special. We've also got the Civic Cup. The Hyundai Coupes are back out again. The Mini Challenge Club Sport. And a guest appearance as well, just looking at the timetable, from Bernie's V8 and Historic Outlaws. That's going to be something special. I think Ian Waterhouse is down in the pit lane. Let's see what he's got for us.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane here. Look who I found. It's Vicky McClinton, and I just want to say happy birthday for the other day, Vicky. Did you have a nice day?
I did. It's the longest birthday I've ever had. I think I've made it last over 4 days.
Listen, Junior Saloon Car Championship 2026. It's third meeting of the season already. It goes so quick when we're having a good time, doesn't it?
It does. It's gone really well so far. 3 newbies on the grid this weekend, which is great, but we've got a nice little gap just to coincide with exams coming up, so the kids can have a bit of a break.
So
and focus.
is that what you actually do then? Each year you plan that on purpose around exams?
We haven't before. We've had a couple that clash, but we've taken the decision this year, let's give them time to stand down. There's so much pressure on them for exams nowadays. Let's give them some time to relax and do the best they can.
I wouldn't have even thought of that.
It's not just about the racing, it's the kids' well-being, the pressure that comes with exams. You know, parents take quite a bit of pressure from exams as well. So if we can take the pressure off from racing, what they put on themselves nowadays, then we've got to try and do that.
Who's the youngest driver we've got this year? Put you on the spot there.
You have. It's Ralphie, the scholarship winner.
Yeah,
it is at the moment. We've got quite a few just turned 14-year-olds coming out of Pembrey, and then we've got some more 14-year-olds coming out on the end of the year. And it's quite a thing for us this year. We've had the most 14-year-olds coming mid-year.
Really?
Yeah, so next year looks promising.
Right, so if there are people watching this, a lot of people watching this right now, but there's, say, some 12, 13-year-olds watching thinking, my goodness, I need to be out on track in a year or two. How do they go and start to make the first moves into JSCC?
So we've got the JSCC Young Ones programme where we train drivers. That's where Ralphie started with us. That's where Ollie Smith was, Harry Smith was. Many of our drivers have come through the Young Ones programme where we just do driver training at low key and bring them through the paces until they're ready to race. So we can take them on from that age.
Now let's talk about some of the alumni who have come through the Junior Saloon Car Show. It must be very proud for you when you see the drivers go on to, I don't want to say bigger and better, but they're moving to senior racing, shall we say. Give us some of the names who've come through the JSCC ranks.
We've got Ronan Pearson, Max Hall, fair few. We've got, now you're going to put me right on the spot because I can't think of them all.
That's good.
Yeah,
I know, I really have actually. I haven't rehearsed any of this for you. I really have put you on the spot.
Yeah, you know, there's so many. We're proud of every single one of our drivers that comes through. It takes a lot to get in a racing car, go and race, conditions like today, and go and do it. You know, incidents happen. It's greasy out there, very wet. So I respect everyone, whether they go on to something really big or whatever route they take. They're a better person than I could be.
You mentioned the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the scholarship program. It's been going for a few years now. Is it? Ralphie's on it, of course. He's also part of the BARC Beyond the Checkered Flag series that we're doing this year. So we're going to have a bit of extra focus on Ralphie at a number of events this season. What does that entail then, the scholarship? So somebody enters it and they get accepted to take part, but then you have to go through, it's a few days of work, isn't it?
It's one day. Fun. Yeah, we do our scholarship over one day. It's all done on point system, so you get pointed for every aspect of the day, and it's as simple as the person with the most points is the winner.
Right, Vicky, I'm going to let you crack on. Thank you so much for doing that, because I didn't warm you up for that at all, so thank you so much. And it was her birthday as well. Now you can see the safety car lights coming on, cars are pulling out, and we are going to have a 9-minute restart on this race for round 8 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. Let's go back to Dave Goddard to call the action for the rest of it.
Yes, thanks Ian, good to hear from Vicky McClinton down there in pit lane as well. Belated birthday wishes to Vicky. So Max Scharfegger has it all to do again here in the CSC Racing number 23. Big hello to the Harris family watching for the Caterham action this weekend. Supporters for Atahuna from all over the place. We've got Handan Figan watching from Lyon in France. Lots of support for Ricky Pittman we mentioned as well. Lewis Stannard, another driver from last season, watching as well, supporting Ollie Smith. Don't worry, Annabelle Swatton, you're not missing anything. The safety car is currently leading the cars around ready for the restart. It'll be 9 minutes, the restart for race 2 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship this weekend. Through the Jim Clark S's, you can see the tarmac runoff area there on the outside. Very easy to run wide there if you try and go 2 by 2. New feature this year for 2026, the Citroën Saxo safety car leads them round. So they're going to line up in the order that they were in when the race was halted. So Martin Wright will be up there in third place. There's Atahuna towards the back with the slightly non-standard door on his car after he hit the barrier at the exit of Clervaux yesterday. Safety car pulling in, so we'll see the cars pull up on the grid this time. 9 minutes of racing to come. Scharfegger on pole, Ollie Smith alongside. Martin Wright on the second row alongside Leon Holly. Lachlan Homer. Zane Quecker next up on row 3 ahead of Jake Wardle and Will Omer. Tension mounts once again for these young racers, as we heard. Some of them as young as 14. Waiting for the red lights to come on. The restart of Junior Saloon Car Championship race number 2 here at Speedfest North here at Croft gets underway. Good start by Ollie Smith from the outside in the number 80. And he hold off Max Scharfegger there side by side down towards the first corner at Clervaux. Martin Wright tucks in behind them. Lachlan Homer is side by side with Leon Holly. Scharfegger has just got the inside, he slides wide. Ollie Smith goes over the gravel, they bounce off each other. William Omar's gone off-roading behind as well. Round goes Lachlan Homer. Contact there with Leon Holly, I think. And Lachlan left facing the wrong way in the LH94 car run by MRM. He'll try and rejoin. They're all over the place at the chicane. Will Omar's cut through on the inside. I think Ollie Smith may have done the same thing. My goodness, what a chaotic restart. So it's Scharfegger and Smith side by side into Tower Bend for the first time on this restart. Scharfegger stays ahead on the inside line. He's got Martin Wright up behind him. There's somebody going off. That's Leon Holly going straight on into the field. Is he going to get back out from there? Well, Citroen Saxo is no Range Rover, I can tell you that, so they'll try his best. The Tool Zone sponsored car. Hope he doesn't need any of their tools to put that right. He'll try and get it going again past the Marshalls post. That's where Francis Lawson went since the barrier earlier on. Rejoins just ahead of Lachlan Homer. So, Max Scharfegger leads. Ollie Smith in second. Martin Wright under fire from Zane Quecker for third place. Then in fifth position, I think that's Tim Leonard up there in P5. He's going well ahead of Matthew Swatton and Will Omar, who went wide at the first corner. Four of them almost line astern now for the lead of the race. Side by side further back, that's Swatton and Omar. And behind them, Ricky Pittman. I think that's Jake Wardle has dropped back a few spots in the black and green number 3. Up to the hairpin. It's really wet here. Swing their way round to the left. Look at that slide from Matthew Swatton. He's driving rally style. Citroen Saxo was quite popular in rallying for a time. Sebastian Loeb used one earlier in his career, I believe. And Zane Quecker, is he going to go for the inside at Clervaux? He is. There won't be room there, I don't think, on the inside. But Martin Wright slides wide. He finds the gravel. Quecker's going to go through to P3, or is he? No, Martin Wright keeps his foot in. That's a good recovery. And he holds third place. Great driving by Martin Wright in the 14. This is fantastic racing, despite the conditions. From the youngest racers we have here, Max Scharfegger continues to lead. Just under 6.5 minutes of this race to go. Chased by Ollie Smith, the championship leader. Wright is still third ahead of Quecker. And it is Tim Leonard up to fifth ahead of Matthew Swatton. Tim Leonard going fantastically up there in P5. Omar 7th. This is the battle for 8th, and that's Ricky Pittman going through. Up into 8th position ahead of Jake Wardle. Wardle seems to be struggling a bit in these conditions. Behind them, Atahuna, Ralphie Branscombe, and the cars that have hit problems, Homer and Holly, after their spins early on. Leon Holly going straight on at Tower Bend into the field. Talking of going off at Tower, Ralphie Branscombe's had a spin. Now, he hasn't gone all the way into the field. He's got it going again, but he's lost places there to Leon Holly. I think Lachlan Homer came through as well. The leaders, meanwhile, are at the complex. It is still Max Scharfegger who sets the pace. Is Zane Quecker going to have a go for his first podium? Look at the standing water there on the run into the hairpin. Quecker is going to go for the inside on Martin Wright. We saw him try to do this back in the pack earlier on. They're side by side. Wright keeps his foot in through the water splash on the edge of the circuit. And I think Martin Wright's going to keep the place. He's going to be on the inside for the next right-hander at Clervaux. 5 minutes to go. Quecker's moving across again to try and take the inside line. He won't get through there. They bounce over the curb on the inside. And Quecker has done the fastest lap of the race. No surprise there. 153.845. Oh, Lachlan Homer's crashed out. That's at the complex, I think. That's where we saw Russell Joyce go off in the TCR race. He's okay. He's out of the car. But that is one very graunched Saxo. Lachlan Homer, who went off into the tyres in the final race at Cadwell Park. And he's done the same here at Croft. Red flag, I suspect, yes, the red flag is going to come out again, and just as it does, the third place battle comes to a head. What a save by both of them. It was like a pair of shopping trolleys bouncing off each other and sliding about. Red flag is out though, the race has been stopped once again. Now I suspect this will be a declared result. The third race at Cadwell had a similar fate when it was declared, when the red flags came out for Matthew Swatton's accident, and only half points were awarded for that one. I suspect we'll see a similar situation here. So Max Scharfegger brings the field in. I think that will be a second win of the weekend for him. I'd wait to see if this session will be restarted. Looking at some highlights from earlier on. That's Tim Leonard on the previous running of this race going off onto the grass. On the restart, Ollie Smith bouncing off Max Scharfegger, Will Omar off in the background, and yes, Lachlan Homer contact with Leon Holly sending him spinning. A chaotic restart to this race. Ollie Smith did cut across the chicane there, probably left Max Scharfegger to retake the place. We saw Will Omar do the same thing. And then Leon Holly going straight on at Tower. So much happened in a lap and a half there for these youngsters. Max Scharfegger led. Zane Quecker all over the back of Martin Wright. In the background there, Tim Leonard sliding about in that fifth place. Quecker really wanted this first podium, and he almost got past Martin Wright when he ran wide through Clervaux, but Wright kept his foot in and kept that third place. Ralphie Branscombe went off up at the Tower, and then at the complex, Lachlan Homer went wallop straight into the tyres, and I suspect, sadly, that will be the end of his weekend. Even as the red flags came out, they were still at it for third place. Zane Quecker and Martin Wright. And we await a decision on what's going to happen with this second junior saloon car race of the weekend. Well, the car's now heading back into the pit area, so let's see who Ian's been able to catch up with.
Welcome down to Park Firm. We've just seen a handshake there between Max Scharfegger and Ollie Smith, because it is Max Scharfegger who wins round 8 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. Not only that, it's 3 wins in a row now, Max, for you. You and Ollie going to be dicing all season, aren't you?
Yeah, it'll be close by the end, I think.
How was it out there? How treacherous was it? Because this rain feels like it's getting heavier, if anything.
Yeah, it started off quite wet and then it got a lot worse, and then we were just sliding around everywhere, but somehow managed to not chuck it off.
Listen, I don't want to give commentators curse or anything like that, but you could make it a hat-trick of wins here at Croft a little bit later today. You're not thinking of that, now, are you?
It would be nice, but I'm just prioritising points mainly.
Top man, Max. Well done. Great stuff. Great driving in very difficult conditions as well. Martin, whilst I've got you, I'll grab on you in a minute. Congratulations, my friend. That was great.
Cheers.
How difficult is it out there, though?
It's really extreme conditions out there, but we got a good start on that one. Yeah. You know, we're looking to get onto the onto the back of Ollie there, but sort of got held up a bit with Zane. But yeah.
Well, actually, it looks like there were some cracking battles out there. You were involved in it as well. Yeah. We had the red flag. How does that sort of disrupt the flow for you?
Yeah, I mean, it means you have to start all over again, really. So you just have to reset halfway through, which isn't ideal, but you know.
I suppose it gives everybody another chance.
Yeah, it gives you another chance. So when there's people in front of you, you're always happy.
Excellent. Well done, mate. Congratulations. P3 on the podium. Let's grab Ollie Smith for a quick chat, shall we? Ollie Smith, one of our golfers as well from yesterday. Ollie, right, you and Max, this is going to go right to the wire this season, I think, isn't it? You started like lightning. Max is starting to pull the wins in.
He is definitely, yeah. I think Croft is a circuit that suits him more. But yeah, I'm sure Pembrey will come back.
We'll say that as well. You're still picking up the P2, so it's
oh yeah,
well.
definitely. I felt we had the better pace that race. We were reeling them in towards the end, but yeah, 2 red flags halted our progress really.
I've been asking Martin and Max what the conditions are like out there. Obviously, it's wet, but it seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. Just how slippy is it? Where's the particular treacherous spots out there?
I'd say Sunny Inn's very treacherous. Sideways through there a few times, and then that the left after Sunny Out, that into the complex, that's treacherous as well.
Excellent. Well done. Thanks for talking to us, Ollie. Another chance a little bit later. One more race for junior saloons to go a little bit later. Let's just see who else we can find. I think we've got Zane up here as well. Let's. I wonder if they're just chatting to Dave Beecroft. I better just leave him alone for a little bit. Let's have a quick chat with Atta. We spoke to him before, didn't we? Now that one's over. How was it? All right.
It's plumbing scary.
I love that. I love the honesty. Very, very tricky then.
Yeah, I had to lift during the straight because the car just There's puddles of water everywhere. It's nearly undrivable. I'm surprised I managed to keep on track. Got a couple of slides going in there as well.
Right, what have we learned then from this wet race that we're going to bring into the third race of the day later, which is probably going to be soaking wet as well?
Stay alive and you'll make positions more.
I like it. I like stay on track. Top man, well done. Congratulations. Yeah, it is getting absolutely soaking wet here indeed, but it's still a fantastic weekend. So much coming up for you as well. More Caterhams. We've got the second TCR race later, and of course we do have more junior saloons and Scottish minis as well. Don't forget, we're live across YouTube. We're at the BARC YouTube channel, the Caterham and TCR, whichever one you're watching on. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Live chat is open as well. Myself and Dave can see all of your comments, so do keep them coming in. If you want to shout out if you're celebrating a birthday, anniversary, or whatever it is, let us know. If we get a chance, we will be able to read it out. Don't forget to follow the BARC on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, all across social media for updates. And visit bark.net to keep up to speed with all of the events that are coming up throughout the course of 2026. Right, the track is almost cleared. The red lights have gone off, so that means the Caterhams will be heading out on track very, very soon. And so I'm going to hand back to your commentator to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, a little bit of clear up at the moment. Lachlan Homer's car being telehandlered away. Thanks to Track Day Motorsport, who say, is Ian Waterhouse wearing his wet weather hair today? I think he is, yes. There's Lachlan Homer's car being stretched away. Look at the state of that. Thankfully, Lachlan's okay. I'd say that's the end of his weekend. There is another race for the junior saloons later on. We're only a couple of laps into that Junior Saloon Car Championship. We're not certain if this is going to be the results, but provisionally, Max Scharfegger takes the win ahead of Ollie Smith. Martin Wright on the podium for the first time in his career ahead of Zane Quecker, who gets his best ever results. And Tim Leonard, likewise, his best results ahead of Matthew Swatton. Will Omar, we're not sure what's going to happen with that penalty that he received for a false start. Ricky Pittman in the top 10, as is Atahuna. Jake Wardle in 9th place. We lost Leon Holly at Tower, but he did get going again. Ralphie Branscombe likewise. Lachlan Homer crashed out, and of course Charlie Allen and Francis Lawson didn't take the restarts. So, just waiting for the clear-up to be completed, and then we will move on to the Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship. Let's see how Caterham Motorsport's Sam Parker is getting on down in Parc Fermé.
Right, so we're down in assembly now for the 420 race, first one of today, and I'm here with Darren McCormick. Darren, wet race. I don't think you've had a wet race, have you, properly wet for quite some time?
No, so certainly since I've been in the championship,
we've never had a wet race, so it's going to be exciting.
Well, judging by the last 270 race, that was pretty eventful, but it was quite funny at times. But it's just finding the grip, isn't it? Have you driven here in the wet before?
No, I've never driven here in the wet, but fundamentally, as you'll know, especially with your teaching, it's all about just getting out there, trying to find the grip, trying to get the wet lines and make the most of it. So it'll be a good leveler.
It really will, and I think that it does split the field, and it's interesting to see, but it's having that trust in the car, finding the grip, isn't it? Knowing that it will, when you get lots of understeer, it will grip eventually.
Yeah, and it's trying not to overdrive. I think that's the key thing. Certainly for me, as someone who's still quite inexperienced, it's sometimes you can think, well, I really need to send it, but the best thing to do isn't to do that. It's to find the grip and then to send yourself out the corner. So it's getting that judgment right, and we fundamentally won't know until we get out there and feel on these tyres what the conditions are.
That's it. Well, have a good race, enjoy it, because I think it's going to be fun.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Right, we're just going to move around and have a quick word with Dale Head over this side. Let's see, I'm going to move around this side of the car and go underneath his brolly, keep out the rain. Dale, how's your weekend going?
It's not going too bad. I'm moving forward, so it's all right.
And how do you find the rain? Do you quite enjoy driving in the rain?
Yeah, it should be interesting. Yeah. We haven't done. I think this is going to be the first wet race since 24. So yeah, it should be a good one. Everyone's in the same position, I think. So
that's it. I think not many people have driven this place in the wet,
No.
and obviously, like you said, we've not had many wet races at all, which is crazy for the UK.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it should be good.
Should be good. Excellent. Well, have a good race. Enjoy it, and we'll see you on the other side. There we go. Back to you, David.
Thanks very much, Sam. We'll see the junior saloon cars back out later on. It's time for our next Caterham race. These are the quickest of all the Caterhams, the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship. These cars are not an evolution of the Academy car up through the previous rungs of the ladder, if you like, for the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These cars are fully bespoke race cars based on the 420R model, so 420 brake horsepower per tonne. They are extremely quick and extremely spectacular, as we saw in the season opener yesterday. Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion, had to play second fiddle to last year's runner-up Harry Senior. They finished first and second. And after a penalty was applied to Charlie Lower, who finished on the initial podium places, Justin Armstrong, father of Matt, was able to make it into the overall top three. A couple of drivers yesterday picking up penalties for exceeding track limits. We also saw a run through the field from Henry Heaton, the number 10 car, who made it up into the top 10 from the back of the grid after a problem in qualifying. So in pole position it will be the number 28 of Harry Senior, with the results of race 1 deciding the grid for race 2. Alongside the 28 will be number 1 Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion. And there's the front row lining up. Second row, 23 Justin Armstrong alongside number 8 Chris Fraser. New colours for him this year. Row 3, number 11 Taylor O'Flanagan, the reigning Caterham 310R champion. Was close to a podium yesterday, but his car slowed on the final lap. Alongside Taylor O'Flanagan will be Charlie Lower. Then on row 4, Steve Nuttall, number 46, alongside 56 of Craig Story, completing the top 10. 62, Darren McCormack, alongside Henry Heaton in the number 10. Row 6 will be 76, Monty Hine, newcomer to this category for this year. And Dale Head, number 6, will be alongside him. Row 7, 93 of Mike Evans, alongside 35, Mark Kendall. The 8th row, 68, Chris Welch, alongside 78 of Nick Heighton. On the penultimate row of the grid we have Tom Eden, 64, and 22 Gary Curtis, and 25 Louis Darling starts at the back. Green flag lap gets underway then. Yesterday we saw Harry Senior hold off his title rival from last year, Matt Armstrong, to take the victory. Charlie Lower took some turns in the lead as well. There's the black number 21 car. Unfortunately, a penalty dropping him to 6th place for exceeding track limits. Shows you how close it was at the front of the field, though. There's Louis Darling at the back in the 25. To be a 20-minute race for the newly sponsored Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship for this year. Previously sponsored the 310Rs. Quite a few drivers moving up from 310Rs to the UK Championship this season. So onto the grid they come then. Harry Senior on pole, the light blue car with the red roll cage. Matt Armstrong in blue and sort of day-glow red alongside. And in blue and day-glow yellow, Justin Armstrong. Chris Fraser in blue and bronze on row 2. Third row, Taylor O'Flanagan, the number 11 in yellow, alongside Charlie Lower in the number 21 machine. Charlie Lower in a black livery. 5-second board is held aloft then. Will this match yesterday's Caterham 7 UK Championship race for entertainment despite the change in conditions? We're about to find out because they're underway, and it is Harry Senior who leads the way. Super start by Chris Fraser from the second row of the grid in the number 8, trying to go through the middle as they came out of the start down towards Clover. Looks like Fraser has got himself up into second place, but it's Harry Senior who leads through Clervo for the first time. They're all tight bunched up behind the leader. They head out onto the back of the circuit for the first time. We'll look through the spray to see who's in second behind Harry Senior. It is pretty hard to tell. It is Chris Fraser who has held second place from fourth on the grid off the line. Sort out behind, that's the Armstrong family getting involved with Taylor O'Flanagan, so the Armstrongs didn't get the start they wanted there. Justin Armstrong completing in the AM category as opposed to Pro-Am. Back towards Sunny Inn they head for the first time, and there is Chris Fraser. Got the Armstrongs behind him, just in ahead of Matt up into third place now. O'Flanagan in fifth, Charlie Lower in sixth, and Stephen Nuttall battling it out with Craig Story. That's for P7. Mike Evans leads Dale Head further back in the pack. Louis Darling trying to move up from the back of the grid, failed to finish yesterday's race. Somebody off at the complex. We're trying to identify who that is. I think it's Dale Head, the number 6 car. It is indeed. Spins down to pretty much the tail of the field. Leaders across the line then. Senior completes the first lap, nearly 2 seconds clear of Chris Fraser, who's A little sideways there through Clervo. Justin Armstrong in third place. Taylor O'Flanagan almost banging wheels with Steve Nuttall as they come out of Clervo. Nuttall straight back up the inside as Taylor O'Flanagan is forced to cut the chicane there. Through the wall of spray they come. Impossible to tell who's who in there. Justin Armstrong takes third place from his father Justin. So Matt Armstrong looks like he's now up to third. Still your leader is Harry Senior in the 28, ahead of Chris Fraser in number 8. Taylor O'Flanagan closing up on Stephen Nuttall. This is for P6 now, I think. Stephen Nuttall, very experienced. He's raced Caterhams in a lot of different series down the years. Taylor O'Flanagan is also running just about every level of Caterham competition and won titles in all of them too. 62, that's Darren McCormack giving chase to Craig Story. They're 8th and 9th, and Henry Heaton in the number 10 is up behind them. Matt Armstrong now starting to put Chris Fraser under pressure for second place. Chris Fraser leading the AM class as opposed to Pro-Am. Justin Armstrong is 4th. It's Nuttall ahead of O'Flanagan, lower, still further back in 7th place. Leaders go down the back straight towards Tower for the third time. Under 16 minutes of this race to go then. As expected, due to the conditions, a little more subdued than the race we saw yesterday from the Motorsport Caterham 7 UK Championship. Main focus at the moment, can Matt Armstrong catch Chris Fraser for second place? Justin Armstrong 4th, O'Flanagan 5th. That's all in 6th place. Through the complex come the leaders, and also a bit of contact there, a bit of bodywork went flying. That was Louis Darling and Mike Evans. It's Evans who's lost a wing there. The wheel arch wing just flying off, and he will lose out, I think, to Louis Darling through the hairpin. Yes, the Welshman goes through. They did bang wheels there, I think, coming into the complex. Behind them is Tom Eden, the yellow car. Armstrong is now up to second, but he's over 5.5 seconds behind Harry Senior. Chris Fraser just behind in third place. Mike Evans still under fire, this time from Tom Eden in the 64 car. And the drizzle really intensifying now. You can hardly see down the straight leading into Tower. You really have to wonder how these drivers can see where they're going. It's treacherous out there for them today. They come down towards Barcroft and Sunny. And there is Matt Armstrong, the defending Caterham 7 UK champion. Up the inside there, Taylor O'Flanagan, who's up into 4th, having a look at Chris Fraser for 3rd position. The hairpin comes our second place battle. Taylor O'Flanagan goes a bit wide. Justin Armstrong up the inside, and he's through. Justin Armstrong back up into P4 behind Chris Fraser, but O'Flanagan fighting back using his years of experience in Caterham racing. Senior leads. He's cleared off in front. He's 6 3/4 seconds clear. That's an absolute eternity in Caterham racing. With Matt Armstrong in second place. There's a couple of replays from earlier on in the race. This was the sort out between Justin Armstrong and Taylor O'Flanagan at the hairpin. Here is Louis Darling up the inside on Mike Evans. Was there contact between the two of them? Looks like there may have been. And we see it again, the incident between Evans and Darling. Justin Armstrong making that move stick on Taylor O'Flanagan for P4. Here is the fight for the lead. The first two pretty much checked out in front of it. This is the fight for third place. Justin Armstrong trying again on Taylor O'Flanagan. They're swapping places like there's no tomorrow, these two. Down the pit straight. Senior's lead up to 8.85 seconds. Now he's pulling away at the rates of a couple of seconds a lap, Harry Senior. It's just on a 137.03. Everybody else is lapping in the 139s. Louis Darling making his way up the order. Had to start from the back after a retirement yesterday. There's Matt Armstrong still second. Chris Fraser under fire from O'Flanagan for third. Then in fifth position it's Justin Armstrong and Stephen Nuttall in the 46. There's Craig Story, 56. He's in 8th place. There's Harry Senior. We haven't forgotten about him, just sliding his way out of sunny out there. You can see the size of the lead he has got. That's Louis Darling in the 25. Making his way slowly but surely up the field. It's behind Henry Heaton there, so I think he's up into the top 10 now. Matt Armstrong in second place. Running wide there, Chris Fraser. This is going to allow Taylor O'Flanagan up the outside going into the hairpin because he's on the outside line. He shouldn't get through there, you wouldn't think. Across the line they come. Over 10 seconds in. Our Senior continues to pull away at the rate of nearly 2 seconds a lap out in front. Fraser and O'Flanagan continue to scrap for third position. Nine and a half minutes of this race to go for the Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship. Still Chris Fraser working hard to hold off, and somebody's off. I caught a glimpse of there at Tower. It's Justin Armstrong. He was 5th, but he won't be now. He rejoins just behind Tom Eden, so he's down to about 12th place, I think, there. Another car running wide at the treacherous Tower Bend. Meanwhile, we pick up that battle for third with Taylor O'Flanagan chasing down Chris Fraser. Justin Armstrong was just behind them, so removed from the equation now. That should mean that Stephen Nuttall is now into P5. Craig Story 6th and Henry Heaton 7th. Somebody else is off at the complex. There's Mike Evans' wheel arch that I've just found, whoever it is. It's the number 62 machine. That's McCormack. Darren McCormack from Woburn goes off. Midfield pack comes through Clervo. Number 10 there is Henry Heaton. So just over 7.5 minutes remaining. Then Harry Senior continues to reel off the fastest laps out in front. Over 12 seconds clear of Matt Armstrong now. Taylor O'Flanagan has got ahead of Chris Fraser now up into P3. Slides that little bit wide through Sonny in and Sonny out. O'Flanagan will now go after Matt Armstrong for second place. What's the gap between second and third? 2.25 seconds at the line last time through. Henry Heaton now up into P8 after that misfortune for McCormack, who's now down to 16th. Here comes Stephen Nuttall. He's starting to close up the 46 on the back of Fraser. Across the line they come. Charlie Lower, a quiet racer, him was fighting for the lead yesterday. He's down in 6th place ahead of Craig Story. There's Justin Armstrong recovering from his off up at Tower. He's in 11th place. Mike Evans still going strong despite that missing wing after a bit of contact at the complex. Craig Story, a bit of understeer there, runs a bit wide through Tower, chased by Henry Heaton. Through the battle for what is now 7th place. There's Taylor O'Flanagan. Now slightly on his own in 3rd place. He pulls away from looking here further down the order. That's Henry Heaton putting Craig Story in his familiar yellow and pink colours under pressure. There goes the leader. We haven't forgotten Harry Senior sliding his way through Clervo. There was his lead gap now, 13.8 seconds. Looking for win number 2 this weekend, the opening weekend of the season for the Motorsport Caterham 7 UK Championship. They didn't go to Cadwell Park. Going to tangle there on the hairpin. That's Louis Darling on the inside, and I think that's Mike Evans again. Now they've already had one clash during this race. It was Mike Evans, and he's going to bring the car into the pits. I think, no, he's not. We're just spinning up the wheels there in anger, I think, as he got going again. That's the second time he's clashed with Louis Darling in this race. They were fighting for 14th place. There's Justin Armstrong fighting back after his off. Now, who's leading the AM class with the demise of Armstrong? Chris Fraser, that's who. Head of Craig Story and Tom Eden. The cars marked in blue on our timing tower. The yellow marked cars are Pro-Am. Back in the order, there's Chris Welch towards the tail of the field, the 68 car. Chasing the likes of Gary Curtis, the Monaco resident, in the number 22. Craig Story pulling away slightly from Henry Heaton now, and he's got Tom Eden attacking him as they come down the pit straight. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go. Harry Senior completely dominant out in front. Matt Armstrong and Taylor O'Flanagan filling the podium. Harry Senior's lead is now 14.87 seconds over Matt Armstrong. There he is, he's just lapped a back marker there. What's his lead going to be as they cross the line this time? It's 2 laps to go, I think, this time by Henry Heaton, under fire from Tom Eden. Look at the standing water still there on the outside of that right-hander out of the complex. You have to be so careful on your approach to the hairpin. That's the fight for 8th place. Lead gap is 15.6 now between Senior and Armstrong. O'Flanagan further 1.8 seconds back in 3rd. A quieter race than we are used to from the Caterham 7 UK Championship. The rain dampening things, sadly. Stephen Nuttall up the inside as they come into Tower. He takes Charlie Lower, that's for 5th position. The battle for 7th behind. Henry Heaton has now got ahead of Craig Story. So still places chopping and changing down the order, as always in Caterham racing. of Charlie Lower is not finished yet. He's on the tail of Stephen Nuttall. He's had wins and titles in a large variety of Caterham 7 series. Tangle up there. The battle's come to a head. Round and round goes Charlie Lower. That's a great shame. They're having a great race, those two, Charlie Lower and Stephen Nuttall. I couldn't quite see if there was any contact there, or whether Charlie Lower just got onto the standing water on the outside line. That's allowed Henry Heaton up into P6 now. Tom Eden up to 7th. He's got ahead of Craig Story. Well, the leader is already into his final lap. Another fastest lap as well for Harry Senior, 135.974. Look at the standing water there as Taylor O'Flanagan splashes his way through. He's only 1.3 seconds behind Matt Armstrong, but he took about half a second out of him on that last lap. Now, could we see a late attack here from Taylor O'Flanagan? We'll wait and see. We know it's going to be a win for Harry Senior. Here he comes through the complex for the last time. In the Turnkey Simulator sponsored car, Harry Senior makes his way into the pit straight out of the hairpin. He has made it look easy in this second race of the weekend for the Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship. 2 out of 2 for Harry Senior. He's way ahead of Matt Armstrong in second, unless he's been caught by Taylor O'Flanagan on the final lap. Here's the battle involving Nuttall. The number 10 of Heaton up the inside with one last effort into the hairpin. Armstrong second, O'Flanagan third, Fraser fourth. Stephen Nuttall does hold that 5th position ahead of Henry Heaton from the back of the grid, and Tom Eden in 7th. Behind them, Craig Story. Justin Armstrong recovers to 9th after his off early on, and Nick Heighton in the 78 completes the top 10. '93 Mike Evans, a fraught race for him, and he's not going to finish. Get out of the spin there and elects to pull off rather than take the checkered flag. I have some damage to the car. Charlie Lower incidentally crossed the line in 11th place in the end. As the rain continues to fall here at Croft, Second race of the weekend for the Motorsport Caterham 7 UK Championship. Provisional results as follows: Harry Senior, the winner by a huge margin of 17 seconds. Matt Armstrong in second, and Taylor O'Flanagan just over a second behind him in third. Chris Fraser wins the AM class in fourth. Steve Nuttall and Henry Heaton were close in the closing stages there, as was Tom Eason. Craig Story in 8th place. Justin Armstrong, despite an off at Tower, finishes 9th ahead of Nick Heighton. Charlie Lower, after that late spin, while battling Steve Nuttall at the complex, lands him in 11th place. Dale Head in 12th. Louis Darling is 13th, having started from the back, and Darren McCormack finishes in 14th place. Monty Hind, Mark Kendall, Gary Curtis and Chris Welch, the other finishers. Let's have a look back at one or two highlights of that very wet race for the Motorsport Caterham 7 UK Championship. A couple of early spinners, including Dale Head in the number 6. The main battle was for the minor placings behind Harry Senior, who ran away and hid in that race, really. Gary Evans didn't have a very lucky time in this one. A couple of clashes with Louis Darling and then a couple of spins further round. In the meantime, Sam Parker is ready to talk to our winner down in Parc Ferme.
.420s, and what a race with 17 seconds lead for Harry Senior. That's incredible. We're just waiting for them to get their helmets off, but this guy here, first podium in 420s, fantastic. In fact, we'll come to Taylor first, as he's out of the car first. Taylor, congratulations, first
I made
podium.
it back this time
You did.
to talk to you.
I'm
Oh,
pleased.
that was seriously hard work. I couldn't see for half of it. My visor started fogging up, and it was just so much spray. So yeah, half survival, half trying to go fast. But I'm glad we did both, and yeah,
Yes.
another podium.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it now. No,
I must
Pretty
admit,
hard work when it was out
yeah,
there,
wet
yeah.
races can be really hard work.
Yeah, I always enjoy the wet, but yeah, my visor, I don't know whether it was so much more spray than normal, or maybe there's a crack or something, but I couldn't see anything going into turn 1. But yeah, fortunately got back in one piece, and yeah, very happy, another podium, good start to the year.
Yeah, well, turn 1, I mean, there's rather a lot of standing water, isn't there?
Yeah, on the line where you want to sort of be entering. So yeah, we had to watch out for a bit of that. But these tyres are amazing. You know, it's nothing like we're used to at all. It's so much more grip, so it's taken a bit of adjusting to as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, very happy with that.
Excellent, well done.
Thank
awesome.
you.
Right, let's go and have a word with. Congratulations to Chris as well for his win in the AM class. I'm looking for Matt. Matt's up here. Let's go and have a word with Matt quickly. Hello, Matt. Sorry. How was that from your side? I mean, it was quite tricky conditions, wasn't it?
Yeah, the start was a bit hectic. I had a terrible start, so that wasn't great. And then I didn't have a lot of pace, so yeah, not great. But second will do.
Well, considering you didn't have pace, a second is definitely a good.
Yeah, I can't
that's
complain.
it.
So yeah, hopefully we find a bit more pace in the next one.
Yeah. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Matt. Right, let's go and have a word with our race winner, Harry Senior. He's down here. Harry, congratulations. 17 seconds.
Yeah, that was
unbelievable. And fastest lap.
fantastic. Yeah, lonely, but that's that's the way my dad likes it. Keep his heart rate down a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, got a good start. I saw Chris got a good one as well. Got in front of Matt, and then yeah, built a gap. Didn't see many people for the whole race. Yeah, it was wet. It was very, very tricky. I'm quite impressed that no one ended up in a barrier like we've seen all day. I don't know. I'm sure there were spins, but no safety cars. You get 10 minutes in and I've got a 10-second lead, and you're thinking that's great, but
someone
can bin it off and cause a safety car, and then I've got it all to do again.
Yes, exactly.
So I was very thankful for that. So thank you everyone for keeping it clean. Yeah, ecstatic.
Yeah, and you obviously like the wet then.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, I don't go around thinking, oh, this is amazing. I'm kind of going around thinking, right, try not to die. I tried to, with 5 minutes or so to go, I backed off a little bit on one lap, made a massive mistake and thought, no, we'll just keep going because like started having lapses in concentration. So
I think that can happen, especially
Yeah.
when you're on your own.
yeah, no, if you start thinking about other things, then you're bound to make a mistake like I did. I got away with it and kept on pushing, and can't be happier, really, can you?
No, exactly. What a great weekend. Excellent. Well done.
Yes.
Look forward to seeing it later on.
Yeah, hopefully it stays like this.
I think it will. Lovely. Well done, Harry. Thank you. Right, now back to David. Next up is Road Sports.
Certainly are, yes, thanks Sam, but we'll have a look at a few more highlights from our Caterham 7 UK Championship race first of all. Good battling between Taylor O'Flanagan and Justin Armstrong, recovering from a mistake early on. Chris Fraser involved as well, of course. Justin Armstrong, meanwhile, went skating off. That was into Tower Corner. He recovered and was able to make it to the line. And a couple more offs at the complex, including Darren McCormack going for a quick spin. It was all about Harry Senior. Taylor O'Flanagan continued his battle with Chris Fraser for third position. These two had a couple of contretemps, Louis Darling and Gary Evans. There's one of their moments into the hairpin. Then the battle between Stephen Nuttall and Charlie Lower coming to a head. Bit of contact into the complex and Lower sent spinning out into the grass. There's a further clash there coming through the hairpin. It was between Tom Eden and Craig Story. It was Harry Senior who took a dominant victory. Headlights ablaze on the Bilstein Caterham Road Sports field. They had an amazing race in the dry yesterday. Once again, back to Sam, who caught up with some of the drivers earlier on.
Okay, so Road Sports are up shortly, and I'm here with Mitch. Mitch, you had a fantastic race yesterday. Podium position for you, but obviously the conditions have changed quite substantially. I know a lot of drivers here haven't had much running in the rain, which is crazy for the UK, isn't it? But it is very, very wet out there. Are you looking forward to it?
I'm excited. Yeah, a little bit nervous. I don't know what it's going to be like, obviously, until I get out there. But I qualified quite well in the rain at Cadwell, so hopefully that translates well here. I don't know, but yeah, just very excited.
And Cadwell, you have to be really brave because there is zero runoff. You've got a bit more runoff here.
Yeah, true. Hopefully I don't have to use it though.
No. Yeah, that's very true. Well, I wish you all the best. Enjoy the race.
Awesome.
Thank you. We're just going to have a quick walk over and have a chat with Archie, see how he's going to get on in this race and what his predictions are. He's got the brolly now. Mitch was having that brolly a moment ago. Archie, nice wet race for you. What are you looking forward to it?
Kind of. I mean, it's pretty scary, and I've been watching some of the races. Some people it looks pretty slippery out there, so see how it goes. I'm hoping I can just stay on the track and not have any incidents. But yeah, it should be quite fun.
Yeah, I think it will. Mitch thinks the same. It's going to be fun. I'm actually quite jealous. I'd like to go out there and race in the rain.
It could be fun.
Yeah, loads of fun.
Just hopefully there's not too many big incidents and everyone gets through okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the plan. We'll see how it goes.
That's it. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy.
Cheers, Sam.
Thank you. Right, I'll hand back to you, David.
Cars on their way on their green flag laps then for the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Road Sports Championship. The grid lines up in the order they finished race one yesterday. Just the two races for Road Sports at each meeting. This is the last we'll see of them today. But if they are anything close to race one yesterday, this is going to be an absolute cracker. Richard Davies, number 25, who has won 3 out of 3 so far this year, will aim to make it 4 wins in a row. He starts on pole position alongside Mitchell Fasania, who we just heard from. Second row, the 2 yellow cars of 99 Matt Fox and 19 Carl Townend. Row 3, 89 Ollie Smith and number 12 John Bond. Ben Oliver, number 80, Sam Emmington, the 56 on row 4. Row 5, 70 Joe Oliver came through from the back of the grid to finish in the top 10 yesterday. Starts alongside Rob Hicks in the 27. And on row 6 we have 62 Georgie Tuffin. She also came through from the back. She missed qualifying yesterday alongside Steve Vischer, the number 9. Row 7, 4 Richard Northridge and 86 Richard Watson. Heinrich Watson Miller, 47, starts alongside Archie Kennedy Dyson, number 14 on row 8. Row 9, 21 Luke Wilson alongside 88 Mark Hensler. Row 10, number 10 James French and Jason Spencer, number 8. Alex Dobrin, number 66, starts at the back of the field. It'll be a 20-minute race for the Bill Stein Caterham Road Sport Championship. We had a 7-car pack at one time battling at the front of the field yesterday. Will we see the same level of action again here? This could be one of the races of the weekend about to get underway. The Bill Stein Caterham Road Sport Championship is go. Great start from the outside of the second row by Kyle Townend, the number 19. Can he fit through the middle as they go into Clervaux? Yes, he can. What a start by Kyle Townend. And he's gone, I think it's Kyle there from 4 to first, but back up the inside comes our pole sitter Richard Davies in the red and black cars. A little bit of a sort out going into Clervaux behind. One car dropping 2 wheels into the gravel. I think that might have been Archie Kennedy Dyson we saw there, who we heard from earlier on. They start to sort themselves out on this opening lap. Most of these drivers in their second year of racing are graduates of the Caterham Academy. Just a couple of changes being needed to convert the car to road sport spec, an anti-roll bar and some new tyres. 3 wide there, heading into the right-hander. That's number 27 spinning off behind into the gravel. The 27 of Rob Hicks is beached in the gravel. It's a 3 wide moment. Steve Vischer was one of those involved. Ben Oliver in the Brawn GP, lookalike number 80 as well. That might be a safety car with Rob Hicks, the number 27, off there, the man from Derby. Race continues for now then with Richard Davies in the lead. It's Kyle Townend in second place. Mitch Fasania is third, and they've gone clear of Matt Fox in fourth position, the number 99 machine. I think it's Ollie Smith, number 89, in fifth place. 56 Sam Eminson loses a spot there in the lower reaches of the top 10, but as I suspected, the safety car is being called for. There's the reason. Rob Hicks, number 27, in the gravel at Tower Bend. Marshals with him. Big thanks to our volunteer marshals this weekend, braving the rain. Couldn't go racing without them. Indeed, all the other officials here with the BARC and with Croft Circuit. And Rob Hicks able to walk away there. He's okay. The telehandler, I think, to pull that out of the gravel. Let's have a look again at the start of that race. It was a super getaway from the second row by Kyle Townend. He went into the lead briefly down towards Clervaux. Richard Davies later on the brakes up the inside was able to take up the running with a little bit of push and shove in the pack there. One car almost taking to the gravel. It was the 66 of Alex Dobrin in from the back of the grid, but he made a decent start on that. He made up a few places already. Some leery moments into Tower. Ollie Smith, Ben Oliver and Steve Vischer involved together there, but then Rob Hicks went spinning off behind them and into the gravel he went. It's aquaplaned on the standing water there. You can see it clearly on the outside of Tower Bend. Safety car heads them round. Led by Richard Davies from near Cardiff in South Wales. 3 wins out of 3 so far. And we make it 4 out of 4 here. white flag out to warn of a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit. That's the telehandler on its way down to pick up Rob Hicks's car. Well, the big winners on the first lap was Alex Dobrynin. We saw him on the wide line at Clervaux. He's gained 7 places from the back. So 5 minutes into this 20-minute race, the second and final race for the Bilstein Road Sports Championship. Road Sports only have 2 races in a weekend. In Academy, it's usually just one. Used to be one for each group, the green group and the white group in the Caterham Academy. That's now run to an all-in formats for novices only. This is where many of these drivers on this grid started their careers, with one notable exception at the front of the order, Mitch Fasania in 3rd place. He went straight into Road Sports last season, made his debut here at Croft, and probably put his car on pole position. He was fighting for the lead of the race when he was sadly caught up in an accident. As Rob Hick's car is pulled out. We have views behind the scenes in the past. Here's a view behind the barriers. That's Tower Bend, where Rob Hicks has parked his Caterham Road Sport. He gets out. Lights are still on atop the safety car here at Croft Circuit at the moment. Second race of the weekend for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship here at Speedfest North. Looks like the lights have gone out atop the Porsche. We will be back to racing this time by, with Richard Davies in the lead, Kyle Townend in the yellow car in second, and Mitch Fasania in green in third. Looks like Steve Vischer is up to 4th. That's a good run through in the early stages, the number 9 car. Richard Davies, can he make it 4 out of 4? Keep up his unbeaten run. Kyle Townend will be ready to attack. We're both race winners in their Caterham Academy days. Matt Fox had a couple of wins last season in the Academy as well. Here we go then, racing gets back underway here at Croft with the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship, ready to charge down towards Clervaux. Who's going to emerge with the lead? Looks like we've got an issue with our camera up at Clervaux at the moment, so our apologies there. We'll rectify that as quickly as we can. But here come the leaders into the back straight. It is Davies who leads the way, with Townend in second, and a solid wall of spray behind. Just see the headlights coming through there Into Tower it is Davies who leads. Townend goes a bit wide for Sanya, having a look up the inside. Then Stephen Vischer in the number 9 going with them. There's a battle further back in the pack. Heinrich Watson Miller under fire from Georgia Tuffin. I think that is in the number 62 car, the light blue. Out of the Jim Clark S's come our leaders. Watch for Matt Fox back in 5th, and watch for Alex Dobrin who's gone off at Tower. That's a great shame. He made a good start from the back of the grid. He gets going again. Here come your leaders. It's through sunny outs. Red, yellow, green, blue they run. I was about to say, watch for Matt Fox. He tends to come on strong in the second half of races, and we're not there yet, so maybe just building himself up. That final charge. Richard Davies under pressure now from Kyle Townend in the number 19. Fasania 3rd. Stephen Vischer having a good run. Up there in 4th place in the number 9. Out of the hairpin. What's the line they come? 4 laps completed. And Vischer has done the fastest lap, 152.748. Could we be in for a surprise here? Can Stephen Vischer make his way through to the front of the pack? A few places have been swapped on the lower reaches of the top 10. John Bond up to 7th ahead of Ben Oliver. Heine Watson Miller has moved up a couple of places as well. Still Kyle Townend unable to wrest the lead away from Richard Davies. Fasania runs a bit wide through Tower Bend. That could allow Vischer to attack for 3rd. Somebody running a bit wide further back in there. I think that may have been John Bond. Out towards sunny in and sunny out. Heinrich Watson Miller, the red car, is a little further down the order. The battle for 9th position. Sam Eminson and Georgie Tuffin in there as well. Meantime, things hotting up for the leaders. Look, there's a queue of cars starting to build up now. 6 of them together at the front of the field. Davies, Townend, Fasania, Vischer, Matt Fox and Ollie Smith, the number 89, not to be confused with the junior saloon car racer of the same name, of course. As through the water splash goes number 10 of James French. Dropped back in yesterday's race towards the end, finished at the tail. Seven and a half minutes of this race to go, so we're past half distance in this second race of the weekend for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. And here come your leaders. Down towards Tower Bend. Up the inside, Mitch Fasania is going to take 2nd place away from Carl Townend. He's done it. It's good move on the inside from Fasania. And somebody off. That's the 47 of Heinrich Watson Miller. There's somebody else in there as well. I think that might be Matt Fox, the 99, who was 5th. Watson Miller was up to 7th. Now, did they collide there, those two? We didn't see. We only caught the tail end of that. But that is Matt Fox out of the race, and yes, you can see Watson Miller's gone into the back of him. Look at the rear end of that car. And he's well stoved in. That's the end of their weekends. Safety car will be out again. Good to see Heinrich Watson Miller straight over to check if Matt Fox is okay there. I can only assume Heinrich missed his braking points and went into the back of the 99 there. You can see steam from the damaged front end of his car. So the leaders coming round towards the complex to pick up the safety, to be picked up by the safety car. the leaders have already gone over the line. Fasania ahead of Richard Davies showing at the line. So while that was going on at Tower, it looks like Mitchell Fasania has taken the lead of the race. Must have been out on the back of the circuit he did that. Safety car back on track then. It's a shame that Heinrich Watson Miller went off because he just on the fastest lap of the race. So it is Mitch Fasania who has gone to the front. Looking for his first Caterham Motorsport victory. 4.5 minutes to go in this race. The red flag has now come out, probably because extra recovery is needed with 2 cars off at Tower, so the red flag is out. 4 minutes 9 seconds left on the clock, so we'll wait and see what is decided with this race. Now, if this race is not restarted, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. Let's have a look at some salient moments from that race. Carl Townend making that super start from 4th on the grid to briefly take the lead. Richard Davies fought back on the inside. There's a bit of bumping and boring further back in the pack as Alex Dobrinin made that good start to get round the outside of 7 cars by the first corner. Few leery moments at Tower Bend all the way through. That's Stephen Vischer involved in some of them. Rob Hicks off into the gravel on the first lap to bring out the race's first safety car. Alex Dobrinin had an off in the same place as well in the 66 car. Richard Davies and Carl Townend enjoyed a fine battle early on with Mitch Fasania then getting involved, as did the rapid Stephen Vischer, but then things sadly coming to an end with Matt Fox and Heinrich Watson Miller colliding at Tower. Checkered and red flags are out, and I think that means that provisionally Mitchell Fasania, yes, has taken his first ever Caterham victory, and Richard Davies' unbeaten run is at an end. We'll wait for official confirmation of that. The result remains provisional at the moment. Fasania on top ahead of Davies. Stephen Vischer, that's his first podium in road sports as well, ahead of Kyle Townend and Ollie Smith. John Bond in 6th ahead of Ben Oliver, and Sam Eminson, Richard Watson and Georgie Tuffin rounding out the top 10. Then Archie Kennedy Dyson 11th ahead of Richard Northridge, Luke Wilson and James French. That provisionally concludes the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship action for this weekend. We only have 2 races a weekend as opposed to the 270Rs and 7 UK Championship, which have 3. Provisionally for the moment anyway, Mitchell Fasania is a race winner, his first ever, and as I say that, the results, just as the graphic disappeared there, it's counted back. I wondered if that may happen. Yes, the results counted back to the last fully completed lap before the red flag, so the results has updated And yes, bad luck Mitchell Vasanya. The lap before the red flag, he was in 3rd place. So Richard Davies provisionally takes the win. Just as we finished going through the result there, the graphics did update on countback. So the updated provisional result is that Richard Davies will take the win ahead of Kyle Townsend, with Mitchell Vasanya in 3rd. But if we get the official confirmation of that later on from the timekeepers TSL timing, we will update you. So Richard Davies looks like he does make it 4 out of 4. Matt Fox and Heinrich Watson-Miller will not count in the result, of course, because they brought out the red flag. They were the cause of the stoppage. So I think those remain provisional at the moment. We'll try and update if we can later on. Shortly head down to Sam Parker in Parc Ferme to talk to some of the drivers.
There you go, Motorsport race is complete, and it was obviously quite eventful with these conditions, but we've got Richard in 2nd place and he's looking at me like Mitch as our race winner with his wipers going absolutely flat out, and yeah, Stephen Vischer in 3rd. So I'll wait for these guys to get out. Richard's out. We're obviously all discussing. It was quite eventful. Lots of things going on. But finishing under safety car can be a bit sort of. It's not always the best to finish under safety car. I just hope those guys are okay. Hope Matt Fox is okay after that incident. But we'll come and speak to Richard in a moment. We'll get their view on how that race was, and we'll see if it was as fun as Mitch was saying. Obviously, we hope it was. We hope it was. So yeah, just let them get out the cars. Is it true? Stephen's. I'll find out for you, Steve. We're just waiting to see if this is confirmation. Just jump out, Yem.
Hello.
Hello. I want to know if it was as fun as we hoped it would be.
It was very quick. It felt very quick. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what happened there at the end. I don't really know what was going on. I was just kind of driving my race and hoping for the best. But yeah, it was fun. Either way, whatever happened.
Good. As long as you enjoyed it, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I did.
Good. Excellent. Right. We'll have a quick word with Rich. Hello. So, what was it like from your perspective?
It was a bit of a leisurely drive, really. I mean, we didn't have many green flag laps, really.
No.
But I think he overtook me on the safety car. So, I don't know what's going to go on from there. But
so to be reviewed then.
Yes, to be reviewed. But yeah, but I still loved it. I mean, even if it wasn't, if I got a mistake, it's still second or first. It's still a
second. It's still. I
know
mean,
exactly.
Great championship points.
Exactly. Bag the points.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
exactly.
It.
It's always about always being there.
That's
isn't
it.
Being
but,
up there.
But yeah, it felt like a bit of a leisurely drive, to be honest.
Yeah.
We really had about 3-4 laps of the green flag, I think. But it was very treacherous. I mean, there was a lot of standing water as well. So
yes. So that's still there because turn 1 obviously was pretty bad from what I saw.
Yeah, it was, and it was all over the place really. There was so much standing water. But it was good, brilliant. I mean, I still enjoyed it. First proper wet race out the way with.
I was about to say,
Yes.
first proper wet race.
Yes,
Yeah.
so it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. We kept the grip and everything. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's the main thing.
you very
Brilliant.
much.
Well
Cheers.
done.
Thank you very
well
much.
done. Right. There's a lot of discussions going on with the drivers here. Let's just ask JB quickly.
Hello.
Is that correct with Stephen in third?
No, I don't.
No.
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh.
But TSL says that he's P4, but
Okay, we're just having
I don't know whether
discussions.
that's
We'll wait one moment if that's okay, because obviously Alex Reid here, head of Motorsport, is talking to the drivers, just discussing which positions they are in. So we'll just get clarification on that. But while we're waiting, if we have got a few minutes, we could have a quick word with one of the other drivers. Let's have Kyle. Let's have a quick word with you while we're... How was it for you? Obviously, I know it's difficult with safety car, quite a lot of the laps.
Yeah, I don't know how many laps we actually raced. It didn't feel like many, but no, I felt really good actually. I felt like I had the pace to win it actually. But yeah, just a little bit too cautious following Rich into tower, and Mitch got me. But yeah, it seems like with people passing under safety cars and count back and stuff, I've ended up P2 somehow. So yeah, pretty happy with that. Good to be back on the podium.
So you are P2?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Sorry, Kyle. Obviously, where everybody's parked up, I was confused.
I know. Well, one car got past me when the safety car was out, so I knew that I would get at least into P3 by the end. And then I hear that there's some other shenanigans with count back and red flags and stuff. So
right. Okay.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
There we go. That's all right.
No, but yeah, so yeah, thrilled with that. I was really nervous about driving in the wet, but
It's your first one, isn't it?
it is, and it reminded me of our very first race weekend at Brands. You turn up and you've got no idea how fast you're going to be or slow or whatever. And it felt exactly this today. I didn't know where I would be. So yeah, to be on the lead pace was a massive relief.
Yeah. Well, you've done your first wet race. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Kyle. There we go. Bit of eventful with the safety car as well. So yeah. Right. Scottish Minis are out now. So I believe Ian caught up with some of them earlier.
Right, it is time for our final race for the Scottish Minis this weekend. I'm here with Chris Coburn, and Chris, I wanted to come chat to you because I've been walking up and down here all weekend long, and I've seen this Go Uncle Chris all the time. Who's here to support you this week?
Well, it's my little nephew Barney made this. He's only one, so he's got great artistic
He's only one?
skills already. Yeah,
Very good speller as well.
He's
for
good,
one.
isn't he? Yeah.
No help at all.
So,
Yeah, no help.
None whatsoever. But yeah.
What does that mean to you then, knowing that all your family is supporting and watching, and of course being able to watch it on the live stream helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great to just have some support and have friends and family here, and some of them come a long way. My sister and our husband come every round pretty much, from the south of England to Knockhill rounds as well, which means the world. So yeah, really nice to get the support and share the passion.
It's quite a unique calendar, isn't it? Obviously, Northern tracks, but your first three or four events are actually all away rounds, aren't they? You don't actually race at Knockhill till a bit later in the year.
Yeah, the calendar's a bit strange this year for that regard. It's going to feel like ages since we were at Knockhill last, by the time we go back next. And of course, the final round last year, Knockhill, we had the second day cancelled because of fog, in fact. So it's going to be cool to go back. But it's great to feel like we're touring the country first.
Yeah. Now, look, different conditions today. Yesterday went very well for you, by the way. Podium yesterday. Congratulations. Yeah, do you like the rain? What can we do with this?
It's always a bit more perilous, isn't it? But at the same time, it's an opportunity, and it's the same wet for everyone.
Yeah,
so you just have to get stuck in and look for opportunities. And obviously, Cadwell was wet, and I got a podium there. So we'll see what we can do again.
Of course you did, yes. Look, Chris, thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thanks, Ian.
You've got a message for any family? Any family you might be watching on the stream?
Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoy the race.
There we go, top stuff. Here we go. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup then on its way to the grid. Administered by the Scottish Motor Racing Club, normally based north of the border at Knockhill, but a couple of away rounds to start off the season. They were at Cadwell Park in April and here at Croft today. Now, we saw a rather chaotic race, to say the least, from them yesterday. And the grid from race 2 is formed by the result of race 1, but with the top 8 reversed. That means reigning champion Chad Little has struck lucky. He got spun out in yesterday's race, coming out of the hairpin, and ended up in 8th place, but that's given him pole position for today's race. He lines up alongside Liam Kelso, one of those drivers racing for the Newcomers Cup this year. Second row, 47 Presley Barrett and 271 of James Hitchin, based near Carlisle. Just over the border from Scotland. Row 3, Martin Viatunga, number 27, alongside 91 of Robbie Dalgleish. On row 4, we just heard from Chris Coburn. He's on row 4 alongside Jack Irvine, the Northern Irishman, who won yesterday's race, despite having to start from the back after he mistakenly did a second green flag lap. These cars, when they race at Knockhill, they do 2 green flag laps instead of 1, and Jack Irvine mistakenly went round a second time. Completing the top 10 on the grid, Michael Williams, 52, had some contact in yesterday's race with James Hitchin, which forced him into the pits. Barry Holmes, 88, starts alongside him, and number 15, Campbell Scott, will round out the grid. Just looking to see if we've got any gaps here. No, all 11 cars are back out from yesterday. There was quite a bit of panel damage yesterday. It was certainly a chaotic race. We'll wait to see if things will be a little bit more sensible in today's race. Jack Irvine started from the back yesterday, but he was in the lead by the end of the second lap as everybody else seemed to trip over each other. We had quite a few cars with bits of panel damage. Chad Little, who won the second race at the season opener at Cadwell Park. Pole position in the Dayglow Yellow number 25 this time. These cars are identical BMW Mini Cooper R50s, 1600cc. As we said, you don't have to be from Scotland to race with the Scottish Motor Racing Club. We've got one driver from Northern Ireland, one from Northern England, and one from Southern England, because Presley Barrett is based in London. Cars come through the Jim Clark S's, getting warmed up for this 15-minute race. Chad Little in the David Slay racing car. David Slay, a multiple champion in BMW Minis before moving to car preparation. 3 drivers for Performance Tech Racing as well. Jack Irvine's in one of their cars. Barry Holmes and Michael Williams run by them as well. Keltec Design supporting Liam Kelso. He starts from the front row. Liam Kelso, the overall blue car. Second row of the grid, we have Presley Barrett in the red machine, James Hitchin in black. Martin Viatunga of Sri Lankan descent, that's where the name comes from. You'll see the Sri Lankan flag on the front of his car. He's in the pale blue car with the eyes on the headlamps. Look out for those. And Robbie Dalgleish, number 91, a former champion, in red. Row 4, Chris Coburn in blue and Dayglow yellow. There he is, alongside the blue and red car of Jack Irvine. Michael Williams in two-tone blue. Barry Holmes in blue and yellow. And then Campbell Scott in blue with yellow stripes round out the field. So into position then for race 2 of the weekend for the Scottish Motor Racing Club's Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Can Chad Little hang on in front from pole position? I've got no idea what's going to happen in this race after yesterday's very eventful affair. The 5-second board is displayed then. We're about to be unleashed. Here we go. Off they go. Fair bit of wheel spin for a couple of cars. James Hitchin gets away well from the second row as they head down towards Clervaux for the first time. It is Chad Little who has held his lead by the look of things. Into Clervaux for the first time. James Hitchin trying to go around the outside of Presley Barrett. They bounce off the curb, and James Hitchin has got into second place for a tangle there. That's Liam Kelso going off. Spins onto the infield. Didn't see who he was tapped by there. But he spins around and rejoins at the back of the field. Somebody on the grass down the back straight. That was either Robbie Dalgleish or Presley Barrett. I think it was Dalgleish. Into Tower Bend. It is Little who leads the way. Hard to see through the spray up there. Who's behind him? There's a yellow flag there, I noticed, at Tower, so maybe somebody's gone off on the exits. It's Little that leads the way then. In second place is James Hitchin. Martin Viertunga running wide in third position. I thought Viertunga had lost control. He's gone onto the infield. That was a ploughed field at one time as well, so he wouldn't have got back out of there. I remember when the British Touring Car Championship visited about 20 years ago. He's got it going again though, Martin, at the back of this group. He's lost his front bumper. I wouldn't be surprised to see Martin Viertunga heading for the pits. That's going to ruin his handling. Talking of handling, Presley Barrett nearly lost it there through the complex. This lot are picking up exactly where they left off yesterday, aren't they? Jack Irvine hasn't got the start he wanted. He's back in this little pack towards the rear of the field. I wonder if it was him who hit problems coming out of Tower. He's back up the inside though, taking Campbell Scott, or is he? Because he's sideways on the exit. That's forced Campbell Scott onto the grass. Liam Kelso, recovering from his spin, is in there with them. So after all that schmozzle around the first lap, the order is Little from Hitchin, Robbie Dalgleish in third, Presley Barrett fourth. This is the battle for third place. Michael Williams has come through into fifth place. He's gained 4 spots off his grid. And then Jack Irvine is in sixth place, ahead of Liam Kelso, despite that spin on the first corner for the front row starter. Barry Holmes is in eighth. And these two still at it further back. Martin Viertunga, that car will be handling like a hovercraft without its front bumper in place. He's still there in 10th though, ahead of, he's up to 9th now, ahead of Campbell Scott. And I think we've lost Chris Coburn. We didn't see what happened there, unfortunately. Chris Coburn's had an off on the first lap. He's still going, but he's a long way behind. Yeah, there he is. We just caught a glimpse of him coming through the chicane. There go the leaders. Presley Barrett in fourth place leads the Newcomers Cup, being contested between himself, Kelso and Campbell Scott. Michael Williams trying to close in on Barrett. Michael Williams running very well indeed here after a struggle in yesterday's race. Down to the complex. There's our leaders. Little from Hitchin and Robbie Dalgleish. Winning that standing water on the left-hand side of the circuit. Chad Little continues to set the pace, the winner of the 2025 Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. No mistaking his car. The high-vis special, you could call that car, couldn't you? But James Hitchin, the ex-Citroen C1 racer, is closing him down. And Robbie Dalgleish, the former champion as well. Then it's the duo of Barrett and Williams. Sixth behind them, that's Jack Irvine, yesterday's winner, trying to overcome his 8th place start. Liam Kelso recovering from his spin on the first corner, ahead of Barry Holmes in 8th place. And behind them, Viertunga and Coburn have both got back ahead of Campbell Scott, who seems to be struggling a little. Through towards Tower. Up the inside, there is number 52 of Williams. Michael Williams up into 4th place now. He takes Presley Barrett. A much better run today by Michael Williams. Irvine just behind in 6th place. Dalgleish getting closer to James Hitchin now to try and take 2nd place as we reach 1/3 distance, just under 10 minutes to go. Towards Sunny in and Sunny out, and Robbie Dalgleish getting ready to challenge James Hitchin for 2nd place. Hitchin wide, 2 wheels onto the grass, almost 4 wheels onto the grass. That's a very fast part of the circuit, you do not want to go off there. Still Chad Little who leads the way in the number 25. Dalgleish splashes through the puddles there on the left-hand side of the circuit towards the hairpin. Chad Little was leading by 0.7 of a second over James Hitchin, but I think the margin will be less this time. Dalgleish has got the fastest lap of the race No, he hasn't. Jack Irvine's got the fastest lap of the race. 151.811 he's just done. Leaders through Clervo. Presley Barrett very sideways there in the background. Could lose P5 to Jack Irvine. The Northern Irishman moves to the inside and through he goes. Single headlamp for Jack Irvine as he chases Mike Williams. Still James Hitchin holding second place ahead of Robbie Dalgleish. Here they come up towards the Jim Clark S's, and I think Dalgleish has got through. Yes, he has. He's got ahead of James Hitchin. So a change for second. Now Robbie Dalgleish will go after the reigning champion out in front. These two were involved in a tangle with Martin Virtunga down at the hairpin in yesterday's race. Towards the complex. Robbie Dalgleish, look at him taking great lengths out of Chad Little's lead. And he had a look there up the inside. That came out of nowhere. I don't know whether Chad Little missed a gear or made a mistake there going into the complex, but suddenly Robbie Dalgleish from nowhere was on him, and he's going to try again, I think, here coming out of the hairpin. He just doesn't seem to be able to get the power down off the turns, Chad Little, as well as Robbie Dalgleish can. So here they come, across the line to complete lap number 4. Here's a battle further back, Martin Virtunga chasing down Liam Kelso as Robbie Dalgleish is never going to go around the outside at Clervo. Bash, they door handle together, and again, and again. Chad Little has the inside line. You can't go side by side, definitely not through the next bit through the chicane. Dalgleish keeps his foot in. He's going to try and go side by side through the chicane. Oh, going to go off onto the infield, onto the rallycross course. You could see that coming a mile away. They're not slowing down, are they, along the grass? James Hitchin's taken the lead. I said they were picking up where they left off yesterday, and James Hitchin thinks, thanks very much, I'll go through and take the lead of this race. Chad Little has rejoined, somehow still in second place. It's Mike Williams up to third. Jack Irvine can't believe his luck, he's up to fourth. And there's Robbie Dalgleish, who's somehow still going in fifth place. But I wonder if his front suspension might be damaged as a result of that. You could see it coming as Robbie Dalgleish got up on the outside through Hawthorne. You can't go side by side through that chicane onto the back straight. You're either going to go off or you're going to hit the tyres. Here comes Jack Irvine now attacking Michael Williams up the inside. Gains another place through Sunny Out. You don't very often see overtakes there. He's up to P3. And now going for Chad Little. James Hitchin, the Cumbrian, leads the way, but the safety car's coming out. Safety car's coming out. We've got a car off somewhere. There's the problem. That's at Clervo. It's Campbell Scott has spun into the gravel trap. The Marchstone Developments car was running at the back of the field. He's in the gravel. The safety car out. Now hopefully the marshals will be able to get that car out onto the tarmac. They are asking for a recovery vehicle though. 5 minutes of the race to go. See, the front end is damaged where it's dug into the gravel. Campbell Scott's out of the car, he's okay. The man from South Lanarkshire near Glasgow. Let's have a look again at some of the salient moments in this race so far. That's James Hitchin running wide out of Sunny Out earlier on, as Robbie Dalgleish challenged him for second place. Presley Barrett nearly losing it behind them, allowing Jack Irvine to come through. Then suddenly Dalgleish launched a challenge. I thought they were going to tangle there going into the complex. It did almost touch there as Robbie Dalgleish nearly clipping the back of Chad Little. And then they got side by side into Clervo, door handled together several times. Neither of them would give way. And you could see what was going to happen as they came through Hawthorne. Dalgleish came up on the outside. They couldn't get through side by side through the chicane. Off they went down the rallycross course. And James Hitchens said, "Thank you very much, I'll take the lead." Somehow Chad Little kept his foot in down the grass and surfed his way into second place, while Robbie Dalgleish was down to fifth. This is the instant for Campbell Scott, just spinning off there at Clervaux, backwards into the gravel. And the telehandler needed to pull him back into the paddock. That's the end of Campbell Scott's race. One of the Newcomers Cup drivers this in. You can see he's got the novice cross on the back of his car. Hopefully we'll get the green flag next time by and the race can resume with James Hitchin in the lead, looking for his first Scottish Mini Cooper Cup win. He is new to the series this year, but not counting for the Newcomers Cup. He's previously raced in the Scottish Citroën C1 Championship. I think the lights are already out atop the safety car. Nice work by the recovery team there, and well done to the marshals as well. So James Hitchens got Chad Little right on his bumper, ready for this restart. A couple of laps of racing to go. Chris Coburn's been able to catch up as well after his off early on. I think he went off at Tower Bend on the first lap. So just a couple of laps to go then, 2.5 minutes left on the clock. We go back to green flag racing with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Here we go, down towards Clervaux. Chad Little getting ready to attack, but look at Jack Irvine. Jack Irvine moving up on the outside of Little. Bit of understeer there for James Hitchin. He goes a little wide, but he's held his lead. There's Williams in 4th place. Dalgleish ahead of Barrett, 5th and 6th. Barrett leading the Newcomers Cup. Then Martin Viertunga. I'm surprised he's able to keep going, having lost that front bodywork off his car. But he takes Presley Barrett there through the chicane. Along the back straight they go. His next target is Robbie Dalgleish, as Hitchin still leads the way. Jack Irvine all over the back of the 25 of Chad Little. The leader just a little bit wide there coming out of Tower Bend. Safety car has bunched everyone back up again. It's going to be an interesting conclusion to this race for the Scottish Minis. Martin Viertunga, if anything, is running better now than he was before the safety car. Still your leader is 271 James Hitchin from Chad Little. Jack Irvine is now on their tails. Michael Williams starting to go with them in the 52, then a gap back to Dalgleish 5th. That's Liam Kelso up in the 6th place now, ahead of Presley Barrett, so he's taken the lead of the Newcomers Cup. Chris Coburn moves up to attack the 88 of Barry Holmes for 9th place as well. Chad Little, is he thinking about a move there for the lead? No, he's not. He's got to be mindful that Jack Irvine's right behind him and he wants a double for the weekend. If he does so, he'll take the lead of the championship. Getting busy at the hairpin. Look at this, 3 wide out of the hairpin. Liam Kelso and Presley Barrett either side of Robbie Dalgleish. I'm wondering if Dalglish's car is damaged following that off onto the infield. You can see he's dropping back there. Viertunga comes through as well with those eyes looking menacing on his headlights. He's going to take Presley Barrett as well. He monsters up the inside. He goes through. Good recovery by Martin Viertunga. Still James Hitchin who leads the way. He's got Chad Little on his bumper in the Hy-Vis car. Up towards the right-hander at Tower. The clock has counted down to 0, so we're on the last lap now. Can James Hitchin hang on for his first ever victory? He's run a bit wide there, coming through Tower Bend. Jack Irvine's ready to pounce as well, and if they all tangle up, well, Michael Williams could be in luck here. All problems, that's Viertunga going off, just misses the barrier. Goodness me, that was close. Just missed the marshal's post as well. Getting Larry out there on this final lap. Can James Hitchin hang on in front? He's sideways, he's sliding wide. He slid wide here a few laps ago. He's pushing a little bit too hard here. I think James Hitchin, he does not want the pressure to get to him. Chad Little is going to try a move, I think, into the complex or possibly into the hairpin. It's going to be checkered flag this time. The 3 of them line astern. Williams not far behind them. Here they come through the complex. Can James Hitchin hang on for his first victory? Through the complex. Up towards the hairpin. There's problems behind as well. They're still at it for the back. It's hard to know where to look. The leaders are through the hairpin for the final time. And up towards the checkered flag this time. Who's it going to be? It's going to be James Hitchin. Takes the win. Little second. Irvine third. Williams fourth. And who's coming through for fifth? It's Liam Kelso. How's he got through there? Liam Kelso takes fifth and the Newcomers Cup. Barrett sixth. Viatunga seventh. And Robbie Dalgleish, his car was clearly wounded after that off onto the infield, ends up eighth. James Hitchin is elated. His first Scottish Mini Cooper Cup victory. We'll have a look back at some of the highlights of that race. It wasn't quite as destructive as yesterday, I have to say. It's still hugely entertaining. First corner incident saw Liam Kelso sent spinning. He was able to rejoin. Moves through to win the Newcomers Cup in the end. Chad Little led the early going from his reverse grid pole position. As further back, Martin Viatunga went spinning into the infield. That's how he lost his front bumper. See it again there from the other angle. That's what happened to Jack Irvine and Chris Coburn up at Tower. We missed that initially. There's Coburn. He was in the field, so he did well to come back out. Presley Barrett did some power sliding as well. Jack Irvine charging through at the hairpin, but then got sideways and sent Campbell Scott wide onto the grass. These BMW Minis really do make for fantastic race cars. There were several spins that we didn't see. That's another one for Campbell Scott that we just about caught there. Good work by our camera crews. So much going on, it's impossible to know where to look during that race. Nearly a rallycross moment there for James Hitchin, but he held it together. He chased Chad Little for the lead, and Presley Barrett nearly lost it through Clervo, which allowed Jack Irvine to make up another place on his recovery. And then Robbie Dalgleish started to turn up the heat on Chad Little. Tacked him into the complex. Nearly clipping the back of the high-vis special, as I've christened that car. And then they tried to go side by side through Clervo. Bounced off each other a few times. Dalgleish kept his foot in. Tried to get around the outside. You could see what was coming into the chicane. Tries to cut across. Both of them go off. And James Hitchin takes the lead. Through the water splash. Along the old rallycross course. See them disappear stage left, and James Hitchin can't quite believe his good fortune as he takes the lead. Chad Little the first to recover. Safety car came out when Campbell Scott spun it into the gravel at Clervo. And then on the restart, Jack Irvine was able to close up on Chad Little for the lead. For second place, I should say, as James Hitchin held the lead. And Michael Williams looking on from fourth place. The fight for fifth out of the final corner as well was a cracker, with Liam Kelso making his way through. Martin Viatunga nearly threw it at the scenery on the final lap, just missing the barriers at the exit of Tower. And then James Hitchin came through for his first victory. Let's head down to Ian to get some feedback from the drivers in Parc Ferme.
Welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. Are you not entertained? I have had a bit of a costume change as well. I've decided to come for the rest of the afternoon as a giant yellow flag, just because it's so cold and my previous clothes are absolutely soaking. Right, James Hitchin over here. Let's go, James. Come on, my friend. Over you come. Over you come. I've never in all of my time in Parc Fermé, see somebody get into Parc Fermé so desperate to get out of the car and celebrate. That was remarkable.
Oh, it was amazing. It's the best race I've ever had in a car. Loved it. I thought Cadwell was good, but
I tell you what, it must have been difficult. You had Chad breathing down your neck, and then of course Jack starts to lurch in as well.
yeah, well, I saw Robbie coming up behind me early on. I thought, I'm not going to be able to hold him back. I was struggling to make a breakthrough on Chad, so I thought if I let him get through, he might unsettle him. They got unsettled, they went off at the chicane. I thought, fantastic. Then the safety car, and I was thinking, oh no.
What does this mean to you? I could just see the excitement in your face.
I couldn't even put it into words. It's amazing.
Look, go, so you don't want to talk to me. You want to go celebrate. Go on. Oh, there's Chad over there as well. Let's grab him for a chat. Chad, brilliant racing, that wasn't it? It's good. I haven't seen you all weekend. Anyway, it's good to see you, by the way. Look, brilliant race, wasn't it? But he just had a little bit too much this time.
Yeah, bit of an off out of the chicane, and managed to get James in front, but it's so hard to lead in that condition. Like, you're just the guinea pig, really.
Yeah.
If you run a bit wide, trying a bit harder, the next person can slow themselves down and catch you back up.
It was great for us to watch. It must have been quite frantic for you guys, and then of course you got Jack on your tail as well, which doesn't help, does it?
That's last lap. I kind of defended from Jack because I wasn't quite close enough, but Jack was right behind us, so I just settled for it, really.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Well done anyway, Jack. Good to see you again. Jack, let's have a quick chat if we can. We saw quite a remarkable drive from you yesterday, and this was still a very special one, but those two in the wet just had the legs today.
Yeah, I had to come from the back again. I got clipped going under the tar and completely sideways, and just worked my way up through them. But I think Chad and James had a wee bit more grip, seemed to be a bit faster out through the S's, but still happy enough with third on the podium.
I was going to say, you've had a first and a third this week.
Yeah,
no,
good,
right?
Can't complain about it.
Can't complain. Look, I'll let you go celebrate. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Right, everybody, we have got our second and final TCR race of the weekend about to come up. So if you want to stay with us, we'll give you a shot as the cars make their way out. And they don't use the assembly area here, TCR. They always come out of the garages. In fact, I can see the cars now just poking their noses out right now. And we saw a cracker earlier, didn't we? Callum Newsham getting his second race win of the season. In fact, he's now had back-to-back wins because he picked up the third race win at Brands Hatch. And of course here, he won the first race of the day a little bit earlier. So conditions pretty similar actually to how they were earlier. In fact, if anything, it might have dried off ever so slightly, but still very damp. And here they are, just putting their noses out right now. I do believe we might have lost someone though. Let me just double check for you. Yeah, I believe Russell Joyce is not going to be in this race. So unfortunately had that off, didn't he, in race one, so he's not going to be taking part in this one. Let's move over here so we can get a good look at everything. There's Nicky there, Nicky Lyons from TCR UK. There's Callum Newsham, there he is, the race winner a little bit earlier. Jensen O'Neill going, the youngest ever race winner in TCR UK, picked up a race win at Brands Hatch in the first meeting of the season. So we are about to get underway very shortly for round 5 of the 2026 TCR UK Championship. The cars about to make their way out onto the circuit. We'll stick around, shall we, and let's move down. Actually, I wanted to speak to somebody here from Power Max Racing because I promised that I would come down and have a little chat. Don't disappear on me. I told you I'll go for a quick chat. How's it going this weekend?
Yeah, really well. Yeah, going okay. No issues.
What's the challenges faced for you guys in the garages when it's conditions like this?
Obviously a different set down, obviously make sure the tyres, obviously wets, has to change everything around for wets, obviously from slicks yesterday, so yeah, it's quite daunting, yeah.
I suppose actually the conditions now are quite similar to how they were in race 1 earlier, does it?
Yes.
I suppose that helps.
Yeah, nothing's changed really, yeah, apart from just the odd tinker here and there, that's about it.
Top man, thank you, good to see you as well. Let's move down a little bit, shall we? We don't want us to get run over. Let's keep moving. In fact, I'll tell you what we can do. We can get ourselves onto the grid as well. So let's make our way. Oh, I can see Jack Finlin up there on the left as well. I wonder if he's up for a quick chat as we do head up. So let's just keep walking up. As you can see, this here at Croft, this is the in here. This is all the bark offices. This is where the actual real work takes place of all the administration. Something that I know absolutely nothing about. And then in here we've got the Croft offices. A big thank you to Croft as well. They do pretty much let me do anything I want here, which is great. And if you do stick around for the end of the broadcast, we've got a golf and motorsport special coming up. Jack, I'll just grab you again very quickly if I can. I hope you don't mind. I've had to get changed. I'm absolutely freezing.
Yeah, you're okay.
How are you? Are you all right?
No, I'm all right. Yeah, one of them first races. I think
split into two parts, wasn't it? It was one of them. But I think, let's go again. That's all we can say. I think the boys are raring to go, so let's get them out there.
Just before they do head on out, and you've got some proper work to do, where are we going for the rest of the year at TCR? Where can people get excited about watching?
Pit lane's open.
Right, okay, no, there we go. We'll touch on that a little bit later. Let's just tuck ourselves into the corner, watch these cars come out. We've got Carl Boardley here, former winner, of course, in TCR. Lewis Kent alongside him as well. Lewis Kent on the podium earlier. Callum Newsham, of course, taking the win. Lewis Kent was in P2, and we had Max Hart as well in P3. That was your race 1 podium. What can Carl Boardley do here in race 2? We know he's a serious machine behind the wheel. There's Alistair Kellett up from Fiestas. He had a bit of an eventful race 1 as well. There goes Max Hall. He's heading out. There is Max Hart. He'll be looking to get his first win of the season. Harry Bloor as well. In fact, I want to go speak to Harry Bloor, one of the younger drivers here on the TCR grid. There's Brad Hutchinson as well. But we haven't spoken to Brad at all this weekend. Let's get ourselves onto the circuit. We'll catch up with, make a bit of a beeline here, I think, for Brad Hutchinson and Harry Bloor. If we get a chance to speak to them. My clipboard. Look at this, look at that, that's my clipboard. What's the point? Completely ruined. Let's make our way on as the cars go out and around. We will get ourselves up to the front, get the best possible place. As ever, thank you for tuning in. We're live, of course, on the BARC YouTube channel. Let's pop the camera down onto the start-finish straight so you can see the action. The cars are going to make their way up. As soon as they pull up, we'll grab a word with a couple of the drivers as well. We're live on the BARC YouTube channel, also live on the TCR UK YouTube channel and the Caterham YouTube channel as well. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage this week. And I just want to say a massive shout out as well to our camera crew. They yesterday spent all day in the blazing sun. Can you believe that? Blazing sun all day long, getting sunburn. And today they've literally spent the entire day in a field getting absolutely soaking wet. So if we can show a bit of love for the crew out here in that live chat, we really appreciate it. If you haven't already, do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. We've got so much coming up for you. In fact, in a couple of weeks time, we are going to Thruxton, aren't we? The British Truck Racing Championship back at Thruxton. Very much looking forward to that. We can watch it all live, of course, on the BARC YouTube channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Are you excited for this race? Who do you think is going to get the job done? Who is going to spring a surprise, maybe? In fact, I would say the track conditions are even ever so slightly better than race 1 earlier today. Still absolutely soaking wet and anything can happen. After this one, we go straight into more Caterham action. We've still got the Junior Saloon car final race of the weekend to come as well. We round out the day with another Caterham race. So we are just waiting for the cars to come round now, and we will have a chat with some of them. Here they come now. Look at this, what a sight this is as they make their way down. One of the absolute joys of having the privilege, really, of doing what we do. Ryan, I'm just going to grab you and move you out of the way because you stood right in the middle of the circuit. It's probably not a good idea. There we go, look. Don't forget, do stick around a little bit later as well for our golf challenge. We had a couple of TCR drivers. I had Jensen O'Neill going and Lewis Kent competing against a professional golfer. We also had Ollie Smith from the Junior Saloon Car Championship getting involved as well, and Brian Thornton from Caterham. Right, let's go down because I'm just trying to see who is it that I wanted to speak to. I can see Carl Bourne. Let's see Rod McGovern. We haven't spoken to him yet. Maybe let's head on down and see if we can grab a quick word with him and see how he's feeling ahead of this one. I know, look at it. Look at that. That's not good. Watch yourself. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is who I wanted, actually. I wanted Harry. That's perfect. So we'll have a quick chat with him. We'll just let the car go up on the tracks. Just watch this down here as it gets raised up onto the pegs underneath. How good is that? Is that all right? Can I just grab a word with Harry? Yeah. No one said no, so I'm going to do it anyway. Harry, how are we doing, my friend? One of the younger drivers on the TCR grid. You probably can't hear anything I'm saying, but are you ready for this?
Of course, yeah. It's going to be great.
Do you like these conditions?
I mean, it's my first time speaking in these conditions, but it's good fun.
Excellent, thank you. Look, good luck, mate. Really good to see you again. Thank you, and thank you to my producer Elliot, because I couldn't hear anything Harry was saying there, so I really do appreciate that, because he just repeated back what he said. There's Jensen O'Neill going, the youngster, of course, a race winner in TCR. How you doing, Mick? You all right, sir? Let's keep going down. There's Carl Bordley. There is Mr. McGovern there. In fact, I think we're going to have to get off the circuit very quick. There's Max Hart, as we said earlier. He was in P3. Lewis Kent was P2. Callum Newsham right there. He is going to try and make it 3 wins in a row here this season in TCR UK. Do you think he can do it? Let us know in that live chat. We're going to have to get ourselves off the circuit. It is time to go racing. It is round 5 of the 2026 TCR UK Championship, and I'm going to hand over to your commentators Andy McEwen and Henry Burdett. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Ian. Great work down there on the grid. I have rather enjoyed watching Ian's hair steadily sort of droop down the side of his face as the conditions have rather taken hold today. I was told, reliably informed this morning, that the conditions were going to get better from about 1 o'clock. They haven't. The rain is just lingering in the air. The track isn't drying. It's getting colder and colder, Henry. Pretty similar conditions, really, to those that we faced in race 1.
Yes, indeed. But unlike you, I shall not make any comment about Ian's hair because, sadly, that ship for me sailed several years ago. But you are right. The weather is socked in. Now, that is a phrase that they used to use a lot when this was an old RAF bomber command centre in World War II. The weather is socked in. By that means that the windsocks that would have been out around the venue back when it was an Air Force base would have been drooping, and you wouldn't be able to see them because the cloud is so low. It's grey, wet and miserable. Welcome to a British bank holiday weekend, ladies and gentlemen, but don't worry because the stars of the TCR UK Championship will give you a nice warm sunny feeling in the next 25 minutes or so.
Yes, indeed so, and there are quite a few drivers towards the sharp end of the grid rather hoping that their day ends with a nice warm sunny feeling, and that feeling of victory. Max Hall, for example, chasing his first ever victory in TCR UK, has a chance now to start from pole position. Broke a drive shaft on the way to the grid in race 1. Max Hall's starts in general have not been brilliant this year, let's be honest, but now he starts from pole. Better get the thing off the line. Well, he's got Mark Smith alongside him in his Cooper Leon VZ with Brad Hutchison. Remember, he also had drive shaft issues coming to the grid ahead of race number 1. He starts 3rd and always goes well in the wet. Harry Bloor, who we just heard from, starts 4th ahead of Jensen O'Neill Going, who lost the championship lead to Callum Newsham after Callum's second win of the year earlier on this afternoon. Rod McGovern starts 6th, then Carl Bordley and Max Hart, who was on the podium again earlier on today. Lewis Kent and Callum Newsham top 2 for race 1, while they will share the 5th row of the grid. Callum Newsham, as Ian quite rightly says, hunting a 3rd consecutive victory of the season. Alistair Kellett will be the last car on the grid, we believe. Russell Joyce unfortunately withdrawn. We saw him have that nasty looking accident at the complex. He is absolutely fine. The car actually could have been repairable, but the team have said they just can't be 100% sure that the engine and the electronics and everything internally would survive the 20 minutes, and if you run a car that's in that sort of state, it can cause further damage, so they're just playing it safe. He'll be back out for the next round, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's the main thing is that Russell was good to go as well. Erring on the side of caution. This is going to be race 5 of a long season. Ian mentioned, he asked championship coordinator Jack Finland where we were going to be heading for the rest of the season, and well, the answer is we are going to be going to Snetterton, we're going to be going to Donington Park twice on the national circuit and then the GP circuit before we return for the penultimate round of the season, a single day race meeting at Alton Park, and then back to Brands Hatch at the end of the year. The calendar, if you are that way inclined and want to see the individual dates, you can go to the TCR UK website, which is something tcruk.com or .co.uk. Who knows? Type it into a search engine, TCR UK 2026 calendar, and the wonders of the internet will tell you all you need to know.
Yes, what I do know is it all finishes at Brands Hatch again this year at the massive truck racing finale, bonfire, firework display event. I think it's got a slightly catchier name than that, but that is where our final round of the championship will be held, as it was last year, in front of an absolutely packed house. Henry, I can't wait.
Is it called Brands Hatch?
Brands Hatch. It should be.
It should be.
It should be.
Names coming in, because I've noticed this is Speedfest North. Various race meetings this weekend. I think, they're trying to sort of come up with different funky names to get people to come and enjoy them. But this is going to be Colossal Croft. Hopefully not Calamity Croft for race number 2, TCR UK 2026.
Yeah, it could be a lively run through the first few corners, couldn't it? But such is the strength of depth this year in TCR UK, actually. Reversing the top 10 doesn't do a huge amount. You wouldn't be that surprised to see Max Hall starting on the front row of the grid. Brad Hutchison up there as well. But can they make the most of the track position advantage to get their first victories of the season? And in Max's case, his first ever in TCR UK. Lights on, lights out momentarily. Round 5 of the championship underway. It's a decent start, in fact, for Max Hall. Looks like Brad Hutchison's away even better, though, in the blue and white Cupra. And he will challenge for the lead on the outside line. Into Clairvaux corner, Hutchison versus Hall versus Jensen O'Neill going, who comes around the outside of both of them. There's a bit of a tap in the tail for Hutchison. Rod McGovern is in the gravel. And Callum Newsham is sideways at the back of the group, almost colliding with a couple of different cars. Lewis Kent takes the shortcut. And that could have been disaster for the championship leader, who still is in a dangerous position on the outside into the chicane, and he has to bail and take the shortcut as well. He'll likely have to rejoin behind Lewis Kent as a result of that. Hutchison leads though, Hall second, and a fired up Jensen O'Neill going is third.
Yeah, Mark Smith, the other front row starter, going the other way. He's already back to what is 11th and last place, in fact 10th and last place. Alistair Kellett not getting off the grid in Barry John McHenry's Audi. Now there was a clutch issue in race number 1, has that returned as well. Back at the front, Hall challenging Hutchison round the very... Oh, this is tight, Andy. Hutchison holding on. Callum Newsham will be breathing easily, because that could have been huge coming through the chicane.
Now remember, these two have previous Max Hall and Brad Hutchison. They clashed in the wet at Snetterton last year. Was that contact again? I'm not sure, but Hall has gone through. I think it was just a moment actually on the braking zone for Hutchison, whose car is slowing. Is it? Yes. Is this a return of the drive shaft issue? They weren't 100% certain. They'd got on top of that, and Brad Hutchison's day could be over. The car limps around the final corner, and I think is just about going to make it into the pit lane. But that is heartbreak for Brad Hutchison. 4 times a race winner in TCR UK. He'd never won a race here at Croft, and sadly that won't change today.
It almost looked as though the back end started wiggling, like there was a tyre that wasn't quite attached, or there was a puncture. But you could be right. We'll see if get any information from the pit lane as the race progresses. Now, Newsham ahead of Kent, but a long way behind these two. This is a golden opportunity for Max Hall and Jensen O'Neill going. Max Hall, who's had so many difficulties just getting that car off the line this year. Well, he got it off the line. Now he's in front. Now he's got a clean track. He's only got 17 and a half minutes to hold on around one of the toughest tests in the wet in British motorsport.
And he's got Jensen O'Neill going, winner of this equivalent race at Brands Hatch, remember, right behind him. He can see this as an opportunity to massively outscore the likes of Newsham, who is still buried down the order. It's just not going to be as easy this year as it used to be to come charging through the field. Remember the last round of the championship at Brands Hatch last year, when Newsham went from 10th to 1st in a lap. That's not going to be happening in 2026. These reverse grid races are going to be a massive challenge, and Newsham is not guaranteed to even make it onto the podium. So those who are at the front, this is a really important opportunity. At the moment, Newsham is sort of boxed in behind Rod McGovern. He's got Lewis Kent and Harry Blore behind. Blore did go backwards a little bit at the start, but is staying with this group nicely.
Yeah, now of course Rod McGovern, he is not going to make it easy for Callum Newsham. He's now discovering, yes, the drivers in the traditional midfield pack are not going to simply roll over. Rod McGovern, that car is new to Rod this year. He was so pleased with it to start with at Brands Hatch. They went testing afterwards because there was a misfire in race 2 and race 3, and Rod, who is normally a very, very chipper young man, you know what I mean, but he's going to have to face the fact that Callum Newsham has the inside like that. Elantra just gets off the corners so well indeed. Great traction from the Elantra, and that is what now up to P5 for the race winner Callum Newsham.
It is indeed. Next target, Max Hart, but he's a few seconds up the road. Harry Bloor, meanwhile, is coming back at Lewis Kent, who's carried a lot of speed into Tower Corner. A little bit too much, maybe, but he finds some grip, some momentum on corner exit, and he will try now to debate that position through the Jim Clark S's. This is a dicey place to go side by side, and in the end, it is Harry Bloor who backs out of it.
Yes, Kent now closing in on McGovern. Look at the under braking that Lincoln Co. Lewis Kent, he's so confident that he carries more speed as well through Sunny in, now out of Sunny out. McGovern finally gives up to the inevitable pressure as you look at Bordley and Hart. So third and fourth, and they're about to be joined by, well, I would say in a lap or two, Callum Newsham. Oh no, Harry Bloor and Rob McGovern are off. McGovern saves it, Bloor doesn't, and there's the Audi going through in the background. McGovern almost went off in sympathy there.
I'm not sure if they tangled in the braking zone. I'd like to see a replay of that. They definitely tangled as the accident was unfolding, but I'm not sure whether there was contact that triggered it or not. We'll have another look at that in a moment. Meanwhile, Max Hart versus Carl Bordley is the fight for third position. Max Hart seems to just perpetually be stuck in this position where he's fighting for about third in most races, just never seems to quite get away with the leaders. This time, of course, it's because of the grid positions that he had ended up in, or grid position he'd ended up in with the reversed grid. He will, though, be delighted to see that the safety car has been scrambled as a result of Harry Bloor's car off the complex, and that will eradicate the advantage, a 4-second advantage that the top two had over the pair of Hondas.
Oh, this is big news for Callum Newsham. Big news indeed, because Hall and Jensen O'Neill going were comfortably out in front. Here's a look at the replay. I think that Harry Bloor went off on his... No, he didn't. Now that was the bad news for Harry Bloor. The news gets slightly worse because he's into the tyres, but not with any great velocity. I'm sure that the damage is merely cosmetic, and to Harry's temper. That might have also taken a slight knock as well.
What happened, I think, and I'm not a racing driver, so I will just preface it with that, but Harry was on such a wide line through the left hand to try and find the grip. He seemed to then cut straight back onto the racing line in the braking zone. I think that caught Rod out. I'm not saying it was intentional or, in fact, that either were really to blame, but that, I think, is what caused it. I don't think Rod was expecting that movement, was he? So that potentially is what led to the contact. I can tell you Harry is out of the car, and his driver coach, Ronan Pearson, is trudging behind the commentary box to go and have a word with him and see what happened. Harry Bloor will be going no further in this race, though, and that is a mighty shame for the youngster. Callum Newsham, though, at essentially his home track this year. We're not venturing north of the Scottish border to Knockhill in 2026, so this is the shortest commute for Callum Newsham this year. It's also his most successful track in his TCRUK career. He's won 4 times here at Croft, 7 times he's been on the podium. Can he repeat that here? He's in 5th position, but now, Henry, to gain any further progress, every overtake is going to be tough because the drivers ahead of him, none of them are pushovers.
Yeah, and he's also still going to have Lewis Kent sitting right behind him. So every time Newsham tries to make a move and go off the traditional racing line to set up a pass, Lewis Kent, provided that Lewis gets a good restart, will be right there to stick a nose in where Callum Newsham doesn't want it. There is Harry Bloor looking somewhat forlorn. The marshals, the Orange Army here, what a job they have done. They stick it out through rain and shine, and their main job is to sort of placate very unhappy racing drivers, which is a skill. Anyone who can tell you that a marshal's job, it's not just to keep the safety of the drivers, extricating themselves from the accident, but it's then sort of getting them calm and saying, look, I know you don't want to, but you've got to stand behind this barrier right now, and because of course the driver wants to get back out on the track and launch something at the person they feel aggrieved by.
Very often a disgruntled driver will walk up to a marshal and say, "Did you see that? He just hit me off." What do you think of that? And of course, it's very important the marshals don't get involved in deciding who was to blame for an incident, but all the driver really wants to hear at that point is, yes, absolutely, you that wasn't your fault at all. Yes, no, he definitely deserves a penalty, but that is for the clerk of the course to decide. Harry actually was up in the clerk of the course's office after race 1, after contact with this man, Jensen O'Neill, going. I don't believe any penalties were handed out as a result of that, but there was some door-to-door contact, and neither driver were particularly pleased with the other after that one. So we tick towards half race distance then. Max Hall, the race leader. Remember, Max Hall yet to win a race in TCR UK. He's been on the podium twice before, in the wet at Snetterton, in that Lincoln Co actually that he guested in at the end of the 2025 season. Jensen O'Neill going second, the Brands Hatch winner. Then Carl Bordley yet to win this year, and the same for Max Hart. Both of those drivers returning to the championship in 26, and both hunting for a first victory of the year. Callum Newsham is 5th, Lewis Kent is 6th. Remember, those two were trading the lead in the early stages of race 1, with Mark Smith 7th, Rod McGovern 8th, so he's really dropped down as a result of that. And Alistair Kellett back out there and still on the lead lap. So Kellett had that slow start, but he is still on the lead lap, and there is a chance here that he could pick a few more places up.
There is indeed, although Alistair was saying, I'm just going to be very, very, and he preferenced the word very careful with that car, which Barry John McHenry has lent me for the weekend. Maybe you can say the slow start could have been a legacy of this morning's problem. It could also have been a case of, I just want to cruise away at the start, let everybody, just mind my own business. And well, there's something to see that Harry Bloor is now directly behind me, and he is. Well, he's chatting to somebody above us on there, and he's smiling at least to that person as you look as. Well, the car is being retrieved now. I would say, if they're lucky, this could be the penultimate or the last lap the last full lap we do under safety car conditions, which means that we should go racing with around about 7 minutes to go.
Fingers crossed, yeah, safety car lap 2 minutes 20 or so last time by, so yeah, we should hopefully get this car cleared out of the way. The barrier doesn't really need any repair work. There's an access road just underneath this camera position that will take the car into the back of the paddock, right behind our commentary position, so we should be able to get that cleared up pretty quickly and give us at least a handful of racing laps, similar actually to the length of the restarted race earlier on this afternoon. The longer we go behind safety car, the worse it is for this man, Callum Newsham, who comes into this race with a handy little points lead. This is before dropped scores have been calculated, of course, but 124 points for Callum Newsham, 107 for Jensen O'Neill going, so 17 points, I believe, the difference between the two of them, but that, of course, is all going to ebb and flow and change as the season goes on, and we mustn't count Jensen O'Neill going out here. It's tempting, isn't it, to say, well, he's young, he's still learning. Yes, he won Brands Hatch, but surely over the course of the season, the more experienced drivers will be more consistent. He has been Mr. Consistency so far.
Yeah, and in a race like this, you think, he's going to take it easy because it's the worst conditions he's ever driven at TCR UK, and he's young, he's inexperienced. That in my mind, that's why he's going to go for it even more, because he doesn't know fear yet. He simply says, well, this is a car, it's a new car, it's slightly faster than when I've driven, the drives are slightly different, they've got a bit more, to their careers in terms of CVs. It doesn't really matter. We saw a Brands Hatch, he will take on all comers, leave your reputation at the door, is Jensen O'Neill Going's motto. And, well, Harry Bloor, you're out of the race, but looking at the car being put down, there's not maybe some cosmetic damage to the front, but other than that, she is good to go.
Yeah, it's good news. The team don't have too much work to do, and not too hefty a repair bill for Harry to worry about. We'll see him back out again at the next round of the championship at Snetterton in July. Bit of a gap now before the next round, and I'm sure he'll be back fighting fit. So, lights out on the safety car then. We are ready to go racing again, and we've got Max Hall and Jensen O'Neill going, youth at the front of the field, and then Carl Bordley, one of the most experienced drivers on the grid, taking the restart from third. 3 Hondas in a row, actually, with Jensen O'Neill going, Carl Boardley, Max Hart all nose to tail. And it's going to be fascinating to see how they handle the safety car restart. The field then pours through the final couple of corners. I believe the safety car is heading for the pit lane this time. Yes, it is. And Max Hall is going to stamp on the loud pedal quite late, actually. Only now accelerates and leaves himself vulnerable to attack from Jensen O'Neill going then, who is right behind the leading Honda. As we head towards Clervaux Corner, goes to the outside, does Jensen. Keep an eye on Boardley and Hart in behind. They turn through the first corner. Hall over the curb, sideways. It's like a Civic Cup race, this, isn't it, with 4 Civics at the front of the pack, absolutely bumper to bumper. And where is Callum Newsham? Where's Callum Newsham?
Well, I can count 8 cars. Oh, the leader's almost off. The leader, Max Hall, 2 wheels on the grass. I could count 8 cars. There should be 9 left in the race. Where Callum Newsham's gone. Callum Newsham has not come round.
Here comes Jensen O'Neill going though to the outside of Max Hall. They lean on each other slightly at Tower. Boardley will get a run on the pair of them as well as they head down towards the Jim Clark S's. We can't see through the spray whether they're still side by side. I don't think they are. No, it is a clear lead for Hall, but Jensen O'Neill going is not going to settle for second, and I don't think either Boardley or Hart are that keen to stay where they are either.
All credit to Max Hall, because as they came across the line, Jensen O'Neill going was as close as there is your championship leader. The engine is refired. Now it cuts again. I wouldn't want to suggest anything that what has happened, but okay, well, we're going to go back out. The minutes that you said, Andy, and Callum Newsham, a commanding championship lead, then suddenly he doesn't. Now, here comes the extremely careful Alistair Carrott trying to pass Rod McGovern. Jensen O'Neill going was as close behind Max Hall as I've ever seen another driver on a restart, and yet Max was able to hold his nerve and hold him off. Very, very impressive. This is the scrap for third position. Make that second position. What a lap from Max Hall, from about 1 metre in front of Jensen O'Neill going to 1.6 seconds in front.
Well, I think there was a bit of a touch coming out of Tower. I can't swear to it because the spray was obscuring the view, but I think they leant on each other slightly, and that's just delayed Jensen more than it did Max. And this is really the biggest lead that Max Hall's had all race long so far. The battling Hondas then round Tower Corner on a weekend which started with us all a little bit concerned about the pace in the Honda Civics. All of the Civic drivers were complaining about the same sort of handling issues here at Croft, but the wet weather has massively saved them, and those cars have been transformed on Sunday afternoon. We've got 4 of them locking out the top 4 positions. I'm fairly certain that has never happened in TCR UK history. Through Sunny in, through Sunny out, and it's now really about whether Jensen O'Neill going can hang on to second place.
Yes, they were all saying about the Elantra, and here comes Carl Boardley having a little look at the inside of Jensen O'Neill going for second. O'Neill going holds him off. What's that phrase? To finish first you must finish. And the Hondas are all, or 4 of them, in a line to finish. Look at Lewis Kent closing in as well. Now, Max Hall, 3 minutes to go. This is the decisive break of the race. Hall is pretty much going to be in a situation where the only person that can deny him a win is himself.
Yeah, 1.9 seconds the lead at the end of that lap, and he has the fastest lap from a lap earlier. Boardley just wobbles over the curb, almost into the gravel trap, and Max Hart's going to be getting a bit frustrated about this. He can see Lewis Kent coming up behind. He's got the tighter line through Hawthorne, but the momentum lies with Boardley on the outside, and Carl Boardley hangs on to third position for now. Lewis Kent, though, is about to inject himself firmly into this podium battle.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Lewis Kent, who is the resident wet weather expert here at Croft, even in his Civic Cup career. He would have been, now I think that he was the driver that was mainly delayed when Callum Newsham came out of the final hairpin and then didn't take the restart, came into the pits. That was the main reason when we saw these 4, or the front 4, have such a huge breakaway. But Max Hall, it's simple, get your head down and just focus. Nothing is ever simple in a TCR UK machine, let alone at Croft, let alone at a wet Croft.
Yes, but what's fairly evident, I think, is that Jensen O'Neill going doesn't at the moment have the pace to go after him. So really, Max just needs to take this easy. He can drive at 90% and maintain the gap. These 3, though, are doing anything but take it easy. They're absolutely on top of each other as they head into the hairpin, and Carl Boardley pulls the handbrake. What was that all about? Locked the rear brakes dramatically into the hairpin. Great car control, and he's still in third place.
There is a driver using all his experience as a short oval racer to very, very good use indeed. Carl Bordley now, with 90 seconds to go, has that given Jensen O'Neill going P2. Is it now a 3-car battle for the third step of the podium? Because Hall and O'Neill going suddenly look a little bit safer than they did about this time a lap ago, with a minute plus change remaining.
Yeah, it was a similar gap to this though, a lap ago onto the back straight, and it had disappeared by the end of the lap. I think Bordley's good through the quick stuff, and Jensen O'Neill going maybe has a slight edge through the more technical stuff. We'll see if that translates onto this, the 11th lap of the race. Max Hall leads by 2.6 seconds over Jensen O'Neill going second. Bordley just about third, with Hart and Kent queuing up behind him. Bordley through the quick stuff out back though, looks fully committed and looks pretty strong. Now Callum Newsham back out into the race. Crucially, because we've got so few runners now at this point, he's on course still for some valuable championship points.
Yes, not only valuable points, but he's saving himself a potential test day. Well, a full test day. If they figure out what's wrong with the car, then at least that they can go home, the long drive home, maybe not the long drive home, as being from Scotland, knowing that the problem is at least all this Max Hart sticking his nose in, and that was close. Drag race, they cross the line just before the race clock strikes 0. This is going to be the final lap. They begin now. Bordley escapes and gets a good run down into Clervaux.
Yeah, I thought Hart was just going to nuzzle into the side of Bordley's car out of the hairpin, but in fairness kept it clean, sort of jinked the car away from Bordley. That lost him all of his momentum though, and so Carl Bordley able to hang on. Hart did still set the fastest lap of the race though, worth a bonus point in the championship. Down into Tower Corner we go though. It is still a Honda 1, 2, 3, 4. We've never had certainly a Honda podium lockout. I'm not convinced we've ever had a podium lockout by any manufacturer in TCR UK. That's something to go ahead and research between now and the next round at Snetterton, but this has been a fascinating race regardless, and it looks as though it's a race that could yield a maiden race victory for this man, Max Hall, who's had a torrid season so far. Promising qualifying pace at Brands Hatch, stalled on the line, got drilled from behind by Lewis Kent's Lincoln Co. Spent the rest of the weekend really trying to rebuild, came to Croft, had a similar issue with the drive shaft braking ahead of race number 1, but got back out on track, was classified a finisher, was able to benefit from the reversed grid, started from pole, nailed the start, and he now is going to come home, it would seem, a race winner. 2nd, 3rd and 4th is still up for grabs. Bordley there defending from Max Hart into the final corner. That will be a drag race to the line, but already heading to the line is Max Hall. The checkered flag awaits, and we have a new name on the winners list in TCR UK. Max Hall claims the victory and becomes the 33rd different driver to win a race in TCR UK. Fantastic stuff that from Max Hall. It's been a bit of a long time coming, and it's really great to see another new driver atop the podium here at Croft. Jensen O'Neill going picks up some more valuable points in 2nd position and likely reclaims the championship lead. In fact, will reclaim the championship lead, I think, with that performance. 35 points for finishing 2nd. He was not 35 points behind Callum Newsham, who will come home only 9th.
Now, I will be going down to interview the winners. Can I just say that I have known Max Hall, Maximus Hall, as he was known, since he first stepped into a cadet kart when he was 8 years old. It's fantastic to see these young drivers go from young kids to young men and claiming, the most important result of his young career to date. Congratulations and well done to Mark Smith, P6 across the line, holding off Rob McGovern and Alistair Kellett. That picture of Mark's dad that he keeps on the front of his car just to keep him safe, he says. Well, he did more than that. He's got some trophies to take home as well.
Yes, absolutely right. Well, Max Hall is going to be delighted with that result then. He claims victory in round 5 of the TCR UK Championship. Jensen O'Neill going likely back into the championship lead now with that 2nd place finish. And for Jensen, a continuation of this strong form he's had all season. He's yet to finish outside of the top 6 all year. The only driver to have achieved that, and that's his 3rd podium finish of the year. Carl Bordley was on the podium in 3rd position, and that fact, conversely, is only his second appearance on the podium in 2026. Max Hart just misses out in 4th, ahead of Lewis Kent and Mark Smith 6th. That is, hang on, checks notes. Is that Mark Smith's best finish, joint best career finish? He finished 6th in a race at Donington last year. 7th, Rob McGovern. 8th, Alistair Kellett. Callum Newsham classified a finisher critically, 2 laps down, but in 9th position after that mystery problem on the restart with Harry Blaw in the barriers at the complex, and on finisher Brad Hutchison heartbreakingly retiring from the lead, and Russell Joyce, as documented, a non-starter, after his shunt earlier on today. So Max Hall then victorious here at Croft, and absolutely delighted, I'm sure. I can't wait to hear from Max Hall, and we will get the chance to do so fairly shortly. Ian is in position, I believe, down in the pit lane, awaiting the arrival of the latest driver to win a race in TCR UK. Let's head down to Ian now.
Right now, welcome down everybody to look who I've got here. I've got Max Hall's dad here, very proud, right?
Really, really proud. Yeah, that's been a long time coming. That's the longest we've been in our racing career without a win, I think, since we were a novice. So, absolutely fantastic. Thank God.
Go celebrate. Here he comes. Look, Max Hall, a TCR UK race winner. He's the winner of round 5 of the 2026 season. We'll let him get out of the car and have a little chat. We'll let Dad go first, actually. You know, come on, we'll give him the honours. Jensen O'Neill going in P2. Great battle there. Carl Bordley in 3rd. What a dice. 2 warriors going toe to toe. Him and Max Hart. Look at what it means. Let's have it. Look at that. Oh, this is why we love this sport, isn't it? I'm going to get out of the way and let them enjoy this moment for a second. We'll let him get his helmet off, and then we'll have a quick chat with him. There's no way I was going to get in the way of that. That was brilliant stuff. We'll let him get his helmet off. We'll have a quick chat. Look at what it means. This is everything. This is why we love this sport. Max, so happy for you, mate. Well done. Really happy. Let get your helmet off. I'll let you get your helmet off. I know I was chatting to your dad before. Wow. He is super, super proud. And you've done it in outrageously tricky conditions here as well.
Hey, that's the way I like it. That's dream conditions for me, as you can tell.
Well, we have spoken a bit over the course of this weekend as well. And listen, did the safety car actually help? Because it just gave a brief pause to settle things down a bit.
No, I kind of messed up the restart, to be honest. Thanks.
Oh, nice one.
Oh, yeah, I wheel span a bit on the restart, so everyone caught me up. But, you know, me in the tower, me and Jensen had a good battle, and then just built the lead from there.
Max, well done. TCR UK race winner. I'm soaking. You brought it over. I saw Jensen go over here. I wonder if we can just quickly grab Jensen for a very quick chat. If we can, Jensen, very quickly. If we can, congratulate you. You don't look overjoyed, but I that was a very impressive performance from you.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Max done absolutely amazing. I couldn't keep up with him. I had a little chance on the safety car, and he just didn't make a move wrong. But yeah, it's a really good race. I want to say massive thank you to all my sponsors and everyone that supported me. Obviously, it's been quite a tough week for the Going family after my dad lost his life last week. But yeah, I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone behind me, especially Pal Max and also my brother for spannering, and it's just absolutely incredible.
Well said, and I tell you, these podiums keep coming, don't they?
Hopefully some more.
Top man, indeed. Let's go find Carl Bordley. I want to have a quick chat with Carl. Carl, can I grab you for a very quick chat if we can? Because I tell you what, you and Max Hart dicing with each other like warriors out there. Great, but fair racing.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, he got into the back a couple of times as well. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm quite comfortable with that. We can bang bits and pieces all day. So yeah, no, it's all right.
Another podium.
Yeah, it's good. We're starting to head in the right direction with the car. We changed it like a massive amount from race 1 to race 2, and it was a little bit of a handful there. But now we're getting to grips with what it does and trying to get it to do what I want it to do. So it's just a bit of, just needs a bit of time. I haven't got time with work commitments to do some of what these others are doing, and go and spend day after day testing and stuff like that. So the Fridays are important for us. We lost probably a good half of Friday's session as well, because we were waiting for parts and different bits. So it's been a bit of an on the back foot weekend. So to reward the boys with with something to take home, he's half tidy.
Oh, well done, congratulations. Thanks for talking to us as well. Enjoy the rest of the day. Right, as you can see, Caterham's on track, straight into it. A little bit earlier, Sam caught up with a couple of drivers in the assembly area, so let's hear from them now.
So, last 270 race of the day, and I'm going to speak to Andrew Davidson. Andrew, how was your first race this morning? Because obviously it's so different to yesterday with the conditions, but we've had a few wet races in the past, haven't we?
We have, and it was actually all right, to be fair, and moved up a couple of places. I did have a big moment coming out the chicane and was sideways in front of Brian for about 100 metres, so at least the car was so bright orange that Brian could actually see it, which was a good thing. But yeah, I'm quite pleased actually.
Good. It's good, and it's not easy in the wet. It's quite constantly, having to move the steering to react to the car. But yeah, it's a good job you've got your bright orange car, because nobody can miss you in this one.
No one can miss me. To be fair, it's actually grippier than what I thought it would be. It's not actually slipping. Yeah, Silverstone last year was so slippy on the circuit, but he is not too bad.
Yeah. That's good, because it can be. Some tracks are worse than others, and at least it's not Cadwell.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a bit more runoff here.
Yeah.
That's one or two people found out on the other rest.
Yes, the field.
Yes, the field, the emergency field. Flat Meadow, I think, as we call it.
That's it. Brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best in this last race. Enjoy it, and hopefully you'll move up a few more places.
Thanks, Sam.
Right, we'll just quickly move on and have a quick word with Brian Thornton. If we'll get Caterham Dave to move out the way for one moment. Sorry. That's okay. Yeah. I'm just going to have a quick word with Brian. Brian, quite an eventful last race this morning, wasn't it, for you?
Yeah, not ideal, but look, these things happen. I was watching lads battle out in the front, and I says, I'll just stay nice and steady. I'll pick up the pieces, and then I just get slammed in the back, and I'm like, I'm in a field. I better get out of here quick. So, look, all I want to do is get back in the track, try and get a position, get some points, and we've one more race, so I'll see what I can do from here. Yeah, but look, nobody got hurt, so it's only metal. Yeah, so thank God.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy this final race.
I will. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, over to you, David.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. Just took a bit of time out there to watch the TCRUK race from up on top of our commentary box this weekend here in the media centre at Croft. It's now time for the third and final race of the weekend for the Fandrive Caterham 7270R Championship. Again, the grid for this race based on the results of the previous one. So Paul Oglesby, fresh from his second win of the season, starts on pole in the number 18 alongside number 10 Aaron Oliver. Seb Tholle, number 28, alongside Luciano Caruso on row 2 in the 88s. Row 3, Henry Speaks 37, number 20 Steve Lorriman. The fourth row, Alistair Mawson in the 12, and 42 Scott Helm came through from the back of the grid in the earlier race. Brian Thornton was involved in that tangle with Oliver White while fighting for a podium place in race 2. He starts back in 9th alongside Jimmy Way in the 38s. Then on row 6, got 86 Craig Evans. Watch for him coming through. Came from the back in race 2 alongside 99 Andrew Davison. Row 7 is 21 Jasmine Shaw alongside the number 19 of Chris Morling. Then row 8, Christian Bond and Gary Cross. Row 9, Charles Chapman and James Platt. Row 10 is Sean Murphy and Tim Newman. Andrew Mackay and Alistair Kinnear on row 11. And the two cars that failed to finish earlier on start on row 12. Ryan Tholle, number 48, ended up in the gravel at Clervaux. And Ollie White, of course, involved in that tangle with Brian Thornton. He has to start from the back of the grid, assuming his car is repaired. So it's the green car of Paul Oglesby on pole position, the black car of Aaron Oliver alongside him. The 5-second board is displayed, just the one green flag lap this time, of course, because the driver's now acclimatised to the wet conditions. Revs are up for our final Caterham 270R race of the weekend. We are underway, and the charge down towards Clervaux begins. Good start by Steve Lorriman in there from the third row of the grid, trying to come through the middle in the Union Flag liveried car. We'll wait to see who's got the lead. It looks like it's Seb Tholle who's come through, possibly from the second row there. He runs the nose a little bit wide. A couple of cars get two wheels onto the ground, but I think it's Tholle who's got the lead in there. We'll try and see through the spray. There is Ollie White. He is out there, the number 24, with the yellow wheels. He's already made up about 4 places from the, no more than that, 6 places from the back of the field. And we'll wait to see who is leading. There's cars everywhere down the back straight in the spray. There's a couple of spinners. There's cars dodging everywhere. I can't see what's happening in there. I think somebody spun into the middle of the pack there. but we'll try and pick that up in a moment. Possible to see as they came through that wall of spray on the back straight who did what and to whom there. But we'll pick up the race leaders as they come through the Jim Clark S's. Paul Oglesby has now gone to the front in car number 18. Here come the leaders towards Sonny Inn. It was Tholle who was leading, but he's now lost out to Oglesby. Third, it is Luciano Caruso. Tholle runs out wide, coming through Sonny Inn. Caruso could attack for second place, so it's Henry Speaks in fourth position. I think it's Alistair Morton completing the top 5 in the number 12. There's the 42 of Scott Helm chasing Jimmy Way in the light blue car, but it's Oglesby who leads the way, looking for win number 3 of the season. This will extend his points lead in the Fandrive 270R Championship. Steve Lorriman runs a bit wide coming out of the complex, trying to get the car set up for the hairpin. And look at the way Ollie White in the green 24 car is coming through the field. We'll see how many places he's made up when they cross the line for the first time and they complete the opening lap. So it's Oglesby from Tholle, Caruso Speaks, Morton is there in 5th. Let's have a look for Ollie White. He's gained 10 places already. He's up to 14th from the back row of the grid. Aaron Oliver is one of those who got into trouble coming through the back straight for the first time. I think it was him who spun. Yeah, he's down to 21st place from the front row of the grid. Andrew Davison, the orange 99 car, just ahead of Oliver White in 13th place. It's Oglesby who leads as they splash their way towards Tower Bend. Things starting to settle down, then Caruso snaking around under braking there. Speaks in 4th place. There's Morton, then the battle for 6th. That's Brian Thornton up there on the outside. That's where he went off in race 2. It's in that collision with Oliver White. Jasmine Shaw at the back of that group in the 21. Through the Jim Clark Essex. Paul Oglesby continues to lead, the Cambridgeshire driver, chased by Sebastian Tholle, originally from Johannesburg in South Africa. Luciano Caruso, the Londoner, in 3rd position. Through the far end of the circuit, it's Sonny in and Sonny out. Speaks comes through in 4th position. Jimmy Way under fire, that's from Scott Helm in the 42 car. That's for 10th position. So Brian Thornton is up to 7th from 9th on the grid. Has Ollie White made any further progress? We'll wait and see as they come across the timing line. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Things settling down as much as it does settle down in a Caterham race. Across the line goes Oglesby from Tholle and Caruso. Caruso looking for his 2nd podium of the weekend, as is Sebastian Tholle. This will be his best ever finish in 270R in 2nd place. Where's Brian Thornton? There he is, running a bit wide at Clervaux there. He's under fire from Craig Evans in the 86 car, who's running well in 8th place. His weekend spoiled by that crash in race 1. Jasmine Shaw behind in 9th place. She's going well in the 21. Aaron Oliver is on a charge, I can tell you, from the back of the field. He's up into 16th place now. He's gained 5 places on that last lap. The black number 10 car. Try and pick him out as he comes through in the midfield. Started on the front row, but he was the car who spun coming out of the chicane for the first time in the middle of the pack. He's got Ryan Tholle ahead of him. There is Aaron Oliver, the number 10. Chasing Tholle. He's gained a couple of spots as well. The 58's car of James Platt has had a moment somewhere as well. He's lost a few spots on that last lap. We watch Aaron Oliver. And we're just picking him up there as he charged through Barcroft past Ryan Tholle. And up into P15. See how far he can make it. He's got 15 more minutes to make it up the field to try and challenge the top spots once again. No change out front at the moment, with Oglesby still ahead of Seb Tholle. There's Oliver White, the other name trying to make it back up the field, having started from the back of the grid. He's up to 13th now on the tail of Andrew Davis in the orange car. Christian Bond in the middle of all this as well. There's Jimmy Way staying ahead of Scott Helm for 10th place. Less than a second in it for the lead, 0.85 to be precise, between Oglesby and Tholle. Another 3/10 back is Caruso in third, then Speaks, Morton, Lorriman, and the rest of them. No change among the top 10 that time around. There is Paul Oglesby in the bright green machine. Up towards Tower Bend. There's Caruso in third place. Henry Speaks just lurking behind them, looking to perhaps make a move for his first podium of the season. Paul Oglesby just keeping a cool head out in front in the number 18. Bit of understeer there as he comes through, sunny out, and Luciano Caruso is getting closer now to Seb Tholet for that second place. They both had a third place this weekend for their first 270R podium, but they both want to go one better here. All the time though, Henry Speaks is closing in on them. Let's see what the lap times compare this time round. Whether Speaks is closing the gap. Out of the hairpin. Still Sebastian Tholet holds the place. Over the line they come, and they've dropped back by about a second from Oglesby on that lap. The battle for second and third, and Caruso's going for the outside, tries to slingshot his way in front into Clervaux. He gets the brakes on. Has he got the move done? Yes, he has. Good driving by Luciano Caruso, beautifully done. Up into second place round the outside into Clervaux. You don't see that very often. Henry Speaks lurking behind, and he was quicker on the last lap by 0.4 of a second than those two ahead of him. Right on the outside comes Tholet now, and there's the equaliser. Is he? Can he make the move stick there around the outside at Tower? He got the nose down the inside with the straight curve slightly to the left. No, Caruso I think has held the place there. Yes, Caruso hanging on to it. Still 12 minutes of this race to go. Up towards Sunny Inn. Not sure where those two corners get their names from, mind you. Here comes Henry Speaks, looking to get into the top three. Alistair Morton still there in fifth. Then it's Lorriman. Evans is now up to seventh. Jasmine Shaw is eighth. Aaron Oliver, meanwhile, has gained another 3 places. He's now 12th. There's a battle further back in the order. Chris Morling in the number 19, chasing down the 27 of Sean Murphy. And there's the 58, the multicoloured car of James Platt. Certainly exotic look, most exotic looking car here this weekend, I would say. 27 James Murphy, the man behind Fan Drive. Look that up on your app store. And here is Aaron Oliver. He's got ahead of Helmond Ollie White now. So Aaron Oliver is back up into the top 10. This is a good recovery drive after he spun on the first lap. Ollie White in fact goes down a place to 12th. He's come through from 24th. Steve Lorriman up the inside, battling with Craig Evans for 6th position. It's the best we've seen Steve Lorriman run so far this season, this weekend. There is the 58 of James Platt, delayed earlier on, chasing James Murphy in the Williams Motorsport car. 4 cars run by them in this race: Sean Murphy, Chris Morling, Jimmy Way and Henry Speaks. Speaks challenging for 3rd at the moment. This is the battle for 6th. Jasmine Shaw trying to get involved as well. She's had a good, consistent weekend. Oglesby has pulled away now from Tholet slightly. Sebastian Tholet could come under fire from Henry Speaks for 3rd. Caruso did the fastest lap of the race last time through. He did a 1:44.768. So he could be trying to chase down Paul Oglesby for the lead. Past half distance in this 20-minute race for the Fan Drive Caterham 270R Championship. Let's have a look further back down the order. This is the 47. That's Alistair Kinnear. Stephen Mackay in the 65. And running at the tail of the field, the 23 of Gary Cross, missing a rear wheel arch. Everywhere you look, even at the very tail of the field, there's a scrap to be enjoyed. Part of the beauty of Caterham racing. Scott Helm trying to challenge Jimmy Way for 10th place. There's Ollie White behind them. So that means that Aaron Oliver has made up another place. He's ahead of Jimmy Way now. And there's Aaron Oliver round the outside of Steve Lorriman. So he's carved through even more places than even I thought. Not surprisingly, Aaron Oliver's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:44.561 that time through. Here he comes, charging back up the order, almost 73 miles an hour average around the 2.1 mile Croft circuit in these wet conditions. What's his next target then? I think it's going to be Jasmine Shaw for 8th place. There's Jasmine. She's too busy attacking Craig Evans to know that Aaron Oliver is fast approaching. And what's happened to Steve Lorriman? He was in 6th place on the last lap, so he's lost about 4 spots. He's had a moment somewhere. This man hasn't though, Paul Oglesby. He leads by over 2 seconds now. He's pulled away from Luciano Caruso. Sebastian Thollet still 3rd, then Speaks and Morton. Yes, Lorriman's lost 3 spots, he's down to 9th. So Aaron Oliver's next target is Jasmine Shaw. There's Caruso in 2nd place. Thollet 3rd, the black and white car, then Henry Speaks, Alistair Morton, and Jasmine Shaw all over the back of Craig Evans. Craig was a race winner in road sports last season. Finally going a little tougher at 270R level. Up towards the chicane. I think Jasmine Shaw had got through there. There's James Platt in the patchwork quilt, I think we'll call that car. He's got a bit of bodywork flapping there. Yes, Jasmine Shaw has got through, up into 6th position, which will be her best ever result. There's the lead group, 3rd, 4th and 5th going through in the foreground into the complex, and here's our battle for 6th, and look who's behind them. Here comes Aaron Oliver. Steve Lorriman now in the clutches of Scott Helm in the 42. Car repaired after it went into the barrier at Croft in yesterday's race. Paul Oglesby leads by 2.8 seconds now, pulling away from Luciano Caruso all the time. Sebastian Thollet is being closed down slightly by Henry Speaks. Morton on his own in 5th. There's the battle for 6th headed by Jasmine Shaw. We'll see how close Oliver is now. There he is. He's 4.5 seconds behind the Shaw and Evans battle at the moment. Five minutes to go in this final Caterham 270R race of the weekend. It's looking good for a win for Paul Oglesby. Ollie White seems to have plateaued at 12th place. Qualified on pole yesterday, but a weekend that promised so much has delivered little. Story of this race has been the charge back up the order by Aaron Oliver. How much further can he go before the checkered flag falls? gap between Oliver and Evans last time through was 4.5 seconds. We'll see if it's less than that this time. The lead gap has come down by 0.3 between Oglesby and Caruso. There's Seb Thorley, superb third place. Aaron Oliver, another fastest lap that time through. The gap is down to 3.2 seconds to Craig Evans now. 1:44.353 for the number 10 car. Jimmy Way holding off Ollie White, who's still yet to make any further progress up the order. Less than 3 minutes to go now, so a couple more laps for Paul Oglesby. He's got a safe cushion of 2.5 seconds at the front of the field. There's Jasmine Shaw, great run by her up there in 6th position. And there's somebody off. I can't quite tell who that is. I think that's at Tower. Is that Seb Thole? There's a few black and white cars in this race, so I can't quite work out who that is, unfortunately. We'll have to try and pick it up when the pack comes over the line. I'm wondering if that was Seb Thole that had gone off there from 3rd place. Here's a battle between Christian Bond and Brian Thornton. Brian Thornton's dropped a long way down into 15th place. We've got a red flag though. 2 minutes left on the clock, so that will be a declared result with that car off the circuit at Tower. And that means it will be a second win of the weekend for Paul Oglesby. So the red flag out here at Croft, and confirmation the race will not be restarted. The race will be declared. I can confirm it is Steve Lorriman's car that has gone in there. Yes, the Union flag livery car, I picked it up there. It is Steve Lorriman who has crashed out there, unfortunately. Okay, so the drivers will be shortly coming into Parc Ferme, and Sam and Ian will be down there to have a chat to some of them. We'll confirm the results as soon as we can.
Right, well, another red flag, unfortunately. I hope the driver's okay that's in the tyre wall, but he's out of the car, which is good to see. So the drivers are in, some cars are in. We haven't got out 1, 2, 3 yet. So I'm going to see if I can have a little talk to some of them. Oh, not many of them are out of the car, but I'm going to go and have a quick word with Ollie, actually, because he had a good drive from the back. Good job, Ollie, making your way through the pack there.
I have no idea where I finished. It was good fun though. Yeah, lots of fun. Yeah, lots of fun.
Do you know what is interesting? Is that when you come from the back of the grid, it's like no pressure. I'm just going to enjoy it and see how it goes.
And survive. There was cars spinning out there left, right, and centre, so it was playing dodgems a little bit, but it was good fun. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Do you think the conditions are different to the race earlier today?
Yeah, it feels more wet. Definitely.
Really?
Yeah, more standing water, but that's a challenge. Yeah.
There you go, exactly. You never know, and you've just got to deal with it when you're out there.
Absolutely, yes. And had a great battle with Jimmy, so really enjoyable.
Good, excellent, well done. let's have a quick word with Jimmy. If we just spin round. Oh no, hang on. We have got drivers coming in now. Just have a quick word with Jimmy. Jimmy,
Hi.
you had a good battle with Ollie.
Yeah, he was giving me a lot of pressure. It was good fun.
Yeah, you enjoyed that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I do better in a wet.
Oh, there you go. Some people do, don't they?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Well done.
I enjoy it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, our drivers, our top 3 are in. Hello, Christian. Good race for you.
Yeah, it was great fun.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I didn't crash. That's really good.
You survived.
I survived, and I hope everyone who's had it off. I hope Steve's all right. I really hope he's all right. I think it was Steve Loriman who went into the. He looks like he's hit something and going into the tower. I think it was him. I don't know. I can't really see anything, but I hope he's all right. But but apart from that, great fun. Yeah.
Well done.
All right.
Right, we'll wait for our top 3 to get out of the car, and another podium for Seb Thole, which is great. Luciano got second. Amazing. Let's go and have a word with Luciano. Second.
No, this is unexpected. This is unexpected. Let me calm down. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, it went. Yeah, it went really well. I had a great start. Steve came up as well. That was amazing. And then I'm not really very good in the wet, so I wasn't expecting to have the pace. And then when I got past Seb, I could feel myself catching up Paul a little bit by little bit. And then I started to make mistakes. And in the end, I just figured he probably had a little bit more left in him, even if I caught him. So I sort of settled for second, tried to manage the gap and not make any mistakes. Like I said, last 2 years, wet weather driving's not been my specialty. So thank you to Darren and Marcus, my coaches, for helping me out, because this is unbelievable. It felt great.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, clearly it's you are quite good in the wet now.
It's getting better. It's getting better. I feel a bit more comfortable. The setup on the car, we changed it as well, which really helped. I used DPR and they gave me some great advice. So I'm really happy.
Here we go. Well, enjoy the celebrations. Well done. Right, let's go and have a word with our other podium finishers. Paul Oglesby, well done. Another win.
I know,
Fantastic.
I really enjoyed that one, yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. I didn't have a time or anything, so I had no idea how long was left. I was like, is that the last lap? And every lap I was like, last lap board, and then red flag. So, yeah, I'm really happy just managing to get behind. Good way to finish the week.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
Not easy driving in those conditions.
No, but it is so much fun. And it's so rewarding as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely love it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
Well,
Sorry,
well
quick shout out to RS, Will Orton, my coach, and Alison and the family, for their support.
There we go. Couldn't do it without them, could we?
No, absolutely not. No, I know. I'm allowed to do this.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Well done, Paul. Well done. Right, and Seb. Let's have a word with Seb.
Hello, Seb.
Well done. Another podium. Fantastic.
I cannot believe it. Such a hard race. Luciano and Paul. I mean, Paul just drove away straight from the start. He's really, really quick in the wet, and I felt like I was holding up Luciano slightly. But he passed me, and I tried to learn a bit from him, but I couldn't keep up. So I was defending from Henry, but such a good race. Really, really such a cool race. Lots of attacking and defending, but so much fun. Yeah, really, really cool.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well done. And is it Steve that went off?
I think so.
Yeah.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, hopefully.
He went off at Tower, I think. Really, really hoping he's okay. But
he's fine. He's fine. We've had word.
Oh, okay, good. Thank God.
In my ear.
Thank God. We can't let one of the track stars get hurt. But it was a really good race. Thanks, Sam.
Which is a shame for Steve, actually, because he got up to third at the start. He had a mega start.
Really? Third?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He finished 6th this weekend, which is
Yes.
his best ever finish. And that's really, really cool. Like, to be part of the top 5 is really, really good. So we might have to look out for him. But
tough at the top.
Yeah, a bit of competition. But let's see. I hope he's okay. Otherwise, Thanks, Sam.
Well, I'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations of your podium and obviously your dad's birthday.
Yeah,
so
thank you very much.
I think we've got a little bit of time still because they'll be clearing up. So let's go and have a quick word with some of the other drivers. Should we go and speak to Aaron Oliver? Because he drove incredibly well after Aaron. Fastest lap. I mean, goodness me, you were a man on a mission after what happened at turn 3 or whatever it was. It was what did happen over there?
I think I just got
good exit compared to Steve, so there's a little gap on the outside, so I went for it, but I don't think he saw me, so I had to dip a wheel on the grass and obviously spun round, and then I stalled it as I was spinning round, so you see everyone flying past me as I'm trying to get the car started. But yeah, just annoyed at myself for my mistakes, so it gave me extra speed to try and push through everyone.
Oh, great recovery.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was happy with that. Good fun as well. So,
Super fast.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was good fun. So I had fun with it at least.
So next up is Spa, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Have you been to Spa before?
No. So I'm gonna go on the sim beforehand, try and get some extra practice in.
Same, because I've never been there before either.
Good fun though. Yeah, good experience. Great experience.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
It's quite an honour to race somewhere like that, isn't it?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you think about F1 going there every year. Yeah, it'd be great fun there.
Excellent. Well, well done.
Thank
well
you.
done for a great weekend. Right, I think we're going to have. I've got some interviews for some junior saloons, so I'll hand over to Ian.
Right, everybody, here we are in assembly area, and it is time for round 9 of the 2026 Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've got Matthew Swatter just parking there. I actually want to go have a quick chat with Zane over here. Dave B. Croft brings a brolly now, only about 6 hours too late for me, Dave, but thanks for that. You enjoyed the weekend anyway?
Yeah, I've loved it. It's great weather, isn't it?
Well, you had the better of it. You were out in track action yesterday, so you also had the better of it.
Yeah, we did. Do you know, yesterday the track temperature was 31 degrees.
Was it?
It's 13 now.
It's like 2 seasons, 2 different weekends in one here, isn't it?
Well, it's more like being at Knockhill, this.
It is.
Nothing against Knockhill, obviously.
Anyway, no offence, Dave, nothing against you either, but I want to go talk to some of your drivers, if that's all right. So let's go have a quick chat with Zane in here, if I can, because what a race he had earlier today. Dyson with Martin Wright for that P3. Zane, I'm coming in for a quick chat, if I can. What a race you had earlier today. Talk us through it. You almost pipped Martin for that P3.
Yeah, I had a chance with that last race, but it was just a really enjoyable experience. Throughout that race, it was really chaotic, but it was good fun.
Is it? Do you like the rain then? Did that help your cause, do you think?
Yeah, it seems so, because at Cadwell it was wet a bit,
Yeah.
and I was quick, but yeah, I think the wet's my type.
It seems it's a bit your forte. You're the rain master, Zane. Look, best of luck in this race, okay, mate? Enjoy it, won't you? Thank you very much. Let's go. Sorry, Ray, I'm going to ask you to turn around. I just want to quickly nip up here because I want to catch up with Ralphie, our youngest driver on the grid, and of course our Junior Saloon Car Championship scholarship winner, also part of our Beyond the Checkered Flag series here with the British Automobile Racing Club. Just want to find out how his weekend's gone, really, and first experience of treacherous conditions. Sorry, guys, do you mind if I just jump in very quickly? Sorry, how rude of me. Ralphie, I'm really sorry there. But I just want to have a quick chat with you before you head out for race 3 here. First real experience of these proper treacherous conditions this weekend. How's it been?
It's been good. First one was tough, had a little spin, but best position all weekend considering it was raining, pretty good. Can't wait for this one. Hopefully we get into that top 10.
You still loving your time here at the Junior Saloon Car Championship?
Obviously, it's been lovely, this championship. It's brought a massive amount of help to my career.
I was going to say, I've seen a growth in confidence of you. Even this is only the 3rd meeting of the season, but I think I said to you yesterday, didn't I? Like the pace that you're getting, you're learning so quickly. It's a real pleasure to have you on the grid, Ralph. We're really glad to have you here.
Yeah, it's really helped me progress, and I feel like it's amazing to be able to be on this grid with people that's all over this grid, driving with me, good sportsmanship, lovely championship, and it's lovely to see you.
Oh, stop it. Ralphie, one of my favourite drivers, without a doubt. Top man, Ralphie. Best of luck out there, won't you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right, yes, here we go. Round 9 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. About to get underway. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. The car's ready behind the Citroën Saxo safety car for the 3rd and final race of the Junior Saloon Car Championships weekend. And once again, it is Max Scharfegger on pole. 3 poles for this weekend. Can he convert it into 3 wins? Times for this, the 3rd quickest time for each driver from qualifying yesterday, setting the grid for this one. Leon Holly alongside him in the 87. Second row, number 80, Ollie Smith, the championship leader, alongside 3 of Jake Wardle, Lachlan Homer and Martin Wright on row 3. Then Zane Quecker and Matthew Swatton on the 4th row. Tim Leonard and William Omar complete the top 10. On row 6, hopefully Charlie Allen is there. Hopefully his car has been repaired from earlier on. We'll wait and see if he's there. Lachlan Homer, I can tell you he's not there. His car got damaged earlier on, so Lachlan Homer is a non-starter. Ricky Pittman should be there, the 95. Hopefully Francis Lawson's car has been repaired as well. Atahuno, we know is there. We saw his car in the assembly area, the number 81. And Ralphie Branscombe, the scholarship winner, starting at the back. So well done to the junior saloon cars so far. I can tell you there's been an amendment to the results of race number 2. We saw earlier on Martin Wright was adjudged to have gained an advantage by cutting the chicane on one lap, so he's been penalised 1 place in the results, which gives Zane Quecker his first ever podium in 3rd place. So Zane Quecker moves onto the podium in race 2. Plenty of comments coming in, thanks to all of them. Hi to Ellie Owen, says good luck Matthew Swatton. Linda Waite saying good luck to Ricky Pittman. Mary Joyce supporting Zane Quecker as ever, thanks to his supporters O'Grady Electrical, Corley Oak Farm and GT Sports Promotions. Hi to Gold Pow 12 as well, which I believe is Paul Goldstein, the Caterham star in 310Rs, not racing this weekend of course. He says shout out to the Caterham unofficial national track stars. I did see that on the t-shirt earlier in the paddock. That's Brian Thornton, Steve Lorriman, Luciano Caruso, Seb and Ryan Foley and Ollie White. That collective of Caterham racers. Thanks Paul for getting in touch. Yes, we get the joke, don't worry. Jack Neal says all the best to Ralphie Branscombe. There he is at the back of the field. Final race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Question on everyone's lips, can Max Scharfegger make it 3 wins out of 3 and 4 for the season? Taking the fight to Ollie Smith in the championship. Looking further back on the grid, I don't think Charlie Allen is there. Francis Lawson is. No, we haven't got Lachlan Homer. He crashed in race 2. The Saxo safety car leads them round. Great looking little car that is. Anu Pittman says go Ricky. Lots of support for Atahuna. Lewis Stannard supporting the Musketeer Motorsport drivers. That's Ollie Smith and Leon Holly. Yes, Charlie Allen is not there. So we're missing a couple of drivers for this one because of damage from earlier on. Will it be a maximum for Max then? Max Scharfegger. Safety car is in pit lane. The cars come to a perfect stop on the grid. Grey and yellow car is Scharfegger. Grey, white and blue on the right is Leon Holly. In blue, green and white, Ollie Smith. Jake Wardle a little further up the grid this time, the black and green car. Martin Wright in blue. Zane Quecker in the black car further back. Saw what he can do in the wet earlier on. So here we go then for the final time this weekend, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Revs are up for race 3 here at Croft, and we're away. Decent getaway by Ollie Smith from the second row of the grid. Martin Wright gets away well. Also coming through, Ralphie Branscombe gets away nicely from the back as well, but it's Leon Holly who's moved into the lead as they come down towards Clover for the first time. Ollie Smith trying to get around the outside. Is he going to run wide? No, he's judged that perfectly. Brilliant first corner from Ollie Smith, and he takes the lead. Scharfegger is down to third. William Omar is sideways in the 41. So is Tim Leonard. Bash! They slide together. That was like a couple of snooker balls clattering together. But it is the World Snooker Championships at the moment. That was the white cue ball into the red there. as they head down the back straight. Then it is Ollie Smith who's got the lead as they head towards Tower Bend for the first time. Max Scharfegger's got through into second place. 3 wide. Look at Jake Wardle out on the grass. You may be a rallycross driver, Jake, but you can't use the grass this weekend. Leon Holly sideways. He's clattered into Max Scharfegger. There's cars going everywhere. Jake Wardle's gone off on the outside. He's into the barriers. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, everybody was involved there, I think, except for Ollie Smith. He's been able to establish a huge lead as a result over Scharfegger. I think it's Leon Holly in third place, but the race is surely going to have to be halted or safety carred with Jake Wardle, unfortunately, in the barriers on the exit of Tower. Yeah, safety car is being called for. There is Zane Quecker. He's come through, I think, into third place. There's Jake Wardle's car. That's the reason for the safety car. That's the end of his weekend. Let's hope he's okay. Oh, what a frantic start to that race. Just caught out by the conditions, I think there. We saw the first couple of cars get sideways and then everybody else just went sliding into them. Try and look back at that first half a lap. The safety car is out. Let's have a look again. It was a great start by Ollie Smith. Leon Holly, it was who got the initial hole shot down towards the first turn. But watch for Smith, first of all, round the outside. He does this superbly. Gets the line absolutely right to take the lead. Then further back, William Omar's already out of shape through the gravel there. He goes sliding about. And then up the inside, Tim Leonard slides into him. There's the contact. Somehow they saved it. And then we'll try and see what happened into Tower for the first time as well. See who did what. Yeah, Jake Wardle was out on the grass. Leon Holly slid into the side of Scharfegger. That sent Wardle off in avoidance. No grip on the grass. He went into the wall. Martin Wright was caught up as well. Further back, Ricky Pittman hits William Omar. He's been hit from every side on this first lap. And Jake Wardle goes into the barriers, out onto the wet grass. No grip there, and he couldn't save it. Let's have a look again at the first corner. That was a superb start by Ollie Smith. Leon Holly thought he'd done enough to take the lead. And then he looks across and sees Smith on the outside. And look how perfectly he judges the line coming out of Clover. Brilliantly done. Scharfegger went down to third, but then further back, there's Omar losing it into the gravel. He starts to fishtail. And just when he thinks he's gathered it up, in comes the cue ball. Tim Leonard. Zonk. They were both sliding all over the place, and eventually they slid into each other. And then into Tower, Smith leading. There's Jake Wardle out on the grass already. Leon Holly goes for a gap that wasn't really there on the inside of Max Scharfegger. They clattered together. Martin Wright tried to go for the inside and he slid into Leon Holly. And Jake Wardle, as he tries to avoid them, no grip on the grass. He can't stop the car. And wallop. Thankfully, Jake appears to be okay. There was a bit of contact further back as well as Ricky Pittman hit the back of poor old Will Omar. Safety car still out at the moment in this weekend finale for the junior saloon cars. We've got a parade of recovery vehicles as well. We've got the telehandler, the tractor and the breakdown van as well. There was the Saxo safety car, but obscured by a pit board. So the first of the recovery vehicles, the Ford Ranger pickup truck, arrives. The order is Ollie Smith leading, Leon Holly second. Zane Quecker came through all of that mayhem to move into third. Matthew Swatton's up to fourth. Scharfegger's down to fifth. So he'll have his work cut out here if he's going to complete the hat-trick. Tim Leonard 6th, ahead of Martin Wright. Then Omar, Pittman, Branscombe, Huna and Lawson are the 12 remaining runners. There they are. Ollie Smith looking to get back to winning ways. Won the first 5 races of the year at Donington Park and Cadwell Park. 6th race of the year at Cadwell was halted and given half points after Matthew Swatton crashed. And that was a win for Max Scharfegger. So the telehandler in attendance once again. Thanks again to the marshalling team and the recovery team for their efficient work this weekend. It's been a busy weekend for them, what with the conditions today. JCB drags rather graunched sector of Jake Wardle away. That will be placed behind the barrier, approximately where our camera is, I think. Big thanks to our camera team here at Croft today as well, braving the weather to bring us the action. I'm sure they'll be finding a nice warm dry pub on the way home today. Then again, they've got to de-rig and pack away all the cameras. The pubs will be closed by then. It is a bank holiday weekend. Six and a half minutes of the race still to go, so hopefully we'll get back to green flag racing fairly shortly because the car is just about clear. Doesn't look as if there was too much damage to the barriers up there. Towards the scene at Tower comes the pack. Keeping an eye on the safety car here, waiting to see if the lights go out on this lap. Still on at the moment. Once they go out, you know what it means. We're going racing next time around. I think the lights have gone out. Yes, they have. And already, look, Ollie Smith has dropped back from the safety car. He's going to try and do a Sebastian Vettel here. And anticipate the restart as perfectly as he can. So can Ollie Smith get back to winning ways? Can he take win number 6 of his season? Seems incredible. This is the 9th race of the season already for the Junior Saloon because they've had such a busy start to their year. We heard earlier on from their officials that so they can take a summer break for exams, these young racers. Here we go then. Pack about to be unleashed. Safety car is in pit lane. Has Ollie Smith got it right? Yes, he has. Look, he's able to pull away on the restart. He's judged it perfectly, and away goes Ollie Smith into the lead. Down towards Clervaux they come. Leon Holly in second place, Zane Quecker in third ahead of Matthew Swatton, and Max Scharfegger, the earlier double winner, is back with Leon Holly sideways. Good save. William Omar has done exactly the same as he did on the first start. This time nobody's cannoned into him, and Ricky Pittman nearly lost it behind him as well. It is so slippery there, and their tyres will not be up to full temperature yet either. Leon Holly has somehow held second place there. Zane Quecker is third. Then here comes Matthew Swatton. Scharfegger's behind them. With the headlights on, next in the blue car is Martin Wright. Now what's going to happen into Tower this time? Fingers crossed they all get round. Here comes Zane Quecker up the inside. He's going for P2. And he's through. Gets the move done. Zane Quecker, he's having a fantastic weekend. Got his first podium earlier on when Martin Wright was docked to place in race 2 for cutting the chicane. And now he's going to try and go after Ollie Smith. There's Swatton in 4th position. Scharfegger back in P5. Up towards Sonny in. Leon Holly fighting back. He's taking some risks here. He's going wide, nearly onto the grass. That's bottled up everybody else behind him. And Max Scharfegger, you saw, had to throttle back there. And nearly got hit by Martin Wright in the 4Z. I think there was a bit of rubbing there. Martin Wright's going to go for the inside into the complex. What's going to happen here? He's up the inside. He's taken Scharfegger. He's down to 6. Tim Leonard sideways as ever behind them, as is Ricky Pittman. This is great stuff. William Omar's still all over the place further back as well. Ricky Pittman's driving like he's Ivan Muller in an ice race here, just throwing the car around and hoping for the best. And Leon Holly is as well, look. He's nearly lost it coming out of the hairpin there, and that's delayed Matthew Swatton. Martin Wright tucks in behind. Smith leads as they cross the line. 2 minutes of the race to go, so possibly a couple more laps here. Matthew Swatton door banging with Leon Holly. Here comes Scharfegger trying to go around the outside of all of them. He's going to find his route block. Martin Wright's going off. He spins onto the infield, and now there's Swatton as well. For goodness sake, what's gone into these drivers? Swatton gets his foot down and rejoins. So what's that done to the race order now? Right, Smith is leading. Quecker's second, we know that. Let's have a look who's in there. Max Scharfegger's up to third now. And we've got a red flag. That's why William Omar's gone off again. I think that was, with all due respect, I think that was red flag while we've still got some cars left running. Now, William Omar has just come to a halt there, I think, at the hairpin, I think. That was crazy. So, I assume there was only 90 seconds left on the clock. I assume there won't be another restart. And that will be a win for Ollie Smith. Beyond that, I've no idea, because I haven't got a clue what the race order was when all that mayhem had come to an end. But on cold tyres on that restart, that was like driving on ice coming through Clervaux there. Leon Holly was sideways for the whole of that lap. Then he rejoined and backed everybody else up. You see there that Martin Wright clipped the back of Scharfegger. Then coming into Clervaux once again. First Martin Wright goes flying off. And then, there was contact there between Leon Holly and Matthew Swatton. But that's the reason for the red flag. William Omar has stopped in the middle of the hairpin. Just waiting confirmation on what's going to happen here. I don't think we will see a restart. No, the car's being sent into Parc Ferme, I think. So provisionally, that's a win for Ollie Smith. With Zane Quecker, I think, in second, and possibly Scharfegger third. But if it's taken back a lap, that's the result. That was the order at the end of lap 5. But I imagine it will be taken back another lap. So, yes, there we go. It's updated itself. So Ollie Smith, I was just waiting for TSL to do that. Leon Holly in second, Zane Quecker in third. Then Swatton ahead of Scharfegger, Leonard, Wright, Omar, Pittman and Branscombe, with Adahuna and Francis Lawson, the other two finishers. While I get my breath back, let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Oh, look at that, Zane getting a hug off Vicky. That's so nice to see. There's Zane getting his first podium. We'll grab him for a chat, but Ollie, we'll grab you actually. Take your helmet off first, buddy, then we'll have a quick chat. And we've got Zane off to our left here as well on the podium. Brilliant stuff indeed. I've got Leon Holly on the podium as well, but obviously we'll just have to wait for official clarification from TSL as to the actual top three. Zane, once you got your helmet off, let's have a quick chat. Congratulations, how does that feel? Come on.
It feels amazing. I feel like I'm about to cry, but no.
You can if you like. Look, you got close in the race earlier today, and this is just the cherry on top, right?
Yeah, but I'd like to give a huge thanks to my sponsors, O'Grady Electrical, and Jay Wallace for helping me get sponsors. He's been really, really. I'm really grateful for him having me.
Look at it. How nice is this as well? All the drivers coming over. Timothy Leonard there. This must be quite a very special moment. Yeah, I've had a bit of a party in the household tonight.
Probably.
Well done. Let you go celebrate with family. I think they're over there. Look, I think they're over there. Right, let's go. Where did Ollie Smith go? There he is. He's celebrating as well. Back to winning ways. Ollie, come on. I think I owe you an apology, actually. I've been told that you have one of my golf balls in your car still.
Somewhere, probably, yeah.
Back to winning ways, though. That feels good, right?
Yeah, it does, definitely. Got the lead off of turn one and then just got head down and went. Safety car brought us to a halt, really. And then red flag at the end. It wasn't really much of a race, but hey, a win's a win.
Do you enjoy weekends like this where it's such a variation in the condition? Yesterday, glorious sunshine. Today, it's just almost like it's a different meeting, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it really tests what driver you kind of are. If you can drive in both conditions and are quick, then yeah, good driver, eh?
There you go, Ollie. Back on the top step. Congratulations. That's win number 6, I think, of the season for Ollie Smith. Indeed. Let's keep going, shall I? I think we've got a little bit of time. We've still got one more race to go, so don't disappear, everybody. But stick around with us. Let's go up here. Let's grab Ricky again for a very quick chat if we can. How are we doing, my friend? How was your weekend been? You enjoyed it anyway?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've loved it, basically. The wet's been great to me today, just learning a lot. You come in, I think that's 2 top 10s now, so just happy with that.
Not bad. Are we coming back?
Definitely.
Yeah, did you hear that? That's why I did it, put you on a spot. Dad? Yes. Proud? You must be very proud, aren't you?
Very proud, yeah. He's held his own this weekend and just sort of first time in it. You can't really argue to sort of get some consistent finishes and some good racing.
Why did you both choose to go for Junior Saloon Car Championship?
Just the sort of the camaraderie, looking at what was going on, and again the fees. We're a small family team. Yeah. We haven't got big budgets, but it's the dream to go racing. So this is perfect. It's fair. It's all about the racing, and it's what they need. So. Perfect.
Well, enjoy the evening and have a safe journey home, won't you guys? Thank you so much indeed. I think I can hear engines starting to rev up. We're not quite done here yet, of course. One more race for the Caterhams. Just a quick reminder as well, wherever you're watching on the Bark YouTube channel, TCR or Caterham YouTube channel, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Live chat's still open. It would be great to hear from you. And don't forget, follow us all across social media as well on Facebook, Instagram, X. And don't forget to visit bark.net as well. It has a list of all of the events that we have going on with the British Automobile Racing Club in 2026. And you can also download the timetables, see what's going to be coming on, and find out how, if you want to volunteer like the wonderful Orange Army we've got here, it gives you all the information you need to find out about that as well. Right, almost time to go racing for one final time here at Croft. And not so long ago, Sam Parker, she was in the assembly area catching up with some of the drivers, so let's hear from them now.
So, final race for the 420s this afternoon, and I'm with Henry Heaton. Henry, this is your local track, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is. I've got a team of supporters here. I've got friends dotted around the circuit telling me where the weather fronts are coming in. So,
it's very technical.
Yeah. No, it's my local circuit. It's great because it's 45 minutes up the road for me. I absolutely love coming here. Great circuit here.
Yeah, and so you're enjoying the weekend. I mean, wet weather. We haven't had rain at Croft for a long time.
No, we haven't. And in fairness, we haven't had proper wet races in the 7 UK Championship for a long time also. The last time I can remember having a full wet race is 2022 Spa, so it's been a while, and these things, they're a proper handful in the wet. So I was beavering away after that last race, looking at my data. There's definitely a little bit more performance I think I can extract out of it. So hopefully this race I've got a shot at challenging for the podium. Let's see. But it's been a journey this weekend because I had an engine failure in qualifying, so it's been a journey from the back of the grid. But let's see how we go on this one.
It's the beauty of having 3 races a weekend.
It is.
Work your way up.
It is. Yeah. When I saw my name at the bottom of the timesheets after qualifying, I thought, right, bit of work to do. But yeah, it's been good fun.
Yeah, but you've done it. You've done well. You've done really well.
Job's not done yet.
No, that's it. There's still more to come.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do this race. So watch out.
I will. Everyone watch out. Everyone who's watching. Right, thank you, Henry. Good luck. I'm going to come and have a quick chat with Steve Nuttall if he's... Oh, no, they might be moving him. They are going to move him, so we won't speak to Steve. Let's go and have a chat with Gary Curtis over here. See how he's getting on this weekend. Hello, Gary. How's your weekend going?
Good and bad.
Good and bad, okay. What's going good and what's going bad?
Today, bad weather today. So I think it'll be the same as before, but at least we've not had a red flag and like the other legs, you know, it's been really good.
Yes.
I think the driving's been good here.
That's it. Henry was saying these things are quite a handful in the rain.
Yeah, they are. Particularly if they hit a patch of water, you know, if you come offline and hit a puddle, you know about it.
Yeah.
You've got to slow down, and then it gives somebody the opportunity to just go straight past you.
Yeah.
Pretty hairy.
Excellent. Well, final race of the day.
Thank you.
Final race for you. I wish you all the best.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye bye.
There we go. Back to you, David.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. Ready for our final race of this Speedfest North here at Croft Circuits. A little bit of clearing up needed after the Junior Saloon Car Championship, but it will be race 3 of the weekend for the Motor Caterham 7 UK Championship. The car's about to be led out to the grid as soon as the circuit is clear. Again, the result of the earlier race determining the grid for this one, with the exception of Steve Nuttall, who we just heard from. He's got a 3-place grid penalty for some contact in that previous race. Contact with Charlie lower, so he will start 3 places lower than he was originally going to on the grid. Will be Harry Senior on pole. Harry going for a hat-trick of wins this weekend with Matt Armstrong alongside him. Could Taylor O'Flanagan be a potential spoiler, I wonder? Big thanks to all the drivers for their entertainment this weekend. Despite the conditions today, it has been a hugely entertaining weekend. So thanks to TCRUK, to the Caterham Championships, Junior Saloon Cars, the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, just one of their cars going home now. And also the Track Action Race Club, who we had entertaining us yesterday as well. Thanks to all their teams and mechanics and backup crews in the paddock as well for keeping the cars running. Thank you to you, the fans, for your support as well. Do keep your subscriptions coming into our YouTube channel. Keep your comments coming in. And do follow us on our social media platforms as well. You're wondering where the 310Rs are this weekend, the Caterham 7 310R Championship. They're in action supporting British Touring Cars next weekend at Brands Hatch with the British Touring Car Championship. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the grid for our final race of the weekend. Harry Senior and Matt Armstrong on the front row. Row 2 is Taylor O'Flanagan and the first of the AM-class drivers, Chris Fraser, number 8. Row 3, Henry Heaton in the 10 and 64, Tom Eden. 4th row, 56, Craig Story alongside the 46 of Steve Nuttall with that grid penalty. And completing the top 10, Justin Armstrong, who had an off at Tower in the earlier race alongside Nick Heighton in the 78. Row 6 of the grid will be 21, Charlie Lower alongside 6, Dale Head. The 7th row, Louis Darling, number 25, alongside 62, Darren McCormack. Row 8, 76 Monty Hine starts alongside 35 Mark Kendall. And a final row, Gary Curtis alongside Chris Welch. Just had come into us as well. You can see there, Louis Darling has also got a 3-place grid penalty for contact earlier on. So Louis Darling starting a little bit further back than we anticipated as well. So that's the lineup for our last race of the day. Still very slippery out there, as we've seen. But Harry Senior won't let that hold him back. Don't forget, we're next in action at Thruxton in 2 weekends' time, 16th and 17th, with Convoy Thruxton, headlined by the British Truck Racing Championship. We've got the pickups there as well, and lots more besides. Certainly is a very rural circuit here at Croft, as we've seen from the fields surrounding it that you can easily go off into. Local bird life getting very close to the end of the circuit, the edge of the circuit there. Meanwhile, away from the bird watching, let's see what Ian's getting up to down in the paddock.
Well, hello everybody. Left Park Firm. We're making our way back down to assembly area here at Croft because we are still waiting for the next race to start. And as you can see, it's a lot of empty concrete. I mean, it's always a little bit sad at this time of the day. Or a lot of the other championships are finished. They're all heading off. They're going home. Always a bit of an emotional time. We are making our way down, and in true typical fashion, as soon as I've just put all of the steps in to come down here, the cars now make their way out onto the track. So thank you for joining me on this, what has ended up being a long walk for me, short for you guys watching right now. But the caterers are making their way out on track. Let's have a quick look at them as they do go on. And look at this, by the way. How cool is this? There's some of the machinery we've got around here. I've seen some brilliant cars, Ferraris, Bentleys, all here at Croft. So there we go. This is the assembly area. You've seen it quite a lot. The cars have gone out on track, and I've managed to do a quite remarkable double. Where are you, Ray? There you are. I managed to do quite a remarkable. John, can I borrow you? Yes. John, do you know something I managed to do this weekend? A double. I managed to get sunburnt yesterday and a cold today.
Well, you've done well then. Welcome to the north of England.
Thanks. How's it
God's
gone?
own country.
How's it gone for you this weekend?
Yeah, we had some issues yesterday with Henry and an engine failure and quali, but we've come through it. And he's, what is he now, P6 on the grid for the last race, so I've told him if he doesn't get a podium not to come back.
Do you know what? I believe you.
I
better let you go.
Yeah.
Is this yours?
Yes.
Wow, look at this. Can I have a go on this next time?
Of course you can. No. Yeah, absolutely, anytime.
Okay, let me jump on there.
Yeah, hang on. Are we still mic'd up?
Yeah, we're still live. Yeah, we're live. Sorry, Ray, I've got to go. Thanks, John. Let's go. Whoa! Right.
How far are we going? You need to be in pit lane now.
No, it's all right. You can drop me here. Thanks.
Trust me.
He is totally mad, isn't he? Big thanks to Ian and Sam down in Parc Ferme and the assembly area today. sure Sam will be ready to receive the drivers after this race as well. We have cars on the grid. Yeah. Maybe that's going to be one of the attractions at Convoy Thruxton, quad bike racing. So Harry Senior on the pole. Maybe, I hope that's not what you hit if you go off into the field at Tower. Matt Armstrong, the blue and red car. Now, at least there's some fencing in the way there. I hope the drivers are not going to be destroying too much of Croft and its environs. In our final race of the day, the fastest Caterhams of them all. Henry Heaton in the sort of metallic turquoise and black car on row 3, alongside Tom Eden in the second of the yellow cars. Chris Fraser ahead of them, the blue and sort of bronze car. Wait to see on the Caterham Motorsport website who is top of the points at the end of this weekend. Will it be Harry Senior with a hat-trick? Can he hold off Matt Armstrong this time? 20-minute race coming your way. Mentioning the Scottish Minis, as we did a few minutes ago, there's an amendment to the result of their second race. Chad Little, who came home in second place, was given a 10-second penalty for the incident coming out of the chicane with Robbie Dalgleish, which has dropped into fourth place. So it's now Jack Irvine second and Michael Williams third. Just awaiting the all clear to unleash the cars onto their green flag lap. The 30-second board is now displayed. It's the clerk of the course is happy. And the cars head off on their green flag lap for the 17th and final race of the weekend. Hello to Dan Hughes. To all of our other commenters, too many ready to get through many of them. The comment thread always goes mad when the junior saloons are in action. The drivers get all their friends to watch. Looking even wetter down at Clervaux now. There's Chris Welch, number 68, at the back of the field on the DPR Motorsport machine. DPR running a total of 6 cars on this grid. So will Matt Armstrong pick up his first win of his title defence this season? Taylor O'Flanagan, the reigning 310R champion. Justin Armstrong, is he going to perhaps go for an overall win here? He'll have his work cut out from 9th on the grid. Will he act as a tail gunner for his son Matt at the front of the field? Run you through the colours of the leading cars. Minutes coming your way then. The Moto Caterham 7 UK Championship start to settle into line. Harry Senior from Berkshire alongside Matt Armstrong from Leicestershire. anyone topple them? Can Taylor O'Flanagan, the Hertfordshire driver, do from row 2 of the grid? This is going to be fast, frantic and furious. Despite the slippery conditions out there. 5-second board is displayed, the red light's about to come on. For the final time this weekend here at Speedfest North, here at Croft, we're about to go racing. The Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship gets underway. Superstart by the pole sitter, Harry Senior. He'll lead down towards Clervaux for the first time. And look at the lead he's got already. He's got an absolute rocket start off the grid for Harry Senior. Into Clervaux they go for the first time. Matt Armstrong hasn't got the start he wanted. And who's that that's come through into second? Looks like Chris Fraser up into second position in the number 8 car. Dale Head going for the outside in the 6. It is very wet at that point on the circuit through Hawthorne Bend. Into the back straight, Senior already in the clear. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan up alongside Fraser. Matt Armstrong's dropped back to 4th position. Up towards Tower for the first time. 28 of Senior leads the way. O'Flanagan's got around Fraser into second place. Armstrong is in 4th position. It's hard to tell, but it's impossible to tell behind just this wall of spray and rain lights. Up towards the Fogarty S's they go for the first. The Jim Clark S's they go for the first time. Charging for the inside is Matt Armstrong. He had a look at Chris Fraser there for 3rd place. Didn't quite get alongside the number 8. To Sonny in for the first time. Senior from O'Flanagan. Fraser. Here they come towards the complex for the first time. Fraser under fire from Armstrong. Then in 5th position, looks like it's possibly the 46 of Stephen Nuttall, who may have overcome that grid penalty already. Tricky to pick out the numbers on some of these cars in these wet conditions. There's the 21 of Charlie Lower, further back than he'd want to be after being spun out earlier on. It is Nuttall up into P5. He's already overcome those 3 places. So here comes Armstrong. He's going to have a look down the inside on Chris Fraser for 3rd place into Clervaux. Nicely done, just squeezes through on the inside. It's Nuttall, Heaton, Justin Armstrong, Tom Eden is next. 25, that's Louis Darling, the Welshman holding off the 62 of Darren McCormack. On the back straight, Senior leads by nearly 1.5 seconds already, with only a lap and a half got. O'Flanagan in second. Through the spray comes Matt Armstrong in 3rd place. Dale Head up the inside on Craig Story. As conditions continue to deteriorate, sadly, here at Croft. It's first weekend of the season for the Motul Caterham 7 UK Championship, a new sponsor for this year. Bit of understeer there for Matt Armstrong in 2nd place. In 3rd place, I should say. This is Taylor O'Flanagan in 2nd, behind Harry Senior. One car missing from the start of this one. I think Monty Hind was a non-starter in the 76. Charlie Lower tries to chase a rather twitchy Craig Story there. He saw the back end threaten to step out there. Justin Armstrong, he's in 7th place. Tom Eden, the 64, behind him. They've got Dale Head just behind them. 7th, 8th and 9th. Leading the AM class though is Fraser in 4th. First 2 breaking away very nicely indeed. The gap is 1.5 seconds between Senior and O'Flanagan. The gap back to Armstrong is 2.5 seconds. Dale Head has a quick look up the inside, trying to take Tom Eden, gets sideways, he almost goes onto the grass. There would have been no grip there at all. He's lost a couple of spots, and Dale Head gathers it all up again. That'll have dropped him outside the top 10. Great run this weekend by Chris Fraser, the leading amateur driver. Top 3 all in the Pro-Am class. Fraser's gone down to 4th place behind Matt Armstrong, the reigning champion. Second of the AM class is Justin Armstrong there. He is the 23, and third, the man behind him, Tom Eden. '78 is Nick Heighton. He holds off Darren McCormack. Just ahead of them, Louis Darling in the 25. It's under 15 minutes of this race to go for the Motorsport Caterham 7 UK Championship. See the spray getting steadily worse again on the back straights. Stephen Nuttall chased by Henry Heaton. There's the battle for 7th with Charlie Lower trying to get into the mix. It's his debut in the category this weekend, having moved up from the 310Rs. Of Armstrong in 7th place, ahead of Tom Eden in 8th. They come through towards the complex once again. Busy battles all the way down the midfield. Dale Head under fire from Louis Darling. For 11th place, Head losing a couple of places on the previous lap, of course, when he made a mistake at Tower. At the back of this 17 car field is Chris Welch. Every driver deserving a feature, especially in conditions like this. Justin Armstrong making light of them, though. He's reeling in Henry Heaton for 6th. Henry, of course, a Pro-Am driver. Lead gap is 1.6 seconds, so it seems to have stabilised between Senior and O'Flanagan. They've dropped Armstrong to the tune of 3 seconds. It's Justin Armstrong now ready to attack Henry Heaton for P6. Somebody going off into the field there, well and truly into the field, coming out of the Jim Clark S's. Who was that? That's the first spin we've had at that point on the circuit this weekend. There's yellow flags at the Jim Clark S's as a result of that. I didn't see who it was. Well, we'll try and pick up who that was in a moment. They've gone well and truly off into the field up there. Tom Eden slides up the inside there, defending from Charlie Lower. Lower back up the inside though on the exit of the hairpin. And the safety car is going to be scrambled. I think the car that's gone off is Dale Head, the number 6. He's not come through on that last lap, so I think it's Dale Head that's gone into the field. Safety car is being deployed. And there he is, look at that! You can't even see the car! That's extraordinary. Now, we've seen cars go into the field at Tower Corner in the past. I've never seen one go in there, into that, I think it's oilseed rape that's growing in there. The farmer won't be too happy. Now, that is reminiscent of Snetterton back in the 90s when Mark Webber had his front wing brake and he disappeared into the cornfield outside Sears Corner. Not Sears, Rich's the first corner, sorry. So that is a A bizarre ending for Dale Head's weekend. His car's disappeared. The marshals are going to look for it with him. Look. Well, just before that safety car came out. Oh, there's the car. Just before the safety car came out, Taylor O'Flanagan incidentally did the fastest lap of the race, put the gap down to 1.38 seconds. 1:35.611, his best lap now, chasing Harry Senior. Now, how are we going to get this out of here? Watch over to the right on this replay. There's the spin. He spins out all on his own and then just disappears. He's in there somewhere. There he is. Well, we shouldn't laugh really. That could have been pretty nasty if that car had dug in and rolled over. He's got it going again. There he is. Look at the stage. It's completely covered in. He's going to drag that all round the circuit now. That is extraordinary. Well done to the marshals for getting that car out of the field there. Caterham are going to be diversifying business now. They're going to start making harvesting machines to sell to farmers. Just look at that. It's absolutely covered in those little yellow flowers off those plants. Is he going to call into the pits to get rid of that, or just keep going? Meanwhile, the rest of the field behind the safety car, which should be coming in now, that car has been recovered. Into the pits comes the number 6 car. You just catch him there. Fair play, Dirt Devil. Strangest looking scarecrow I've ever seen. Okay, so the lead that Harry Senior had built up is eradicated. The safety car will come in this time. The lights are off on top of the Porsche. Taylor O'Flanagan is poised to attack. Matt Armstrong in third. Chris Fraser in fourth. And rounding out the top 5, Stephen Nuttall. Weaving to keep their tyres warm. Harry Senior is going to try and anticipate the restart and pull away, just like Ollie Smith did in the junior saloon cars. 7 minutes of racing still to go. Here we go then, and Taylor O'Flanagan not letting Harry Senior get away. Look at this. He's staying right in his slipstream. He can't overtake to the timing line. O'Flanagan's going to go to the outside. If he's going to be late enough on the brakes here, he'll take the lead. And he's done it. Excellent driving by Taylor O'Flanagan on his Caterham 7 UK Championship debut, having moved up from the 310Rs. He's gone round the outside. He anticipated the restart perfectly, got in the slipstream of Harry Senior, and then went round the outside of him. That was daringly late on the brakes into Clervaux. If he braked any later than that, he would have been in the gravel trap. Taylor O'Flanagan leads into Tower Bend. Matt Armstrong's gone a bit wide there onto the standing water. That'll drop him back a little. Chris Fraser in fourth place behind. I think that's the wettest part of the circuit up there at Tower. Through the Jim Clark S's they come. Settling down on this restart. They'll be getting the tyres back up to full temperature. Harry Senior ready to attack back again. Taylor O'Flanagan, he's won the Caterham Academy. He's won the Road Sports title. He's won the 270R title. He's won the 310R title. He's aiming to make it championships in all 5 divisions for the Caterham Motorsport banner this year. Justin Armstrong having a go at Henry Heaton. That's for 6th overall. Just in second of the AMs behind Chris Fraser. Through the complex. Louis Darling under fire from the 78 car. That is Nick Heighton. I keep going to say Danny Winstanley, who used to race under that number in this championship. He now races in historic cars, principally with a Jaguar E-Type. Across the line they come. O'Flanagan leads. Oh, Chris Welch is out. He's running at the back in the 68s. Through Clervo. Oh, Justin Armstrong nearly hit there by Charlie Lower. Nearly clipped the back of him. PT Motorsport number 21. Now Chris Welch has got going again. Thought he was pulling off. Leaders along the back straight, still Taylor O'Flanagan out in front. Still don't know how these drivers can see where they're going in all this spray. Perhaps Charlie Lower can't, because he's just nearly clipped the back of Justin Armstrong again. Maybe his visor's missed it up or something. Tries to get round at the Jim Clark S's. Meanwhile, Matt Armstrong Jr., is closing on the 28 of Harry Senior. Trying to take second place away. Taylor O'Flanagan still leads in the yellow car. Through Sunny out. Chris Welch has pulled into the pits in the 68 car. Up towards the hairpin for the 9th time. Up the inside, Matt Armstrong lunges at Harry Senior. He's got him into the hairpin. Good move by Matt Armstrong. He's into P2 and double winner from earlier in the weekend. Harry Senior is really going to have to work hard and do something special if he's going to take the hat trick now. He's straight back up the outside. He's thinking, I saw Taylor O'Flanagan do this a couple of laps ago. I can do this too, but can he? No, Armstrong bangs wheels with him there and holds that second place. Harry Senior ready to attack again. The last thing he wants is for Taylor O'Flanagan to streak away at the front, but that's what he's doing. Armstrong, though, is just on the fastest lap, 1:35.475, and he's going after O'Flanagan now. Up towards Tower. Harry Senior snaking around under braking. He just avoided the back of Matt Armstrong there, I think, had to run out wide. 4th place behind them, Fraser, it's Nuttall. Henry Heaton in 6th, then Justin Armstrong, Charlie Lower, Tom Eden, and Craig Story completes the top 10. There's a battle a little further back, which is Stephen Nuttall. 5th place in the number 46, chased by Henry Heaton. Charlie Lower's just got ahead of Justin Armstrong on that last lap. Justin fights back up the inside. He's got, I think that's Tom Eden behind him. Yes, it is. Craig Story in the yellow and pink car behind him. Up and over the line they come. 2 minutes of this race to go, so just a couple of laps to go, I think. Here comes Tom Eden, the 64, having a look at Justin Armstrong. This is for 8th place and for 2nd in the amateur class, the AM class as opposed to the Pro-Am. Henry Heaton under fire ahead of him from Charlie Lower. Bouncing over the curb there, the drivers get so close to that tyre stack on the inside. Flanagan leads by just under a second ahead of Matt Armstrong. Harry Senior in 3rd. Here are your leaders. Now, that gap is certainly less than a second now. It was 0.921 of a second. I'm sure it's less than that. Matt Armstrong, the defending Caterham 7 UK champion, starting to fight his way towards the front. Craig Story sideways through there ahead of Louis Darling. Towards the hairpin comes the midfield battle. Across the stripe with 1 lap to go. O'Flanagan still just under a second clear of Armstrong. The gap has pretty much stabilised. Harry Senior is now less than a second behind Matt Armstrong as well. Fraser and Nuttall 4th and 5th, then Charlie Lower's got ahead of Henry Heaton in the 7th place, number 10 there. Then it's Justin Armstrong, Tom Eden, Story rounds out the top 10. On the last lap of this Speedfest North here at Croft. Stephen Nuttall trying to hold off Charlie Lower. Here come the leaders, and look, O'Flanagan has pulled away because Harry Senior is starting to turn up the pressure on Matt Armstrong for 2nd place, but it's going to be a win by the look of things for Taylor O'Flanagan. I'm not sure if a driver has ever won in all 5 of Caterham's categories on its works roster before. Taylor O'Flanagan, he's won in Academy, he's won in Road Sports, he's won in 270R, he's won in 310R. And now, as he exits the hairpin for the final time here at Speedfest North, up towards the checkered flag, Taylor O'Flanagan is going to win in Caterham 7 UK. O'Flanagan wins it, Armstrong 2nd, Senior 3rd. Chris Fraser comes over in 4th place, just Stephen Nuttall is ahead of Charlie Lower for 5th. What happened to Justin Armstrong? Something happened to him on the final lap there. He's down in 13th. So Armstrong has presumably had an off on that final lap and dropped back to 13th. Rest of the cars make it home. Dale Head incidentally made it in 3 laps down. Chris Welch went into the pits, so he's the only non-finisher. That does wrap up the race action here this weekend. We'll take you through the results in just a moment. So, provisional results, a win for Taylor O'Flanagan by 1.6 seconds over Matt Armstrong, with Harry Senior in 3rd, but Harry provisionally will be leading the championship. Chris Fraser wins the AM class again in 4th overall. Steve Nuttall just beat Charlie Lower by a few hundredths of a second to the line. Henry Heaton behind them. Then Tom Eden, Louis Darling, Nick Heighton, Craig Story dropping to 11th, McCormack in 12th. Justin Armstrong had a problem on the last lap and dropped to 13th. Then Mark Kendall, Gary Curtis and Dale Head in his newly decorated car completed the finishes a few laps down. So that does wrap things up on the track here this weekend at the Croft circuit here at Speedfest North. A big thank you to all the marshals, recovery crews, medical staff, timekeepers, race control staff, everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club and from all the championships. Thank you to all the drivers as well and their backup crews. Big thanks to our camera team and Elliot, our director, behind the scenes as well, for keeping everything smooth and bringing you the action this weekend. Full credit to everybody who's braved the rain out there today as well. That's about all from me. I'll see you back at Thruxton in a couple of weeks' time for Convoy Thruxton, headlined by the British Truck Racing Championship. Keep an eye on barc.net for all the fixtures over the course of this season. That's about all from myself, Dave Goddard, then. I'll hand you over to Sam and Ian down in the paddock for the final words of this weekend.
Well, as you can probably hear, there are some very, very happy people for this man here. He's got his first win in the 420. Amazing job. Oh, fantastic. 2nd for Matt and Senior in 3rd. So absolutely brilliant. I'm so pleased for Taylor. We'll let him get out of the car in a minute. Chris Fraser's had a mega weekend as well. That's a win in the AM class for him. Steve Nuttall 2nd and Tom Eden 3rd. So yeah, really, really pleased for these guys. It was not easy out there, I can imagine, but the highlight actually for me today has got to be Dale Head going off into the rapeseed. That was, sorry Dale, but that was absolutely brilliant. And he continued, which was great. I'm glad he got to continue. So I'll let them I will definitely try and find Dale and have a word with him. Taylor, I'm so pleased for you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. I'm absolutely brilliant to get your first win at the first race weekend.
I know, amazing. I felt a little bit off the pace all weekend, and then just felt really in tune with the car. A bit of an opportunity with the safety car, and I'm super happy with that. Couldn't have asked for more. I hope to be in the top back this weekend, or maybe a podium. So 3 podiums and a win is just epic. So amazing start to the year.
Absolutely. And I mean, once you got past though, Harry, you did pull a gap.
Yeah, I felt like I was closing on him before the safety car, just slowly. And then I don't know what his tactic was with the safety car, but I managed to be right on him. And I just felt really good afterwards. And Matt was slowly catching at the end. He had good pace as well. But just drove it home, no silly moves. And amazing.
Wow, what a weekend. You can celebrate tonight because it's bank holiday tomorrow.
Will, Thank you so much.
Well done, Taylor. I'll let you go and see your family. Let's have a quick word with Matt. Round here, I think he's still got the fastest lap as well, Matt. Fastest lap for you as well, and second place. It's a good weekend though, right?
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise because how slow we were. So if I can get off the line, I might have had a chance. So, but credit to Taylor, he drove a really good race, so he deserved to win.
Yeah, it was very good. It was really good. Obviously, the safety car helped, I think, didn't it?
Yeah, it helped because Harry had a bit of a gap, and I was a bit far behind. But after the safety car, that's when my car came on and I was pretty fast, and it's a shame that the race ended when it did because I think I'd have had a chance if it was a few more minutes, but credit to Taylor, he did a great job.
That's it. Well done, Matt, well done to you. And Harry, where's Harry gone? He is behind me, sorry, keeps spinning you around. Harry, safety car ruined it all.
Safety car, like I said, safety car. Tyres just went off. I think I didn't put enough heat in them under the safety car. I was surprised how quickly they got it cleared, to be fair. I thought we'd be 5 minutes or so, but I got a terrible exit out of the last corner. Taylor came straight past, and then Matt did one into the last corner, which was unexpected. I didn't think he was going to make it, but no, he clearly had far more grip than me because I was struggling out of there, and then towards the end started coming back towards them, but too little too late.
Still another podium finish.
Yes,
it's been a great weekend for you.
It's been a good weekend. Yes, shame to end it like this, but I can't be unhappy, can I? No. So fantastic, and Spa next, so can't complain about that either.
Oh yes, roll on Spa.
Yes,
looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I mean, who isn't?
I mean, these cars will be fantastic right there.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be a tow fest for sure, but it should be good fun.
Yeah. Look forward to it. Thank you, Harry. Well done this weekend. Right, let's go and we need to find Dale. Chris, I've got to have. Well done. You've had a mega weekend.
I've had a good one. Yeah. 3 fourths and 2 class wins in a second. So can't ask for better.
There we go.
Car's fast, clearly, and I like the wet, obviously.
Absolutely. We'll probably have more of that this year.
I know. I got another bullet start off the front. Like, these boys need to learn how to start their cars in the wet.
You're going to have to teach them, aren't you?
Get lost in the way. Why'd I do that?
I'm only joking.
No, it's good. No, great fun. Great fun. I love racing it. It's good. It's a fun track, and it's not quite as physical when it's wet, which is good because it's brutal in the dry. But it's good. That's great fun.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. Yes, let's go and find Dale quickly. He's down here. Right, let's move on down. I wonder if he got covered in this.
By the car as well.
Dale. Yeah, let's have a closer look at the car. Come around here. Oh my goodness, it is covered in rapeseed oil.
I
goodness.
I didn't fancy the track. I got bored of it in the end, so I thought I'd just go for the field instead.
It's even on your face.
Well, I've done the farmer a job, haven't I?
You certainly had. Could you see where you were?
No, you couldn't see anything.
No,
I just knew that I was in the middle of the field, so that was that.
I mean, literally, when you go on that grass, you are an absolute passenger, aren't you?
Oh, you are, yeah. I was just so glad I ended up in the field and not the barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. You take that, won't you?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, definitely all day.
Yeah, I think it's been the highlight of all of our weekends, cameramen and everything.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm glad.
Brilliant. Well, glad you made it back out.
Yes, am I. Yeah. Yeah, it was a good laugh to get back out again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. You've left a nice trail of yellow flowers in the pit lane.
I have indeed. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Right, take that. Hello, Ian.
It's like a florist in there.
Oh my gosh, have they seen him there?
Right, I just before we wrap up, I just want to say, as ever, we have a team of people who bring you these pictures completely live and free for you to watch on the Caterham YouTube channel, on the Bike YouTube channel, and the TCR YouTube channel. Yesterday, we all got sunburnt. Today, they've literally spent the entire day in fields getting wet. They don't have any brakes. I've had to work all the way through. So can we please give a massive shout out to Ray, who's been holding the camera for us all weekend, walking around. I don't know how many steps we've done, Ray, but it's been an awful lot. Big shout out to Richard, to Dan, to Catherine, to Danny, to our wonderful producer, Elliot, of course. Big thank you to Andy and Henry, of course, doing commentary for TCR. The wonderful Dave Goddard. And of course, Sam as well. Thank you to you. You always do an incredible job. That is it from us here at Croft. However, we do have one last little treat. Okay, one last little treat, so don't go anywhere. Yesterday afternoon, when we still had sunshine, blue skies, I took Brian Thornton, Jensen O'Neill going, Lewis Kent and Ollie Smith out onto the track over there with a PGA professional golfer for a little challenge. We had Ollie Smith's junior saloon car and Lewis Kent's TCR car, and we had a bit of a challenge, and we're going to play it for you now. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you in 2 weeks at Thruxton. But now sit back, relax, enjoy our golf challenge. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Right, I absolutely love motorsport, but I also love golf as well, as does Jensen O'Neill going, Lewis Kent, Ollie Smith, Henry's here as well, Aaron Cox, of course, and Brian Thornton. Now, Aaron Cox, you are a PGA pro over here, and we are going to do a little challenge for all of these people, see if they can beat you. Now, you are a PGA professional, of course.
They probably will beat me.
Well, that's confident. That's confident speaking. You were 2002 England Golf Development and Participation Coach, is that right?
2022.
Yeah.
I'm not that old. But 2022. England, Development Coach of the Year. Yeah, England Golf, yeah.
Not bad, so we are in good hands here. Right, 3 challenges. As you can see, Ollie Smith, your car is here. The first challenge is to chip a golf ball into the back there, the plastic balls as well. Once you have done that, you then move on to the second challenge, which is to try and hit a ball through the window of Lewis Kent's TCR car. Once you have done that, and once we're all there, the final is really tough. The little cutout in Ollie Smith's car by the driver's side window. You have 3 plastic golf balls. If you get it through, and it's small, we'll see very shortly, you win a round of golf with Aaron Cox at Blackwell Grange Golf Club, just down the road from here. Right, you're going to go take it in turns. Brian, would you like to take the honours and go first? We're going to let our pro go last.
That's a very good plan. Totally wrong. I'll go first.
We'll let the pro go last. So, you're going to chip it. Henry, are you a golfer?
Absolutely not. There's nothing to spoil a nice walk in the country like a round of golf. It's I don't do it because I know I'll become addicted to playing golf, as does everybody who ever picks up a golf bat. Golf
bat, right. Let's watch the action here, Ray. Brian, when you're ready, please take it away. No pressure. Shh, quiet, please. Oh, he's missed. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, no, Brian, come away. Next person, please. Next person. Yeah, no, you get another go in a minute. You keep going till you made up. You get 1 chance at a time. Here's Ollie Smith. 5 wins in the Junior Saloon Car Championship this season. What about a golfer? What do you reckon?
Are the White Sox regulation PGA Tour White Sox?
Oh, he's done it!
Absolutely.
Oh, Ollie Smith. He progresses to Lewis Kent's car. Lewis, you're up next. Lewis Kent, here we go.
If all else fails, just smash the leather out of it.
Was that planned, Ollie, or was it just luck? Lewis Kent does look calm, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does look...
Oh, he's gone over the roof. Oh, dear. Jensen O'Neill going. So far, Ollie Smith, the only one to progress to Lewis Kent's car. What do you reckon? Jensen looks good.
Again, moccasins, slippers, de rigueur footwear, all dressed in black.
Oh, close, not far. A winner in TCR this season as well. Right, here we go, our pro. No pressure, everybody. If he mucks this up, we've all got to laugh. Oh, nails it. Aaron Cox moves on. Brian, you get another go. Here we go. So Brian Thornton now. Here we go. Do you reckon? I reckon he looks confident this time.
Yeah, doing it for the Irish. I haven't seen an Australian look that relaxed and calm since they announced the...
It's Kiwis, not Australian. He's just putting the Mac on.
Oh, well, since they announced that Crocodile Dundee 2 was being made. Thornton.
Yeah. No. Oh, I don't know. What do we reckon? Is that? We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Ollie, you're up next. Ollie Smith. But you are onto Lewis Kent's car now. So take a ball, and you've got a shot at Lewis Kent's through the window. Well, only if you've hit the. Has everybody now made it? Oh no, Jensen. Sorry. Oh, Lewis. Sorry, guys. Right, Ollie Smith, first attempt through Lewis Kent's TCR window. Will he do it?
Well, the smash it and hope technique worked for him in the first one. This is, you can cut the atmosphere with a cricket stump.
Okay, no, not quite. Who was next? Who was next? Lewis, you were next, weren't you? Yeah, you've got to go through the boot of Ollie Smith's car. Here we go. Ollie Smith still at stage... Lewis Kent still at stage 1. Ollie Smith's boot. Oh, he's gone over as well. Jensen up next. He's still... Thank you to Henry for going to collect the balls for us. Will he make it? No, he won't. Right, our pro, Aaron Cox now. He's going to have a go at Lewis Kent's car. Can he do it?
Can he get into Kent's car? Can Cox get into Kent's car?
Oh my word! Straight through, 2 for 2.
Hey, you want some entertainment, Ian? So
wow, yes. Are you not entertained? Mind you are the pro, so we're kind of excited. Right, Brian, you're up next. Is that right? I ain't missed anybody, have I? Brian? Yeah, Brian's up next. I don't think it really matters, does it, to be honest? Oh, good effort, good effort. Right, Ollie, you're up now. Ollie Smith, here we go. Good at first attempt, but didn't quite hit the mark, just missed it. Second go at Lewis Kent's TCR car through the passenger window. Oh, over this time, not quite. We've got, is it Lewis, still on the boot, yeah, Lewis still on the boot. Sorry, Lewis.
Tomorrow morning at this rate.
Yeah, we do need to get away soon. Brian's got to go for dinner soon. Yeah! Jensen, it's all on you. Well done, Lewis. We were supposed to have some people help collect balls, but they're not doing a very good job, are they? Right, Jensen, we need to get this car moved around now, so we're going to have to move on. I think, Jensen, thank you for taking part, but you're out. Ollie Smith's team, can we have a massive favour? Would you mind turning his car around so we got the little hatch? We are moving. Who have we got next? It is... Yeah, no, that's all right. We're staying there because we've still got... Who's next now? It's Aaron.
Well, I'm waiting for the car to move.
Okay, Lewis, do you want to go on to the car? Brian, you hit it, didn't you? Did you hit it?
No, I didn't.
You did it. Okay, so Lewis and Brian can keep going at Lewis's car. No, you're not allowed to practice, Aaron. No practice. You've already had enough practicing. You're not allowed to keep practicing. Great to see a crowd out here as well for this utter humiliation.
I think that Kent's unbalanced because the tattoos on his calves are at a different height. As you can see here, he over the top.
Boys, you two just keep changing over. You boys just keep going over. Where's Ollie as well? Ollie, you've got to keep going as well, haven't you? Oh, Brian Thornton. Wow. Wow. Okay. I like it. We've got 2 into the final. Right, chaps, you've got 2 more. Well, Ollie, you've got 3 attempts. Lewis, you've got 2 more attempts. Otherwise, you're out, I'm afraid. It will be the final. Oh, just not a bad effort, though, from Ollie Smith there. He was the first to hit the target as well. Here's Lewis Kent.
Are we allowed to say that Smith just hit his ball off Kent's rim? No?
I was hoping to do this in one take so I don't have a massive editing job.
Are you saying that he rimmed him?
No, I just...
Lewis, you've got 1 more attempt, okay? Otherwise, unfortunately, you're out. All right. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, really, really good. I thought I was actually all right at golf. I'm being beaten by a 15-year-old.
Oh, we just put a dent in your car there as well.
I know.
Right, Lewis Kent, 1 more go, 1 more attempt, otherwise he's out. Come on, Lewis. Can he do it, everyone?
He's going to have to do it. Oh, he's done it! Oh!
Comes in clutch, does the TCR champ. I'm saying he's used to getting beaten by 15-year-olds. That's his racing career as well as his golfing.
Wow. Can I just say, Henry said that. I had no part in that whatsoever. Oh, Ollie, one more go, Ollie. Go on, have one more go. Jensen, you had about 16 goes at the boot. Oh! Go on, quickly, go, quickly. No one's watching, don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll end that there. Well done, thanks for competing, well done. You came in 4th place though, Ollie, well done. Now we come to our final. Aaron Cox, Brian Thornton, Lewis Kent and Ray. If we just turn the camera around, this is the target. Now you have 3 balls each to try and get it through there. So you can go from wherever you want, actually. You can go as close as you like. Might not actually be the way to do it. Who would like to go first? Lewis, would you? Pro, go on in, Aaron, show us how it's done. You've mastered it every time so far. 3 goes. You can take all 3 goes straight away if you want as well, Aaron. 3 if you want straight away. Because this is getting on now. Aaron Cox, our pro. Okay, that's 1. Not bad effort.
Follow through. It's all in the hips.
Oh, that was a shocker, that was. Oh, my word.
Follow through. Straight arms.
Oh! Okay. Brian Lewis, who wants to go? Brian Thornton's going to take it. I'll take. Here's Brian Thornton now. I've got a good feeling about this.
The luck of the Irish?
That was tough. It's like 6 Nations all over again, isn't it?
It is quite tense, isn't it?
Irish, English and Australian.
Yeah, there you go, done.
Yeah.
Good thing we can't play rugby.
It's the start of a joke, isn't it? Oh, okay.
It's a bit left, mate.
Ollie, he's absolutely smacking your name here on the side of this car. What have you got against Ollie Smith? Oh, right, Lewis, you can take the win here.
Okay,
you can take the win. Probably not deserved on the balance of play, but...
Oh, mate. Hey, everyone's just trying to pick you today, don't they? Hey, come on, do it for them. Do it for them.
Oh!
Jeez, Ian's heart was in his mouth there.
Oh! I tell you what, not a bad effort at all.
He's got the better aim than the 2 of us. Yeah.
Here we go, last attempt. Oh! Well, guys, can I get you all in, Ollie? Jensen, can I get you all in? Come in. Thank you so much for doing that. Aaron, can we get your professional? Who impressed you the most out of these young gentlemen?
Oh, no, all of them. Good techniques.
Wow, do you want a fence to sit on?
No. Look, the technique of hitting a golf ball, hitting a plastic golf ball off grass is hard enough as it is than a real golf ball. But no, the boys have done well. Definitely, they're good at their job also. But they can have a good hobby as golf as well.
So maybe don't give up the racing just yet, chaps. Although it is pretty good going. I just want to say a massive thank you to Croft for allowing us to do this as well. Big thank you to all of your teams. Ollie, thanks for letting us hit golf balls at your car. Lewis as well, thank you so much. That's why we use plastic golf balls. Actually, I must say as well, when I messaged Brian about this, he said, why can't we use proper golf balls?
Very true. Yeah.
Why am I not surprised you said that?
They're plastic windows, so it won't break.
Guys, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend. Maybe stick to driving. Thanks, everybody.